Hey guys, I don't have my intro. I forgot it. I'm already live. Sorry about the wait. I have had a really rough time tonight. Hang on, this doesn't feel right starting without my intro. That's better. I just
Impeccably good timing.
I initially started it without the intro, and I had to put it back. Because I made a video today that required me to take the intro off, and then I forgot to put it back on. Um, I didn't get a chance to install my new router, and my Wi-Fi cut out 40 minutes into recording my Handmaid's Tale video. I was so upset. I thought I was gonna have to redo the whole thing, and I had already talked for 40 minutes and managed to not make that many mistakes to have to edit out later, which I can do. I can edit now, but I realized, oh, I can just make a separate video and stitch it together with the rest of the stuff
Mhm.
that I was saying when I didn't know the Wi-Fi was out. I was doing some talking and didn't know it wasn't recording. Anyway, I finished it. Um, I've been working all week on this deep dive into the first 3 episodes of The Handmaid's Tale. I stitched it together. I got it out there. I didn't have any expectations for people watching it because number one, the majority of this community doesn't seem to really watch that show. It's mostly like From, Severance, Yellow Jackets, that kind of stuff. Number two, it's not the type of show to even have a fan base because it's so dark and dystopian.
Oh
And
yeah.
number three, I think it's probably lost a lot of its original viewers because of that,
Mhm.
because they thought it was going to be that brutal the whole way through,
Yeah.
and so they stopped. And I completely respect that and understand if people are not comfortable watching it. I will say that it has changed a lot. It's
Mhm.
not it's not like a brutal, harrowing watch anymore. Things are changing. It's a revolution this season. It's gonna be an all-out revolution is about to start, and it's been different for a while anyway. But I worked so damn hard on that video all week, and even with zero expectations, it just sucks. Just seeing it not do well at all, um, but honestly, I don't really care. I don't care. I did it for the passion of it. I enjoyed it. I personally think, like, it's one of the videos I'm most proud of out of all the videos I've done,
Mm.
because it's really a video essay. I worked really hard to pick the perfect, gorgeous screenshots from this incredibly gorgeous show, and I wrote it like the same way I was passionately talking about it on the live stream. It's all in there.
Mhm.
It's honest about the criticisms I have about the show, but it's it also it's not just like it's not all negative either. It's you know hopeful, like, okay, this is where this can change and that can change, and everything that I love about the show as well. So
Mhm.
I'm happy with it, but that's not what held me up. That's not what really held me up. I actually should have been prepared to start this on time tonight, but what prevented me was horrific pain. I just couldn't get myself to get out of bed. There are
Mhm.
just days when, I mean, every day it's difficult to make myself get up and fight another day, nonstop pain, and I just couldn't do it today. I woke up and I just stayed there for like 2 hours, and I never do that,
Mhm.
but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, and then I opened YouTube and um, I saw this guy, um, a rap
Mhm.
reactor, and
Yeah.
he that it gave me the motivation to get out of bed. Just watching this video, he was so kind. Like, he was reacting to the latest Kendrick Lamar video, which just got put out, Luther, and I saw he was live. I was like, oh yes, I've never caught a live before. His
Cool.
channel is
Koala
Koala
tea. Yeah, I
Koala
read
Tea.
about it. I read about it on Discord.
Yeah. So I want to shout this guy out because he's
Mhm.
incredible. I he was talking about how, well, I mean, first of all, my God, he shouted me out and put my channel up on the screen for everybody to see who was watching. It was over 200 people. He's got like 26,000 subs. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he's always featured in these big compilations of like the most popular rap reactors. That's how I found him. Um, like there'll be these long compilation videos of all the most popular rap reactors reacting to a Kendrick thing or a Drake thing. And that's how I found him. And there he was putting my channel up on screen for everybody, showing all different, like going to all different parts of my channel, and my videos were up there. And uh, I after I saw that, I got out of bed, I got on the treadmill, and I had the motivation to move. I wasn't focusing on the pain as much. I was able to, he distracted me for that. He's a beautiful human being, really is. Watching that live was just so inspiring because he was just like people were showering him with super chat love, unlike I think he had ever gotten before. And I'm what a live to catch for the first time, because apparently it's not always like this. And people were throwing like $100 super chats at him, $50 super chats, and he was in tears. He was actually crying. He couldn't even talk. I've never seen anything like it. I have never seen anything so real and so raw like that. I mean, I've never seen anybody cry on a live stream other than me. So, I mean, I've cried, but not on camera. But I have like twice. And this is a grown ass man is not ashamed to cry on camera just from gratitude to these people who were throwing money at him. And he was saying, like, you don't have to throw money at me, please. Don't throw money at me. You don't need to do that. I love talking to you guys. I love reading your messages. And then he proceeded to read loads and loads of messages from the chat, not just the super chats, not just the $100 that were being thrown at him. He read so many, including mine. I don't have the money to be throwing super chats at people. And that's a real person right there. I respect the hell out of that. He could have just read those big dollar super chats, and he was on there for 3 hours, and he was reading so many messages that had no money attached. And he was so emotional. Like, this went on for the longest time, where he couldn't even talk. He was so emotional. He was getting up, pacing, and then it just made people throw more money at him. It was a beautiful thing. He's a beautiful human being. And then I threw in the chat, because he said, like, oh man, have I been live for 3 hours? And I said, well, my
Yeah,
record is
I
11
love
hours.
that. That's how you impressed him. The 11-hour live.
Yeah. I
He
said
needs
my
to
record.
know what you're all about then.
Yeah. Yeah. I said my record is 11 hours, and what I said, usually it's more like 5 to 6 hours. And he said, like, wait, are you on YouTube or Twitch? He immediately shouted that comment out, and I said YouTube, because I guess Twitch streamers generally do that more.
Yeah.
And I said, no, YouTube, and I cover TV shows, but it's usually um they're long lives. And he said, oh, excuse me, I didn't know I had a famous person in the chat here. We have famous people in the chat. And he proceeded to pull up my channel, share his screen, show multiple screens full of my videos, and leave it up there while he was talking. He left it up on screen while he was talking, so people could get a good look. And he subscribed right on the live stream. I watched him click the subscribe button. Then I mentioned, I'm not famous. I responded to what he said. I said, I'm not famous. LOL. And he was like, oh, yes, you are. You look famous to me. You look famous to me. He was so kind. And I said, my latest, he had this screen up with my latest video, The Handmaid's Tale, on it, with my like 61 views. And I said, my latest video is not doing well, because I don't think many people watch The Handmaid's Tale. And he said, he launched into almost a half an hour live tutorial for me on how to cut back on the amount of time it takes to make a video and a thumbnail. Like, that's how real this dude is. this is all for me. He looked right into the camera at me, addressed me, at calling me Julie, calling me by my name, looked into the camera and talked to me. And he didn't even know anything about my story, like my sad story about my pain or anything like that. He was just being a kind human being. And I've never seen anything like it, honestly. I've had support from YouTubers before, which I'm truly grateful for, but that took me months to get noticed by them, in to that regard. I've never been in this guy's chat in my life. He didn't know me. This was the first live I ever caught. I've watched his videos, but I've never caught a live. And what he did for me was just it was beautiful. So I had to shout him out before we started this. And I just want to show I want to return the favor what he did for me with my little platform here. This is his channel. So if you like rap music, if you follow rap music at all, he has awesome reactions. He's hilarious. He was cracking me up so much, and I was in horrible pain, and he made me forget all about it. Like he was reacting to this old Justin Bieber. Like, it started as a Kendrick Lamar reaction, but then it launched into, like, later he was just doing random stuff because we were just having a great time, and he wanted to stay on, so he played some of his old battle raps that he used to do, and then he played this Justin Bieber music video, this clip from an old one, and there's creepy ass Drake hanging out with some teenagers, and he was hilarious. He was like, "What the hell is he doing there? Why is he around? Why is he around? Why is he hanging out with these teenage girls?" Everyone was making, Drake jokes straight out of Kendrick lyrics, and he's so good. This guy is so good, and he's just, you don't see, a lot of times you see, like, these bigger channels, they don't recognize their chat anymore as much unless you throw money at them. And here was a perfect opportunity for this guy to just ignore everybody else and only read these top dollar super chats that were being thrown his way, and he didn't. He hung around for 3 hours. So so yeah, shout out to Quality. He's amazing. What an amazing human being. What a kind person. Hilarious. Really great rapper too. He raps. He showed us his battle rap, and he was good. Now he's more of a reactor, but yeah, he's the real deal. That's what you call the real deal. That's he didn't let this go to his head. Getting 26K subs is nothing to sneeze at. You make some money doing that. You don't make, like, bank. You're not like it's not like you can live on that. Obviously I'm sure he has a day job, but, like, he's doing really well. He hasn't gone to his head, and you could see the humility in the way he broke down over all those super chats. So anyway, so that gave me the motivation to get out of bed, and that's my story. So anyway, first we are gonna dive into the residence tonight. And hey there, Robert, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm even later than usual tonight, Robert. It's been really difficult. I'm trying to change my hours so that I can start my lives at 10, no later than 10. I really want to do that, but it's very difficult right now with the amount of
See
pain that I'm
what you do. You're gonna make a thumbnail for 9 o'clock.
making for 9 o'clock, and then I'll be there for 10.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I need to do that. Tonight I
But
just
then
was
you'll
not.
trick yourself with getting there at 10.
That's true. My mom used to trick me all the time. That's the only way I was able to be on time for things. She would trick me and say we had to be there an hour earlier than we did. Um, anyway, we're gonna be talking about episodes 3 and 4 of The Residence. I was not prepared for it. I was so close. I was so on top of everything and productive this week that it was going a little too well. Finally, something went wrong because I was halfway prepared for this live on Monday, but I ran out of time for the rest. But now we're here. We're going to dive into these 2 episodes, and then we're going to do a little From Hangout with Doc, who's going to be joining us. And it's not going to be a FROMacademy topic tonight. We just thought we would chill,
Well,
and
it's from adjacent.
it's from adjacent. It's just not going to be like a researched topic tonight. We're going to be talking from and just talking with you guys and hanging out. So that's what we're going to do. But first, we better get diving into this. Say hi to some people. Doc was first in the chat. I want to thank you in advance for your patience, Doc. Please don't be mad at me. Thankfully, Doc is a night person, so when we run late, it works out. If that wasn't the case, then we'd be in trouble. Anyway, yes, Samuel, I will install the Wi-Fi router this weekend. It needs to be done. Let's just hope it doesn't kick me off tonight like it did last night. I wanted to do it this morning, but my mom didn't give me the code and went to work. She didn't have time, so I couldn't. I tried. Let's
Is
see.
is the podcast guy the Rickon of the show? Is that what Sam's talking about here, Samuel?
Yeah, I think he must be talking about the Saint Pierre dude. I think.
Yeah, I call him the Rickon of the residents.
He's very much like the Rickon of the residents, isn't he? Very much.
Yeah, I'm
like
standing up and representing here with the gingerbread house, so you know which side I'm on.
Yes. I felt so bad for Didier. I felt so bad for him and his White House gingerbread. I mean, his gingerbread White House.
That's why he reminded me of Rickon, because he had all these new age things in the hall where the gingerbread house was supposed to be displayed and had been displayed for several decades.
And he sounded even more like Rickon in episode 4. Like, he was so fucking funny. Oh my god. He was so funny. And I think he say that he's an author too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's written like something like 15 biographies or something.
Yes,
of
yeah,
himself.
Yeah, he said, oh, I had like 8 memoirs by ghostwriters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who has a ghostwriter for your memoir? Oh yeah, that's right.
Rickon probably would.
Yeah, and I know someone else who does, but I'm not going to bring that person up because we could turn down a dark path on this live, and I don't want to talk politics.
That's fine.
But this person had a ghostwriter too, and yeah. It's such bullshit. You don't have a ghostwriter for your memoir. But with this dude, it was so funny. Oh my god. I was mad at him in episode 3. I had a hard time finding him funny in episode 3 because of what he did to poor Didier and his gingerbread house. But episode 4, he cracked me up, I gotta say. He won me over. Yeah, he's the Rickon of the residents. Hey Muncher Luncher. Hey Jen. Nice to see you. Jen is one of the few people in our community who I know actually does watch The Handmaid's Tale and commented on my video. So thank you very much, Jen. I appreciate you. And I understand that a lot of people, it's just not for everybody. It's a show that's very hard to swallow, and it's not easy for me. So I completely understand.
Even if you don't like the show, you can go on, look at the video, look at 30 seconds of it, hit a like, add a comment. It can be anything.
Yeah. If you go to the video,
say you like the beautiful colors of the shots.
Yeah. If you go to the video, I promise you there is nothing disturbing in my video at all. And all it takes is 30 seconds for a view. That's it. Like Scarlet said, if you watch 30 seconds of it, I mean, you can even turn the volume off so you don't have to hear, because in the introduction, I do describe how Gilead came to be. So trigger warning for the introduction to the video, just because I'm describing. All I do is I mention that there's SA involved. It's nothing graphic, but you can turn off the volume if it's too triggering. And there are no triggering images. There's nothing disturbing on screen. So 30 seconds, that's it. That's all it takes for a view, and throwing a comment in triggers the algorithm. So if you don't watch the show and you want to just support, I would appreciate that. That would be great. Because the video is dying a slow death right now. Hey there, Trace. Nice to see you. Hey, Panda Kalima. Thanks for being here. Hey, Amy. Just finished eating. Thanks for coming to the watch party. We just had a watch party in Discord. If anyone wants to watch with us on Friday nights, we do. Today I was a little late. I started at 8:30. I streamed episodes 3 and 4. Next week we'll do 5 and 6. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bobebby. Nice to see you. Let's see. Tabitha. Hey, Tabitha. Welcome. Hey, Gabrielle. Thank you for popping in to say hi. Let's see. Hey, Scotty Saturn. Yeah, when I was talking about koala tea, he is a real dude. That's a real one right there. He deserves it all. He deserves it all. Like everyone was saying in the chat, my God, he deserved every cent that was thrown at him. And the more he got worked up, I mean, the more he couldn't even speak. He was so choked up. The more people wanted to throw more money at him. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that. And he deserved every bit of it. Yeah, we used to stay up in Jeremy's Discord and post theories, and that's right, Robert. This is before I had a channel. This is why I needed a channel, guys. This is what I did. Before I started a channel, when I found From, I haunted Jeremy Ice and Fire's Discord nonstop. I connected with Robert in there, and Justin, aka FML, and Sophie L, who is not in there anymore, but we would talk theories all night long, all evening, and then Robert would go to bed. Sophie L and I would keep at it till morning, sometimes FML, and then yeah, he would get up and we'd still be posting stuff. So I was like, you know what? If I have this much to say, I need a channel. And so yeah, that's how I spent my summer. The wild life that I lead. um let's see. May I suggest a new topic for your FROMacademy? Do the lights flickering and radios turning on indicate which people who are reincarnated? Yeah, the flickering. Yeah, we could do a live regarding like electronic devices, um, in this place. Electric devices, flickering lights, the diner. Like this can encompass like a lot of things. The diner jukeboxes, the flickering lights, the police radio, and what all of that means. Yeah, that's a great idea, Robert. It's a great idea. I'm gonna make a note of that. I like that idea. I think Doc will like that idea. That's cool. Don't you think, Scarlet?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Like that could be one possible meaning, reincarnated people, or just messages being sent. Like Scarlet and I, we were thinking that the yellow blinking light in the Matthews house right above Jim's head was the man in yellow, possibly trying to communicate with Jim, because he was down on his way down the stairs about to help Tabitha dig that hole.
I
And
had a man in yellow moment with Yellow Jackets finale, and the people that watch the Yellow Jackets finale that watch From will know exactly what I'm talking about.
yes, yeah, that's cool. So
I won't
yeah,
spoil it for people that haven't seen it yet.
yeah, it's not.
I wasn't the only one. There was another Yellow Jackets people that do a video that cited it because they had watched From, but you'll put the man in yellow in there in your head at the last scene. Doug
Nice, nice,
Hughes. Doug Hughes was in the finale Yellow Jackets for me.
nice. Oh man. In fact, Doug just sent me a message. Speaking of Doug Hughes, last I heard, he was in a very busy airport waiting for his flight to, I believe, Poland.
Oh yeah.
Um, I wonder, I wonder how he's doing. I might just, I might just leave for a minute and listen to his message so I can see how he's doing. Because he was like, the last I heard, he was in a really crowded, loud airport, and he got about 3 hours of sleep. Um, he had to get up for a 3:30 a.m. flight or something crazy like that. So, um, So I hope he's having safe travels right now. We miss our friend Doug, and I think only one more week of his trip until he comes back. He'll be back home again, and hopefully then the week he comes back, he can come on and join us for another story time with Doug. We miss those. That'll be hopefully the week after next. We'll see. We'll see. And yes, Tabitha, you know, Doug popped in the chat the other night too at the most awkward, embarrassing time. I was dying. I was mortified. We had launched into this dirty rabbit hole that all thanks to Rickon's book. And he popped in the chat. I was like, oh my God. Sometimes I
It
forget
was
that this.
because we were talking about the sexy, the erotic.
Yeah,
Rickon's lovemaking
yeah.
to
It
make his
was,
child with his beautiful wife.
yes. God. Sometimes I forget that this is public and literally anybody can happen to come on and hear you. I just never really think about that.
We
Um,
were just taken away with Rickon. We couldn't help ourselves.
oh yeah. Yeah.
It was too much.
Yes.
I still have
Tabitha.
my tarp over everything, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Rickon left us with partial enlightenment. We've got to try not to start a riot.
Mm-hmm.
I can't drive my car. I can't look in my vanity mirror because there's a
No.
tarp over it.
Mm-mm.
Oh God, I don't. I can't go to work. Well,
No.
when is he going to drop the rest of this
I don't
book?
have no idea when that book's coming out.
If you're confused, it's a reference to Rickon's The You You Are. If you haven't read it, it's really funny. Read it. Um. Anyway. Tabitha, yes. I don't know. I have to go back and check, but that's interesting. When Jim was on the phone with Fake Thomas in season 3, I'd have to look and see if there was like a yellow light. I don't think there were any blinking. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing any blinking lights in season 3. I think they stopped that. But
Mm,
but I have to go back and look. I
yeah.
don't remember. Um, but in season 1, Jim goes home and he just as after he goes down the basement stairs with the rest of his family to help dig the hole with Tabitha, a very yellow light starts blinking right above him and it's pointy. It looks like it's pointing right at his head and it blinks. Now, there's a reason why the camera stayed on that. Okay, they don't just throw that in for nothing. They go down the stairs and then the light starts blinking. Why? There's got to be a reason. There's some entity trying to send a message with the flickering lights. And I don't think it means that Jim is reincarnated, in my opinion. I
Mm-hmm.
don't I don't believe Jim is. I think he's there because he married Tabitha. He was the unlucky slob who
He
married
got,
Tabitha, you
got
know.
sucked into her orbit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She was always going to come there. It was inevitable. She's reincarnated from the original, person. So Miranda and then many before her, and he just happened to marry her. So I think it was some entity trying to communicate. And remember, the man in yellow said, "I did try to warn you." I always thought, ever since he said it, I thought that
Mhm.
was weird because
Yeah.
by the time he warned him, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim," on the radio, it was too late. He ran out there and she was already in the cave. She had already fallen through the hole. So I think he tried to warn Jim another way. The
Yeah.
blinking light was before that.
Yeah,
Um,
because he might have not been able to do anything but that. Like he was
right.
not corporeal until the music played.
I think he couldn't show up there because, yeah, the music needed to play and the revelation needed to happen
Mm-hmm.
for Jade and Tabitha for him to come into the corporeal world. And I think he couldn't speak to them because they hadn't have a radio yet. So you
Mm-hmm.
had a blinking light instead, a very yellow blinking light. Um, and then in season 2, there was an exit light that blinked, and Jim was just about to check it out when Tilly showed up and interrupted him.
Mm-hmm.
So that was another really odd thing and ironic because it's an exit sign and there's no exit out of this place. Um,
Yeah.
Plus it was red. red is like the color of evil in the show too. So I feel like that meant
Plus he was barely like competent to even stand because he had, he was in the clinic.
sure. I know what it means now. It's so obvious. It was foreshadowing that there is no escape for him. It was because
Literally a Satra no exit.
it was because specifically for him, because his wife already dug the hole. See, remember, this happened after she dug the hole. So this is season 2. She already dug the hole and went, and that sent her off on this quest. And at
Robert,
that
you
point,
still here? You still here, Robert?
yes. Oh my God, it just clicked. It just clicked for me. So the reason that the next thing he sees is a blinking exit sign, and no, that's red. It's because it's foreshadowing, and it's sending a message that it's going to be too late for him now. No matter what, Jim was always going to die there. Once that was set in motion and Tabitha dug the hole, it sent her on her path. She started seeing the Ankui kids, which led her out of FROMville. Ultimately, she gets pushed out of the lighthouse. She meets Robert. Not Robert. Robert Joy is the guy who plays him. Henry. She meets Henry, and all of that paves the way for her to remember her past lives there and summons the man in yellow, which leads to Jim's death. It all starts with digging the hole. And once she started that, there was no turning back. There was no way to avoid Jim's fate. So that's why he saw a blinking red exit sign. Irony and foreshadowing. This show is brilliant. I love this show so much. Robert said, if my theory is correct, you might be surprised who else might be reincarnated if the flickering lights and radios turning on indicates reincarnated. Yeah, I mean, maybe other people are, maybe Jim, you never know. Never know. I'd like to hear more about your theory on that, Robert. Yes, I hope he's safe. Doug just sent me a message a little while ago, so yeah, he popped up and people were talking about crazy stuff. Yeah, it was awkward, but he tells us dirty limericks, so he's not exactly a prude. I was just being a prude myself, but he was cool with it. He was enjoying it. Like, he was participating in it. He joined in. Imagine Doug says that was a hell of a live stream that Julie sure can host. Bro, run. Oh God, yeah. I'd be like, thanks for the compliment, but please get away from my throat. Thank you. Um, yeah, I run like hell. Amy said I'd let him get me. Robert, if Julie decides to do a FROMacademy on the blinking lights and radios, then I will post my theory in her Discord. Oh, I'll read it. I'll read your theory on my live. We loved reading your theory on, oh, the hell was it now? My brain is broken from pain tonight. What were we talking about when we read Robert's theory?
Oh, about color theory? No, it
No,
wasn't color theory.
it wasn't the colors. It
It ended
was.
with Emily Dickinson. The one that ended.
Oh, it was the dogs. No, wait, not the dogs.
Crows and Ravens?
Crows and Ravens. That's it. Crows and Ravens. Yes, Crows and Ravens. I can't think straight. I have to take some pain medication or something. Jim needs to come back. Best character by a light year. Well, I don't know if he's the best, but I will say I feel sorry for him, and I think he got a raw deal, but not my favorite character. I know he's yours though. I need to Ankui for the next couple months. Good morning, Dieter. Glad your headache is a little better. That's good to hear. Anyway, so let's get into the residents now. Episode 3 focused mainly, like the chief focus was Diddy as a suspect. Every time I say that, I think of Diddy. I can't. Oh my God! Like, it sounds too much like Diddy. No Diddy in this show. But it's Didier. It's
We'll
a
call
French
him the
name.
chef, the executive chef, pastry
The,
chef.
the executive pastry chef. Yes. But that's the correct French pronunciation of his name. It's not Didier like it says. It's
Mm.
Didier. Didier. And it starts, so it kind of picks up where episode 2 ended. I liked that format. So it starts off with so episode 2 ended in a really intriguing way. It made him look guilty as sin, because he was sneaking. It showed that he lied. He was in the game room, and it was right after the murder of AB. He was in the game room, picking up a knife off the floor and going into his office, which is next door to it. It's adjacent. So then we see what happens after. So from there, he went downstairs, and I have no idea why he did this. This made no sense at all.
Yeah.
This was so stupid. He went from the 3rd floor all the way down to the kitchen with this bloody knife, cleaned the blood off in the sink, and then, sorry, my computer's a little slow. Then he thought about putting it back up on the wall with the other knives, changed his mind, put it in a box with the bloody cloth he used. Like, he clearly is not thinking straight. Like, what was the point of even cleaning the knife off? I guess he thought he was going to just put it back, and then, okay, changed his mind, put it in the box with the dirty, bloody cloth, brought it down to the incinerator. Now, we knew the incinerator was going to be used for something in this, because in the first episode on the tour, they mentioned that this floor has an incinerator, and you hear that in a murder mystery series, and it's like Chekhov's gun. Someone's going to be using that for something. And Sheila saw him. Sheila, the butler, saw him. He put the thing in the incinerator thinking that it would burn and left. What he didn't know is that the incinerator's been broken for a long time. It didn't burn. He goes back up and oh my god, this thing is slow. Okay. So he goes back up, and this is a funny exchange with Raleigh, the maitre d'. He's like, you're a killer or something.
Yeah.
Didier's like,
Yeah.
what? It's like, you're a killer. He was actually referring to the way Didier like basically like stood up to AB. He's like, no one does that, because AB had said no flames in my dining room or whatever, in my in the East room, no flames at the dinner table. And Raleigh was impressed, that he stood up to him, but it weirded him out because he was referring to him as killer. And he looks awfully jumpy, but remember now, this is a murder mystery in the style of Agatha Christie, Knives Out, that kind of thing. It's never going to be the people that look the guiltiest in the beginning. It's too obvious. It's not him. It's not Ms. Haney. I don't believe it's any of the people who are most guilty looking. Ms. Haney is the one with the most motive. She wanted AB's job. She was his assistant. And you got the chef, Marvella, who said, I am going to kill you. It's not her either then.
She's my favorite. She's my favorite.
Yeah.
Love her.
It's not gonna be her either. And who's the other one that had there was another one who has a clear motive. Sheila, but we'll get to that in episode 4.
Yeah.
So this is just her.
Oh yeah, Rickon.
Yeah. This was just Cordelia Cup explaining, things aren't always as they appear, basically. Like, this picture may look like this particular type of bird, but it's not. They look identical, but one of them is found in another continent only, and another is found here. So she's trying to school this FBI agent. Like, things are not how they seem on the surface, because he was thinking, it's it. This is Didier is our guy. Why are we still looking around talking to other people? And yeah, it's not as simple as that. And this is our basically our Rickon of the residents on the left. Saint Pierre is his name, rocking this studly double
Yeah,
swan
Welcome the Swans.
shirt. What the hell? Um, he's basically like a more like manscaped Rickon with a short beard instead of a long and a short hairdo. Other than that, he even kind of looks like him.
Hmm.
Um,
With sweet fashion choices.
yeah, nice fashion choices. Um, AB, so AB was just trying to handle things as usual. Because remember, Lily, this blonde chick, she had said, if you want to understand tonight, you got to go back to the holidays and other events that went off the rails. And now we're looking at something from the holidays. Every year they display this gingerbread White House, and it's tradition. Didier has been working at this White House probably since the 80s, I think, and it's always displayed in this. I think it's the East Room of the White House, if I'm not mistaken. And not, but this dude is not happy with it. He wants to change things up. He wants that out of there. It's all sugar. It's bad for you. Um, so he wants to nix this thing, and because of him, that ends up happening. Um, so Didier is understandably pretty upset about that. Instead, yeah, this is some like weird new age thing that Saint Pierre did with his, so he's the boyfriend of the what the hell, what is her title? Lily is something about social, she handles all the social activities. That's all I know. I don't remember her title, but they did some weird like new age retreat thing. Um I love when Cordelia does this, face down to the table when she gets really frustrated. It's like a recurring thing now, and it's so funny. So Lily and Saint Pierre rope the first gentleman, the president's husband, Elliot, into their plan. They get him on board, and so AB has no choice but to listen. And it's stressful for him. He journals his stress about it, as he always does. And look at poor Didier with he's so proud of his gingerbread White House. And then they showed all the different years, several of them, that he's made these. And he's so proud of it. I particularly like that one. That one is cool. But this is what they replace it with in this room. It's some weird new age thing, like health focused. I don't know what this thing is. There's some guy in there. There's a guy. I don't know what this is, but it's like it looks like a pressure cooker. And it's like a human pressure cooker. I don't know. It's all steamy and I don't know, but it's a new age thing, and basically the public hated it. It became a PR nightmare, like right in this paper here. It says, after the White House Christmas party, I really do need a craniosacral facial. Um, and AB took this really hard, you know. AB had to tell Didier that his gingerbread White House was going to be moved downstairs or off to the red room, maybe not downstairs, but in a much smaller room. And now, like, this is tradition for him, and so for him, it's devastating. And the thing is, Didier had a really nice relationship with AB before that. They were they were very friendly. You could see that, and so it really hurt, especially coming from AB. And it hurt AB to have to be the one to deliver the news. But yeah, it's beginning to feel a lot like polarity energy balancing. The public and the reviews were not kind to this change. So then you had Ms. Haney explaining how things work in this house, in this White House. You got on one side basically the staff who remain there, who have been there for long periods of time in many cases, and no matter who moves in or moves out, they are the ones who stay. They are the, the White House people. Like, it's their house, really, because they stay no matter which administration it is. And we've got the people who come in and they go. The president's family, certain political appointees, other, other guests. So she separates them into those two sides. She said it's us versus them, basically. Um, and AB Winter is on the side of, the staff, the people who really belong to this place. And yeah, so then there's Marvella. Marvella, she also had issues with Didier. She was one of the newer hires, and he's been there a long time. She doesn't do things his way. He's very old school, traditionalist. Like, this was him when he first got there, probably in the 80s, I think. And she worked on food trucks. They couldn't be any more diametrically opposed, their style and their background. She went from food trucks to the White House, just a pretty steep climb. And it looks like her food truck was named after her, Marvella. She's all tatted up. Her arms are covered in tattoos. And she's like a badass bitch, and you don't fuck with her, basically. She and Didier would fight all the time. In this one scene, she just, like, dumps a whole tub of sugar on the floor. I'm not really sure why, but yeah, it's a good way to get a swarm of ants. That's the first thing I think of. Um, yeah, so they clash a lot, and they have issues, and um, then so let me see. So then they talk to this dude here. What is he? I think he's one of the. I think he's an electrician. He's an electrician. He saw something odd in the gingerbread White House, and it is the little doll version of AB with a knife in his back. Super sus. Of course, it makes Didier look sus. It makes him look even more sus than he already did, but I maintain that would be way too obvious. But Cordelia has to take it seriously, so of course she questions him about it. And she shows it to him. He says, this is upsetting, and it's not, he doesn't know anything about it. It wasn't him who did it. She asks him how he got this blue mark on his jacket, which earlier 2 different people noticed at the party. Like, hey, what's that on your back? You got something on your back. It's chalk from this pool cue thing, and it indicates that he was in the game room. So she confronts him on it and shows him this little guy. And yeah, she pokes around a little more. She talks to Sheila. Sheila saw him looking super sus, and Sheila tells Cordelia that she saw him go in there and put something in the incinerator, which he doesn't know no longer works. And they catch him with that. So they find the box with the knife, and yeah, so makes him look super guilty. But he's got an explanation, he explains the whole thing. It still doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. I don't know why he did that the way he did, and the fact that he lied makes him look even more sus. Like, it's the lying. The lying, it's never a good look. So let me see. I'm just gonna check my notes here for this part. So okay, here we go. Okay, so I guess no, I think I said he didn't do it, but no, but I think Didier did take out his frustration by stabbing the gingerbread AB in the back with a knife. It was him. Yeah, never mind. For some reason I thought it was somebody else, but I had to check my notes. It was him. So he did do that out of frustration, and the electrician found it and kept it. Then, so after he's confronted with this evidence of the knife, he says at 9:50 p.m. he found AB's body and the knife was near his left hand. But Cordelia says that can't be right. It couldn't have been near his left hand because and also, by the way, this is the kind of detail that she notices. When he took that knife off of there, he left one crooked. She noticed something was off about the knives when she first walked in there, and now we see how it happened. He initially put the bloody knife back up there, then he changed his mind, took it off, and then hastily adjusted another knife in its place, but it's crooked. So that was her first sign that there was something off with the knives. That's how good she is, the amount of detail that she notices. Then he goes up there. He claimed at first that the knife was near AB's right hand. No, left, rather. Sorry, left. She says, no, that can't be, because how else would the blue? And he admits, yes, it was the other side. I don't know why he would lie about which hand. Maybe he just forgot. I think it's just his unreliable memory, personally, because the hand doesn't matter which it was. So basically, that's how he got the chalk mark on his back. It was the little pool cue thing that fell off. And he looks guilty as sin, so she has no choice but to consider him as a suspect, but I mean, it's just too obvious, and she would know that. But she keeps the jacket with the blue chalk on it for evidence. And then there was the kangaroo issue. Um, um, so wait a minute, hold on. I missed something. Wait, I skipped something. So about the knife. Now this part was really weird. He says he didn't normally keep that knife in the kitchen. He kept it in his office that he shares with Marvella. Wait a minute. I'm gonna check on the chat for a minute because my computer is freezing. Let's see. I see them action figures all the time on my timeline, and oh yeah, those action figures are really fun. Yeah, the action figure. There are these AI action figures. They're hilarious. Yeah, they're really cool. Oh yeah, maybe that thing was a cryotherapy chamber. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Anyway, so okay, finally stopped. I was having issues with my computer freezing. Sorry about that. So then he talks about the kangaroo thing. He didn't want to be blamed for AB's murder, and that's why he lied. Not just because of Christmas or the Bananas Foster incident when he almost hit AB with the glass, but the kangaroos. The Australian foreign minister complained that some kind of kangaroo thing was on their dessert. It's like this weird little kangaroo. I don't know what it's made of, but it was on top of the dessert. The Australian foreign minister found it offensive, and so he got blamed for that. Oh, it's frozen again. Damn it. Hold on. Okay, there we go. And it's still frozen. What the hell? Alright, I'm gonna just open the actual video because there's something wrong with this. So I'm gonna open the video and show stills from it. Because it looks like half my pictures didn't upload. So that's great. And I can, well, maybe not half, but at least some of them didn't upload. That's lovely. Oh, great. And I'm just waiting for the video to load, so just give me a second. Sorry, don't mind my cat. She has to make her cameo. Her audio cameo. Alright, hold on. I got most of the pictures uploaded, but there are parts missing, so I'm gonna have to use the video itself. So there's the dessert issue. And so he didn't want to be blamed for that, and he clashes with AB over the kangaroos. The dessert with the kangaroos. Harry says it looks like a kangaroo Rocky dancing on a load of shit. And it's like, you can't have some goofy fucking kangaroo on top of it. No way. It's offensive. And so Didier clashes with AB over that. And then AB starts taking the kangaroos off the dessert. Didier is really pissed, and yeah, he says people sometimes think I'm angry when I'm not. Well, it's pretty clear that he was angry. And there were many witnesses to see that he was angry. And so then he explains that he normally doesn't keep that particular knife that he hid. He doesn't usually keep that in the kitchen. He keeps it in his office that he shares with Marvella. And then she's like, well, why didn't you just put it back in the case then? He has a special case for them in his office. Why not just put it back in the case? And he said, let's see, he thought it would look suspicious. She's like, but you didn't think walking through the house with a bloody knife would look suspicious? So this is the case. It made no sense why he did this. I have no idea why he didn't. He could have just put it back in the case in his office. Anyway. So moving on from that, they talked to Emily, the gardener, and she talked to Cordelia about how she wanted to work at one of the parks, one of the national parks, but she likes it there where she is. It's just not what she really wanted. Cordelia asks her why she wanted to work for these parks. And it seems like it doesn't really have any bearing on anything, but she's taking it all in while she's asking these random questions. And she just spits out like everything that she noticed in the greenhouse. She noticed Emily didn't try the door to see if it was locked. She just opened it. So that means she must not lock the door at night normally. So someone could have come in there who hadn't been in there before, and not at night, because she noticed Emily was surprised to see a light switch flipped up and she turned it off, meaning it's an old switch that doesn't do anything anymore. Then she turned a light on the other side of the room. So from all of that, she deduced someone must have tried the other switch, then used their phone light to get around in there. The phone in the greenhouse was clearly moved. She saw Emily move it back into place when she got in there. And Emily keeps looking at a shelf off to the side, and something seems to be bothering her about it. So something must be different there that she's not saying. So she doesn't miss a thing, basically. She spotted everything, and she didn't even ask Emily any questions that were relevant to the case. She didn't need to. She just noticed things. And then at that point, she leaves the greenhouse, and she says, okay, the person who called AB that night hadn't been in there before, didn't need a key, and probably took something from that shelf Emily was looking at. She also noticed there was a piece of a leaf next to the pool table upstairs, and there's only one tree in the whole yard that has that type of leaf. And so that person had to be out there near that tree that night. And we saw that there was some shadowy figure out there near the tree before, so that may be the killer. Now, Park here from the FBI doesn't understand why she's looking around and looking for clues elsewhere when Didier has all the motive and opportunity to have been the killer. But he was mad at AB for the gingerbread house thing, the dessert thing that night, the kangaroo dessert thing another time. He was full of rage. But it's too obvious, and she's still hunting for clues. She says that Rylance from Australia saw two people as he was hooking up with Marvella. Someone was smoking under the tree, and someone was going into the shed. So, or AKA greenhouse, I guess. So there were two people out there. I'm thinking one of them is probably the killer. The killer went into the greenhouse or shed and called AB from there. That's where they traced the call. So it could have been anybody since it's unlocked. And Cordelia also finds a cigarette butt near the tree with the distinctive leaf. So she questions Sheila and asks what kind of cigarettes she smokes. She then lies and says she doesn't smoke. Then, ultimately, she takes out the pack because Cordelia has her number and she knows it. She just stares her down until Sheila cracks and takes out the pack of cigarettes. Cordelia actually even guessed the right brand of cigarette. So she asks, why were you in the game room that night? And then the last scene shows someone in black gloves put the gingerbread man in the White House gingerbread house and stuck the knife in his back. It's unclear if it was Didier. I'm not sure if it was him who did that. It just, at the end, it just shows a figure in black gloves. All you see are black gloves right here, putting the little AB with the knife in his back in the gingerbread house. And the episode just ends like that. It's so, yeah, it could have been anybody. Didier may have made that thing and someone found it and put it there. You'd have to have the ability to make that, and Didier would have the ability to do it, but the fact they showed some dark figure putting it in there tells me it was someone else who did that. Anyway, that's that episode. Thankfully, I have screenshots for the rest of episode 4 because that was annoying. I'm going to go to the video. So, from this, honestly, like, I don't even have a suspect list at this point. I just have people who I think are not the killer because it would be too obvious. And Didier would be too obvious. So, yeah. I don't think it's him. He has too many motives. Too many motives. Yeah, I don't think so. Good night. Good night, Debbie. Let's see. Good night, Tabitha. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Can I smoke in here? Anyway. Getting an error message. Hopefully you can still hear me. Anyway, so episode 4 opens with a scene that's not really important to the mystery at all. It's just a little window into how Cordelia Cupp operates and how her mind works. It was just her and her nephew on a trip. So the flashback scene. They're on a bird watching trip. She's hunting for one specific type of bird, and he gets impatient with it. But she insists, they need to find that one specific thing and be persistent with it. And she tells him a story about how her sister had lost a sock, and she basically solved the case of the missing sock when she was a kid. I just analyzed every detail of the whole situation and figured it out. And she did it partly by doing this drawing. She draws things and then writes loads of notes and all the different, like, tiny little calculations. The whole page is covered in stuff. So it's a glimpse into how her mind works, basically. Not important to the mystery itself, but it just shows you a little bit more of her background, and she's great. I mean, she's like one of the classic detectives, like who's the guy in what is it, Poirot? I think his name is Hercule Poirot or something from Agatha Christie's stories, and Benoit Blanc from Knives Out. She's a lot like that. She's a lot like that. She doesn't miss a thing. And she draws a lot. She draws a lot to help her process information. So she drew the game room. She drew all of she doesn't call them suspects. They're not suspects. They're just people she finds interesting. That's what she always says. Like, she doesn't have any suspects. It's just people who are interesting or pieces of information that are interesting. And the detail on these, it's crazy.
Very nice drawing of the chef.
Yeah.
Marvella. I like sex too by her head.
Right by her head, yeah. And it says, "I am going to kill you," right there. And it says sex, violence. That was the Australian foreign minister she hooked up with.
Mm-hmm.
Flames. Yeah. She wanted flames in the dining room and all that stuff. So she writes everything down in minute detail and does these intricate little maps of everything. Pretty wild. Let's see, what does this say? What kind of pen/pencil identity? Who wrote this?
That's the
Oh,
note, I think.
the suicide note.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um, yeah, so Park is testifying in front of Congress. This one is this Didier? Yeah. It's just Didier without his no, that's not Didier. That's Rylance with the blood, I think. So there are certain people she finds interesting. That's one of them. It's Rylance from Australia who hooked up with Marvella. You can see the blood stains on his shirt. He was wearing yeah, he had a bloodstained shirt until he traded with AB. Yeah, it says was with Marvella, went to see AB, then what? Um Come on. Why is this not letting me zoom properly? Ah. Okay,
Yeah, I was
there we
wondering
go.
what the thing was in the corner. Should be like a little box thing with like circles in it.
Wait.
There's one more back, like right here on the like right side.
Yeah, there's a cube. There's a cube. If I can. Yeah, it's too blurry to see what the heck? It's too blurry to see what the writing says, but there's a
Hmm.
cube there with little circles in it. I have no idea what that is. Anyway, so what's the next one here? It says sex slash Marvella. Uh, why something could it not be his? I guess the shirt. Yeah. They saw a figure in the shadows. Trying to see as much as I can of what she wrote in the notebook. Yeah, I'm going to kill you. Shattered glass. Sex with Rylance. Sex, Rylance. On both sides of her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Motives. Yeah. Um Once again, they keep showing that. I love it. I can't
Yeah.
get enough of it. Yeah, I am going to kill you. But she's too obvious.
Yeah. She didn't kill anybody.
No. Then there's Didier, pastry chef, something traditional, gingerbread house says right here. Um, other stuff that I can't read that's too small. Didier Gothard. Um, he's got let's see, security detail with chalk, smudge or something. Um, full
Some
name.
loose smudge on his back.
Yeah, yep. I can't even read this stuff. There's a picture of the knife.
Yeah, I think it's like the different rooms too. The kangaroos on top of the dessert.
She drew a picture of the fighting kangaroo.
The boxing kangaroo.
I didn't even see this until now. I took the screenshots because it showed them really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah, the candy kangaroos. Um, can't read the rest of it. Something maximum unlock meaning behind something. I don't know. So let's see. Edible. Uh, something on ground. And then she drew what looks like, I think his office, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's. I wish I had like sharper images so I could read this.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a lot of writing here. Damn, yeah. It's not HD though, so I can't read it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
That sounds great.
he was really pissed about his kangaroos. He wanted to keep his kangaroos. She took a picture of AB. I mean, drew a picture of AB's wrist. Where is the blood? It says. Reminds me of something that begins with an L. I don't know who wrote this note. Moved, dragged. Yeah, his
Lambdecker?
body. Huh?
Lambdecker. It says
Oh,
Lambdecker.
I don't know what that is.
It looks like a last name.
Right. And so she thinks his body may have been moved or dragged. Let's see.
It's a really nice
Suspicion.
hand. Hands are hard to draw, from my experience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
draw hands well. That's a really well drawn hand.
all of her drawings are great. Says something else. Other features suspicious. Something, something. I can't read that.
Blade used.
Blade use. Oh, yeah. I was rushing to take screenshots of these because they were going by so quick.
That's the kind of stuff they should make merch out of, like the notebook. I would buy one of those.
Oh, yeah. They totally should. What did that say? Wait. What is that? Marker? Something? I have no idea. Thought I
Marks
could
made
read it.
on Marks made on something rust.
Oh, okay.
My dad has really bad handwriting, so I would have to decipher it,
Yeah. Yeah. My grandfather had like really bad handwriting. It was like chicken scratch. It's hard to read.
Oh, she even drew the
Sheila.
tree. She even drew the tree that Sheila stood under.
Oh yeah, yeah. She drew the tree. There's the tree. Sheila and a giant cigarette. Uh, she's got the brand of cigarette written there and everything.
Mammoth.
Yep. So she's another person she finds interesting. She won't call them suspects. Just interesting. And Sheila's interesting, all right. Sheila is interesting. I freaking love Sheila. She's hilarious. More Sheila, please. Um, what is this? Sheila game room. It says Sheila game room. She's standing there holding a tray with a glass on it. There's I forget what you call this thing that you put liquor
Oh, a
in.
decanter. Decanter
Yeah.
of vodka.
Yes. She drew that. So she figured out that Sheila had to have been in the game room. That's why that glass was on the windowsill. She delivered it there. So she interviews Sheila, and she she was asking like Sheila, if she drank at the party, and Sheila said no. And then you see like other people being questioned about it. They're like, oh yeah, this guy did this gesture, like, oh yeah, yeah, she was drinking all right. Uh, I love when they question suspects and the suspects say something, or or anybody that they're questioning. They say an answer and then immediately you cut to someone else contradicting that answer and
Yeah.
saying something else and then something else. Like, and I like when they also show different versions of flashbacks based on the different stories that they're being told too. It's funny. Just to go outside with her and continue to talk, and so they basically call her on it that, okay, yeah, they get her to admit that she was up there um, because they interviewed, Nan Cox, the president's mother-in-law, and she had said she received a vodka that night, and it would have been Sheila's job to bring it to her. So they catch her on that. It was always her job to do that. That's why we see her in different outfits here. This is a flashback to different nights that she's always bringing her vodka. I love this lady. Oh my god. What's her name again?
Anne.
Yeah, in real life, Jane Curtin.
Oh, Jane Curtin, yeah.
Yeah, I love Jane Curtin. She's great. She was on Third Rock from the Sun, the
She was
90s.
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, she was. She's hilarious. She loves her liquor. So, oh yeah, that's a shot of again some of the evidence she figured out that was a leaf from that one particular tree out in the yard. There's only one tree like it. She found that distinctive cigarette butt near that tree, the kind of cigarette that Sheila smokes, and so she connects it to the glass on the windowsill and figures out that Sheila was in the game room that night too. And she gets her to admit it. So it's hilarious. She tells so many different versions of the story, and they keep catching her in lie after lie. Like, she doesn't smoke. Oh wait, yeah, she does smoke. And Park does this hilarious thing near the end where he like goes through all the different stories. Like, yeah, no, I wasn't drinking. Oh yeah, I was drinking. Oh no, I didn't sit down with the guests. Oh yes, I did. I was asked to. Oh no, I don't smoke. Oh yeah, I do. I like. I wasn't in the game room. Oh, yes, I was. Yeah, actually, no, I was in the game room. I didn't bring her vodka. Yes, I did. Like, so many lies. And it makes her look guilty as sin, but again, it's too obvious. I don't think it's her. It's just way too obvious. And Park, he's too, like, too easily swayed by things. I mean, he just got done thinking it was Didier who did it. He was positive of that, and now he thinks it's got to be her. Like, it's just too obvious. It's too in your face. I go through what happened here, how she wound up sitting at a table with the guests. She was so she was told to leave the dining room, and she was very upset about that on the night of the state dinner. And it was because she was sitting there with the former first lady. And but the thing is, she was asked to.
Yeah, she's kind of buddies with the prior first lady.
Yeah,
I like it. Says I used to live here.
Yeah, her name is Kim Abkin. It just says I used to live here. She's the former first lady, and she really loves Sheila. She loves Sheila. She's like a person full of life, entertaining. The Abkins loved her. She doesn't really care. She doesn't care for the Morgans. They don't appreciate her. They just don't really notice her. And in this case, they were not happy with her that night because they did not like that she was sitting at the table with the former first lady. But apparently she was asked to do it, though, because there was an empty seat there. There was an empty seat there, so it's like, okay, it wasn't really her fault. I mean, she was asked to do it because, you don't want to have an empty seat. Anyway, I'll get to that. Well, I'm going to get ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to get ahead of myself because the story is told in kind of a topsy-turvy way, of course. So this scene was where they were talking about the seating chart. The seating chart made it really difficult. And he was saying, what was it? No tents. So they were arguing over whether it was going to be indoors or outdoors. He's like,
he has a problem with tents.
Yes, for some reason, the first gentleman, husband to the president, he's like, no tents. He keeps saying it over and over. So they were arguing over whether it would be indoors and outdoors. They wanted it to be outdoors with tents, and Elliot vetoed that. Um, yeah. So you hear from the different people about that situation, and then like they were talking about how difficult it is when you don't have a seating chart, and they told conflicting stories basically. Ms. Haney
Yeah,
didn't
I
admit.
really like that. I really like the scene where they all come in. It's really like choreographed. All the people coming into the dining room.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be. They said it has to be choreographed carefully. Um and so like they were talking about how this Ms. Haney, she claimed that they had seating charts planned, and Raleigh and this other I think Raleigh and I think one other person said there were no seating charts. So they're all telling conflicting stories about how things were going, and the seating chart is very important with these dinners. It has to be perfectly planned out with where everyone is going to sit. They have all these butlers come in and practice. Um, and they finally settled on 221 guests, and they would have it in the state dining room and the red room. Um, Raleigh claims that they did have a number and they were prepared, but what they weren't prepared for was this dude. He screwed the whole thing up. This shows Rickon,
Hmm.
basically. Uh, it's Saint Pierre is his name. So he screwed the whole thing up. They had it planned out pretty much, and he's like, "We should be outside in a tent." Again, Elliot's like, "No tents." I don't know what he has against tents, but he really does not want a tent. So Saint Pierre suggests the grand foyer, and his girlfriend here, who runs all the social activities, Lily, she just she wants to do everything he wants to do. She's so obsessed with him, I guess, that she'll go with anything that he says, and uh, he's like, "Here we go again. We can't. We won't. We didn't do that when I started working here 150 years ago."
Vampire.
Yeah, yeah. He's mocking AB, you know. AB's been there a long time. He's been there 150 years. Oh, this is funny. He said, "The first time I wrote a #1 New York Times best-selling memoir, people said, 'Ugh, there's no way he can do it again.' But then my ghostwriter said she could pump out more books, no
Oh yeah.
problem. I've now written 14 memoirs." What the hell?
I think it's about the same amount of books that Rickon had on the bestseller list.
Yeah, I think
Does he have
so.
anything with the word gadfly in one of the titles?
Mm,
Alina
yeah.
Saltanic is being launched into space.
Yeah, he said he said, "My latest memoir, Authentic, is being launched into space." What the fuck? Yeah, he's our Rickon. He's our Rickon of the Residents. I love this guy now. He's hilarious. Um, I couldn't really find him that funny in episode 3 because he upset poor Didier and took away his gingerbread house. But in this one, I gotta admit, he won me over. He was hilarious. Um, and look, he's so serious about it too. I swear, he could be Rickon's younger brother. He looks like him. He
Hmm.
acts like him. He's so Rickon. He's just Rickon. He's manscaped Rickon. That's what he is. He's like what they used to call metrosexual Rickon.
Hmm.
He's more, except not the way he dresses, but like his hair and his beard. Very neat. Very neat. Um. Anyway, so he's like he wants to eat around the grand foyer with a fountain, and he's not even thinking about how much this is going to cost. Like, where's the money going to come from? And he's like, and Lily says, "Where does the money ever come from, AB? It comes from another pile of money. That's how money works." Okay, God, She's such an airhead. You know, she's a total cliche, but I enjoy her character anyway. Um, such an airhead though, because she can't think for herself either. She just wants to do whatever her weird new age boyfriend wants to do and lets him take over. So Ms. Haney explains this is, pretty typical that social secretaries and their people, kind of clash with the more traditionalist folks in the White House. Like we've always done things our own way in the White House. It's a structural conflict. It's the us versus them again. So she comes back to that. This was just more extreme than the usual us versus them. Like they got into a shouting match. Um, so like, yeah, they're yelling and it's complete chaos between Marvella, Didier, Sheila, Raleigh, Lily, St. Pierre. I'm actually remembering the names. I can't believe it.
Mhm.
I'm usually very bad with remembering names from people in series I've just started to watch. And this series has a shit ton of characters,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
for some reason they're sticking in my head. So, um, so yeah, they're yelling and screaming. And anyway, because of St. Pierre, the Red Room was out. He doesn't like the Red Room because he
I
associates.
love this part.
I know, right? He's like he doesn't like the Red Room because he associates it with evil things. Red Scare, Red Bull, well, Red Rum, Red. Not that Red Bull is evil, but but he thinks that these are bad things. He's like Red Scare, Red Bull, Red Rum. So rednecks, Red Wedding, Red Lobster.
Sure.
He even threw a little shout out to Game of Thrones with the Red Wedding.
Well, I throw it out to Shining too with Red Rum.
The Red Rum, yes, The Shining, and that wasn't the first Shining reference in this show either.
Mm.
Um, remember, in one episode when they were doing the tour, they walked by the freezer room, the
Oh
walk-in
yeah,
freezer.
yeah. Uh-huh.
The guy was like, I've seen The Shining. I'm not going in there." I think it was Edwin Park, the FBI
Yeah,
agent.
yeah.
I love it. I love The Shining. It's classic. Clearly the writer of this show liked The Shining too. Um, Anyway, so they had to cut 75 people from the guest list because they switched rooms. And that threw the seating chart into chaos. This is how great this show is. Something as simple as a seating chart, which you would think is boring, turns into a series of hilarious scenes. Um, they talk about what a big issue it was, and Lily spent so much time um, worrying about it, about where this was going to happen, that she didn't even think about who was actually going to sit in which seat. So it was total chaos. She claims that she had a seating chart. He's like, there was no seating chart. No, I take that back. She had 15 seating charts. 15.
Mhm.
So it's just a complete mess. And because St. Pierre couldn't be at the actual dinner, he was calling in changes right up to the point where people were being seated. Then someone else. Oh my god, yeah, so he's, like, laying in some kind of I don't know what kind of bath that is, it looks like mud. I think he's taking a mud bath. He's of course he is. He's taking a mud bath. So right up to the moment people were being seated, he's calling in changes, and then Raleigh says, "No, it was worse than that. People were already seated, and we were asked to move them." That's really bad. This is a state dinner with world leaders. The president, the prime minister of Australia, you know yeah, it was a complete shit show. Um, then we've got our George McCutcheon again, the third one. There are three of them in the White House. This is the one who actually is related to all this. Um, yeah, he was saying like these staff people, some of them are stuck in the 1960s. Some of them literally. Some of them literally.
Yeah.
I think it was Lily who said that. That's our George McCutcheon. That's him. So they
Like
must have
Kennedy.
taken a picture. They must have just taken a picture, this is so funny, of when this actor was young, because that looks like the actor as a
Mhm.
younger man, and they just photoshopped the show, photoshopped him into a
That's a real
picture.
picture. That's real.
Uh, yeah, he really worked the Kennedy administration,
Uh-huh.
yeah. He's been there, God, 60 years or whatever. Um, long ago was that? 60 years or something? Yeah, sure. Um,
Yeah, 60 years.
yeah, early 60s of like 60 something years. Um, anyway, Raleigh's like, Lily says, literally anything you ask them to do, it's like, we haven't done that before. Well, okay, we're doing it now. So it's the old guard versus the new in this White House a lot, basically. And so they were shuffling around seats, and she's like, "What's the number one rule of hosting?" Um,
The good
no
wine.
empty. Someone said, "Hide the good wine." She said, "No no empty seats." There were empty seats, and they had to be filled. It's like at the Grammys or something, or those award shows on TV. There are
Mhm.
seat fillers. You don't want
Yeah.
seats to be empty on camera, so they actually have regular people go fill in the empty seats at award shows on TV. I guess it's the same in the White House. You don't want empty seats. So, so basically, the former First Lady, Mrs. Abkin, asked if Sheila could be the one to sit there because she loves Sheila. And so Lily said she could do this. She had permission from Lily. She thought it was more important that the former First Lady of the United States have a good time than we have one extra butler on the floor. And Sheila, of course, loved that. Um, she was more than happy to sit there and drink with her. Um, and and the First Lady, the former First Lady, says, because she was my favorite. I know I shouldn't say that, but I don't live here anymore, and I don't give a hoot. The lines the lines in this one were so funny, I had to take screenshots with the captions, which I don't normally
Mhm.
do, but
Yeah.
it's just so funny. She said, yeah, so that would move things along, and she says, "I didn't kill him." She says, "It's honestly very sad. I worked with a man for 8 years." I've worked with people who I've wanted to kill. So that's what Cordelia says in
Mhm.
response. She's like, because the First Lady, the former First Lady, she's like, "I didn't kill him. I worked with the man for 8 years. It was very sad." And Cordelia says, "Well, I've worked with people who I've wanted to kill." I mean, who hasn't, right? She says, "No, AB Winter and I always got along." And then they do this funny cut again where someone's contradicting her. Raleigh, they never got along. And then this lady's the White House painter. I don't remember her name, but she says, that's not really true. Everybody got along with Kim Adkin. It was impossible not to. I gotta tell you, I trust this lady more than anybody
Mhm.
on the show. This lady seems like the most honest, genuine person on the whole show. I trust everything that she says. Now watch her turn out to be the killer after I said that.
Put her on the sus list.
I just went on record saying that, and
Put put her
watch her
under
turn out.
interesting.
Yes. File her under interesting because she's so damn trustworthy. She's remember, she was the one in episode 2, I think. It was 1 or 2 who said that she was very really close friends with AB for many years, and and it was devastating. He was like her best friend. It was really hard to watch him struggling so much with this White House. She was almost teary-eyed, and I believe her. I believe her. Um, she was saying everybody got along with Kim Adkin. It was impossible not to. AB didn't have any issues with her, but Sheila was a problem. Um, so certain people just don't get along with certain administrations. I guess the Lincolns had Tom Pendle, whoever that is. I've never heard of him. The Kennedys had Preston Bruce. So did the Eisenhower. Actually, so did the Eisenhowers. Um, when Wilson German's wife was sick, let's see, Wilson was a butler here. LBJ sent his personal doctors to treat her. So every White House has their favorite, basically, is what she's saying. Sheila Cannon was the Abkins favorite, and it wasn't even close. But she just didn't click with the Morgan administration, and this was difficult for AB because Sheila just wasn't his style. She's loud, a jokester, a character, a big personality. So she was so happy when the Abkins were there, being that type of personality. She fit in and crashed when they left. It shows her wailing.
No.
Like, no, no, yeah. She's devastated. And yeah, so some people get attached to certain administrations. Um, but George said when the election returns came in 92, shit, I was depressed for a month. All those people running around playing all this Fleetwood Mac. And it plays Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow. And Bill Clinton, it's real footage. Bill Clinton and Hillary after they defeated Bush, and you've got Fleetwood Mac
Yeah,
performing.
Stevie Nicks there, looking good.
Yep, wearing a top hat. Um, playing Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow. And George said, well, I was thinking about tomorrow, and I thought it sucked. It's so great. Uh, so, so Sheila was constantly griping about the Morgans and missing the Abkins. Um, and see, Beyonce did not sing at their wedding. Nelson Mandela didn't give him that dog. What? I don't remember that line. Who said that? Was
No,
that
she's
Sheila?
just talking. Like, she just talks when people are working. Like, she's
Oh,
just talking about gossip. And then she's sitting there, like, when this other guy's trying to work, this gossiping at him.
oh, that's right. She's a talker, Sheila. She's a character. Honestly, she might be my favorite on the whole show because
That's the
she's
carpenter.
hilarious. Yeah, so yeah, that she was bothering the electrician, the carpenter,
She's just
munching on.
sitting there eating chips or whatever.
Yeah, she's eating chips when she should be working or doing something. Just talking about how someone's trying to impress everyone, speaking all these different languages. They know good and well they got Google Translate right in their pocket. And so the painter lady here says there was tension between Sheila and AB because of all this. Um, so Sheila has motive to kill AB too. I don't think it's her because it's too obvious. There were accusations that the Abkins had taken certain property with them and speculation that Sheila helped with that.
Yeah.
Um, and someone said she did. It was never proven. But then, like, people are saying different things. It was never proven. Someone else says it was proven. Um, and there were hurt feelings all around, especially mine. Um, sorry, this is so slow. I've got to get the new router set up. Maybe then it'll be faster. So Sheila on the job would call up Mrs. Adkins and gossip with her about,
Yeah.
about everything happening in the house, which infuriated AB. There's AB watching her over there in the corner. Oh, I love this lady. You know who she reminds me of? Oh, what's her name? I gotta look her up. She reminds me of this lady. She was on. Did you ever see Scream Queens?
Yeah, I did.
Scream Queens was a hilarious show. The first season was great. Second season sucked. Um, and the lady on it, Niecy Nash. This lady kind of reminds me of
Oh,
Niecy
Niecy
Nash.
Nash. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got you.
She's got that similar boisterous, funny personality. Really similar to Niecy Nash on Scream Queens, and I don't know what she's like on other shows, but she's been on a lot of things.
Mhm.
Anyway, it was bugging me who she reminded me of, and that's it. It finally clicked. So so yeah, Sheila like felt protected, and she kind of let loose. Um, so there are 3 rules of the White House according to Ms. Haney. Rule number 1: don't gawk at the guests. And then you see Sheila breaking every one of the rules.
Looking at you, Jeff.
Oh God, it's Hugh Jackman. It's Hugh Jackman. Does anybody else see him? So yeah, she's gawking all right. She's gawking a lot. Rule number 2: Don't talk to the guests unless necessary. And then it shows her rambling on to a bunch of people in the bathroom. Rule number 3, don't hover. And it shows her, look at her, right in the background there, hovering right behind the former first lady, hovering there, hovering. And then she's like, more hovering, then we're hovering behind more guests. It's like she wants to be in on the action. She's like, well, whatever, I was having fun. I'm surprised the Morgans would even invite Mrs. Abkin given the history. They didn't really know the history. So she's just sitting there enjoying herself. And so Raleigh said, he basically said that the Morgans didn't really know the history of Sheila with the Abkins, but now they saw it and they weren't happy with it. There's the president right there, the president, noticing all this. And because the president is not happy here in the middle, AB had to do something about it. Because AB has to keep the president happy. Like, he's the chief usher of the White House. That's his top concern, really. So he gets Raleigh to go get Sheila away from the table. And AB doesn't like to fight, especially in public. Normally he'd bring you in somewhere, close the door, but that's not what happened. Sheila wanted to have it out right there, and they basically get into a shouting match right in front of other people in the next room about that whole situation. And she was sitting at the table because the first lady asked her. She's like, she's the first lady. He says she is not the first lady. She's the former first lady, and that's your problem, that you don't understand that we don't work for her. We don't work for the Morgans. We work for this house, and we take care of this house. That's what the staff are really there for. It's not serving any particular administration. Shouldn't hold favoritism toward any particular administration. Like, you serve this house for the president and his family while they live here. That's how it works. And we should not be doing anything that brings this house into disrepute. She's like, I don't know what that means. He says, that means don't sit while you're working. And don't get drunk with the guests. To be fair, Lily did ask her to sit there, but she probably shouldn't have been getting drunk. And he's like, that means stop singing, stop dancing, and stop flirting with Hugh Jackman. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's so funny. She's like, wait, hold on. It's Hugh Jackman. Yeah. Then he tells her she's off the floor. Do not go back on that floor again. And he wants to talk to her in his office the next morning. She's like, I need to tell Mrs. Abkin. He tells her no, she can't. She says that'll be rude if I don't go tell her. And he says no, she can't go back in there. And in front of a bunch of witnesses, she yells, "Fuck you, AB. I am busting my ass here trying to keep this fun." So she's looking more and more guilty, but again, it's too obvious. He says, it is not your job to keep this fun. Your job is to serve dinner plates and refill water. You're not a fucking jester. He was pretty harsh. Like, this is the first time we've seen him lose his cool. He's always so calm and collected. But he let loose. And she looks very upset by it. He says, you're not a fucking jester. And she says, this is not about your traditions and protocols. This house is supposed to be alive. I'm just trying to give it a little life. Other than that, what is it? It might as well be a museum. To which she replies, it is a museum, Sheila. Half the house is literally a museum, which is true. The White House, like, half of it is like a museum. You can take tours. He says, I want to see you in my office first thing in the morning. Stay off the floor for the rest of the night. And Cordelia asks Sheila how she felt about that. And she plays it cool. About what? About you asking him to come in early in the morning. She's like, did that upset you? And Sheila says, no, not really. Which was a lie. Then you immediately, she says, I didn't even know what that meant. Then you immediately see flashbacks because she's lying, saying, I didn't read anything into it. And you immediately, I love how they showed us that you immediately cut to scenes that show people are lying. She's panicking, like, he's gonna fire me. To anybody who would listen going around, oh, he's gonna fire me. He is absolutely gonna fire me. He said, come in the morning and talk. He wants to talk. Do you know who the last person he said that to was? Connor Prentice. The guy's like, oh yeah, I remember him. The butler with the hair. This dude with the mullet.
Yeah.
Nice hair. Nice mullet. He's like, I liked that dude. What happened to him? He was fired. I loved these lines so much. I had to take screenshots of all of the captions. It's so fucking funny. So she's asked if, you didn't think your job was on the line, you might be fired. And Sheila says, worst case, I guess I thought maybe he was going to sit down and reset expectations. He's going to sit me down. And then she tells someone else in a flashback, he's going to sit me down and he's going to fire me. Yes, he is. This is the calligrapher. He says, you are not the only staff person who was sitting out there in the dining room. And she's like, of course I wasn't. Rosalind, for one, the curator, she was sitting. Rosalind Chase, White House curator. So yeah, she was sitting too. And then he shows the place setting, which is illegible. The calligrapher was having some problems that night. I think he might need some medical attention.
Yeah, we might have to. I wonder if we hear his story.
I know. I want to know more about what the hell is going on with this calligrapher. Why can't he write anything but completely illegible gobbledygook? You can't recognize a single letter in it. And he's a calligrapher. You know how difficult it is to do calligraphy? And it's just a bunch of scribbles. So something's up with this guy. I think he might need some medical attention or something. Then they were thinking that weird dude with the creepy eyes was a staff member who was sitting, but yeah, the guy looking up at the ceiling. He's just looking up at the ceiling. He's such a weirdo. They thought he was a contract butler, but the calligrapher said no, he was a guest. I wrote his card too, and it's more scribbles. Yeah. What the fuck is this? You can't read anything. We still don't even know this calligrapher's name because when he held up his name card, it was illegible scribbles.
Yes. Yep.
So we need to look into this guy. Maybe he's a suspect. And she looks at it and she's like, are you okay? He says, it's been a tough night. So what's his story? Maybe we'll get it eventually. Raleigh says that this wasn't their first fight, and it certainly wasn't the first time Sheila bad-mouthed Mr. Winter, aka AB. So she's like, okay, maybe I'm forgetting one time, but I don't think I've ever said a bad word about the man. Yeah, okay. And someone said I heard her say unseemly things before. She called him a corpse. But she's never said a bad word about the man. Just the Undertaker and corpse. See, AB talks tough, but I can't think of anyone he's actually fired, according to Raleigh. But then they show another clip of the dude with the hair. Yeah, another shot of the hair dude.
He looks like another fun person. He looks like he's the felicitator of fun.
He sure does. So Raleigh, huh?
I said, well, it's our business up front and party in the back.
Yes, indeed. So Raleigh was telling her, I think you're going to be okay. And this is when she was worried she was going to be fired. She said she started working at a Waffle House when she was 17. 50 hours a week for 6 years. Damn, that's crazy. And she said, all I ever thought about was working here. Uh, this was her dream. She's like, this was my dream, but I was actually awake, as if people have never heard of that concept of a non-literal dream. She's like, I had this dream about working here, except, it wasn't a dream. You know what I'm saying? I was awake. Yeah, we get it. You didn't have to explain that part. But okay. She said, that's what I wanted. Waffle House to the White House. That's a glow up. She said, how many people can say that? That is a glow up, all right. So this job means a whole lot to her. And she would have motive to kill him. She would. She's very happy here. And she says, so here's where she sounds super guilty. Okay. She's like, I'm very happy here. And I don't want to leave here. And I'm not going to let it happen. I am not going to let it happen. Sounding guiltier and guiltier. He says, okay, good. Fight for yourself. Acknowledge you messed up, you made some mistakes, and vow to do better. And he won't fire you if he believes you and believes in you. She said, no, he won't fire me. She said, no, that's not it. He won't fire me if he isn't here anymore. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that makes her look super sus, of course, that she said that. There's dramatic music playing, and then this guy pops up. I freaking love this dude. We need more of him. Jason Lee, I believe, playing the president's brother, his ne'er-do-well idiot brother, who was walking around in his bathrobe with his hair standing on end again. And he just randomly shows up and he's just like, oh, these look fucking awesome. Look, it's like little boxing kangaroos. He likes the kangaroos. Unfortunately, yeah, AB wasn't a fan and the Australians were offended, so they had to get rid of the kangaroos. He just took a bunch of these and went up to his room. This is just random. Sheila admits. So once again, she changes her story again after lying yet again. She admits that she fought with AB and it was bad. She said some things that she really, really regrets. Like, fuck you, AB, in front of witnesses. She's like, I called him names. I don't think I ever called him Crypt Keeper. And then there's, of course, a cut to a scene where she's calling him Crypt Keeper. She says, I did think he was going to fire me. I started to think I might be able to get him fired. I don't know. I thought I would talk to Ms. Abkid or something. That's all I meant, really. But I said it. It's terrible. I admit that. All of it. All true. But that doesn't change anything about what I told you about what happened up there on the 3rd floor. So she's admitting, after being caught in all of these lies, that yes, she did say all that stuff to AB, things she regrets. She just thought that she could get him fired. That's how he wouldn't be there anymore, rather than, murdering him. Then she says, okay, it doesn't change anything about what happened on the 3rd floor. Mrs. Cox called down. I brought her the vodka. I stopped at the game room, took a few shots. You can see why now. She had admitted earlier in the episode that she stopped in the game room and before she delivered the vodka to Nan Cox, she had some shots of vodka in the game room. And so she had admitted that. She said, this is why she was upset about what happened with AB. So she took some shots in the game room. And then she says, I gave her the vodka. I get that the way I've acted tonight might be kind of suspicious, but what I just told you, that is the truth. Now, can we believe her? Well, I do, only because she looks too obvious to be the killer. I think it's too in your face. But then she's caught in yet another lie. Because Cordelia calls her on it. She says, except you didn't give her the vodka. Nan Cox told us she never received the vodka. I had forgotten about this detail in the first episode. She was the first person they interviewed, Nan, and she said, I ordered vodka. It never came. And Cordelia didn't see any sign of the vodka in her room. And Jasmine said she saw you carrying the bottle to Ms. Cox after Mr. Winter was already dead. So Ms. Haney saw her. That was that scene where she saw her, and she was about to try to carry the vodka up to A.B. Winter. And Ms. Haney said, no, you can't go up there. There's been an incident. This was that flashback we saw to episode 1. There's been an incident. Put that away. Stay off the second and third floors. So, yeah. So she never did deliver the vodka. She was up there. She was up there at some point and drank, but she never brought Nan the vodka. Then she's like, can I smoke in here? So now she's getting stressed because she was caught in yet another lie. And Park is now convinced that it was her. He's like, she's she switched her story too many times. You know, like, I was just on the third floor delivering vodka because I needed a drink. Because I was taken off the dining room floor, and I have no idea why I was taken off the dining room floor, but I was really sad, and I needed to drink. And oh yeah, now I remember why I was taken off the dining room floor. It was because I was sitting at a table getting drunk with the First Lady. So she's changing her story so many times, and he's right. You know, she was caught in a lot of lies. She had like several different stories, but it's just too obvious. And then he goes on, and oh yeah, I got into a huge fight with my boss, the one who was murdered, but I forgot to tell you that. Oops, okay, it took a while to load. But anyway, it doesn't matter because I did not think I was going to be fired, except wait. I did think I was going to be fired from my dream job, which isn't my dream job. But it doesn't matter either because I did deliver the vodka, except I didn't deliver the vodka. I gotta say that this guy was hilarious. I mean, I'm starting to enjoy his performance more and more. That was great. And like normally he's just kind of a straight man to Cordelia's quirkiness, but this was really funny. And he's asking her why she's sitting there sketching again. Then the national parks leader shows up and says he heard that she was interviewing Emily earlier, who's the White House gardener, and he just wants to say that Emily, like everyone in the park service, is dedicated. He wanted to basically vouch for his you know, the person working under him, Emily. He was wondering why Cordelia is drawing, and yeah, so and then yeah, the FBI guy is like giving the national parks guy a hard time. I guess they look down on them, like he's like, oh, like you're better than us. Like we don't even deserve to be here. Well, I'll have you know that everyone else in this building has the deepest respect for the park police. And Harry's just being an asshole. What the fuck are you still doing here? Um, and being rude to Larry as usual. Larry, the local DC cop. Um, and Park says that Emily was lying. Um, and what else? Oh yeah, and then this dude, I love him. He's like obsessed with Kylie Minogue. That's the Secret Service guy. He just pops in briefly. I forget his name, but yeah, he's been feeding Kylie Minogue and Hugh Jackman before everybody else. He's like, well, it's like being on an airplane, putting your mask on before helping others. No, that's not like that at all, dude. That's not like that at all. He's just starstruck. Anyway, so let's see what happens from there. Yeah, they were joking about Nan and her drinking, and meanwhile, Cordelia is just sketching away more. I wish I could see this a little better, but it's pretty much chicken scratch. It's very hard to see. I can't even tell what the hell she wrote at all. Maybe I'll try and get some better quality images from the downloaded version, but she writes down 2 trips. So she figures out that Sheila was in the game room twice. Not once, but twice. Game room is where AB was murdered. So while all these idiots are standing there arguing, all these dudes, as she likes to call them, she's been sketching away. They underestimate her and think that she's ridiculous for sitting there sketching, like she's not paying attention to what's going on, but she's the one who's actually zeroing in on all the evidence. She asks if Ann Dodge is here yet. And then she was like, okay, let me know when she gets here. And I won't let you lie to. Oh yeah, she tells Sheila, "You're just gonna lie to me again, and then I'm gonna have to listen to his impression of you," which is terrible. Meaning Park, who was doing an impression of her. So she's like, "Look, you were up on the 3rd floor tonight. In fact, you were up there twice. The first time you were so pissed about having to do this, you came up with a decanter and a tray, but you forgot the glass. How do I know this? You put the decanter on the pool table. That I know. I don't believe you'd have done that if you still had the tray." So this is what that stain was that she noticed in the first episode on the pool table. It came from that tray. Um, so she had she had the decanter, yeah, but she didn't have a glass because she was so distracted. So she left the decanter, which left a stain, took the tray, and if she took the tray, it means you needed something to you needed the tray to bring something back, something you forgot, a glass. You went downstairs, got the glass, came back upstairs, decided you needed a drink, deserved a drink, and so you drank. Not 1 shot, not 2 shots, not 3 shots, the whole bottle. You drank the whole bottle. Now you had no vodka and no glass. How do I know this? Well, a few minutes later, Jasmine stopped you in the elevator as you tried to bring up a decanter of vodka to Ms. Cox. As you tried to bring up a decanter of vodka to Ms. Cox, and we still know there was a used glass on the sill, rather. So she never brought her the vodka, and she basically drank the whole bottle herself, and then left the glass on the windowsill, and that was what was found at the crime scene, the empty glass. And she just deduced all of this while all of these idiots were arguing around her. And she's like, now I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and now that you know what I can do and what I will do if you lie to me again, I'd appreciate your honest answers. So she's like, she's asking, so she knows now that Sheila is the one who was out there near that special tree, the only tree like it in the whole yard where the leaf was, where the leaf came from at the crime scene. She's asking if she saw anyone while she was out there at the tree. Sheila's like, you want me to tell you what I saw specifically? And then you get a clip of Marvella and Rylance screwing against the tree, of course. And she also said someone came down this way along the path and went in there, meaning the garden shed. She didn't see who it was, she says. Did you? And then she's like, did you see anybody on the 3rd floor? And Sheila says, no, but I saw them. I don't think they saw me. I saw them. Cordelia asks who, and she says, I don't know. I was drunk. She had a whole bottle of alcohol. So basically, this was her view. She couldn't see anything. She drank a whole bottle of vodka, and that was her view. She doesn't know if it was a man or a woman or anything. So she may have seen the murderer up there, but she was so drunk that she couldn't even see anything. But she saw something at the end of the hall at 9:48. she points out, like everyone else does, there are a lot of clocks in the White House, so she noted the time. And then Cordelia asks her another question. Like, did you kill A.B. Winter? And then the Secret Service guy just shows up randomly and interrupts. But she asks this dude, the medical examiner. So the medical examiner comes in and he says that he'd been dead. AB had been dead a half an hour when they found him. He ascertained that. So 9:30. And so the medical examiner says, like, this is just a preliminary thing, so she can't be certain yet, but she's saying she thinks that he'd been dead for half an hour when they found him. And she's like, I don't, this is just preliminary, because the next thing I know, I'm going to be sitting in front of some fucking congressional committee trying to defend what I'm telling you right now. So let me just state very clearly, this is a very preliminary, very informal estimate, and I don't want to be in front of a congressional committee. And then what happens? Boom, she's in front of a congressional committee later on. This is, of course, in the future, and being questioned about it. Being questioned about what she told Cordelia on the state of AB's body. She said, I told her that toxicology was still inconclusive, but there were signs of non-fatal poisoning. So, non-fatal poisoning. Interesting. So it seems like he didn't die of poisoning. That's an interesting detail there to note. So there was poison, but maybe that wasn't what killed him. Not enough to kill him anyway. So she gave a very preliminary assessment of the cause of death. Blunt force trauma to the back of his head. She said she believes his wrists were cut after he was already dead, which is what Cordelia Cupp already figured out in the first episode. So he did not slit his wrists himself. His wrists were cut after he was already dead, according to this examiner. The preliminary assessment, anyway. She said she never had access to the body again and didn't have any final conclusions. If Sheila was telling the truth about the time she was up there, so Cordelia says, if Sheila was telling the truth about this, so the time that she was up there, and if Ann Dodge is right about the time of death, and Ann Dodge is always right about everything, then Winter wasn't killed in here, because Sheila would have seen him. That means he was taken in there, he was moved in there. That's not the room where he died. Sheila told us she left here at 9:48 p.m., at which point Winter had already been dead for 20 minutes, which means she either missed the dead body in the room with her, and he's like, she was drunk, but is anyone ever that drunk? Or he was moved after she left. And he says, or maybe Sheila Cannon is lying because she killed him. But Cordelia believes her. She believes her even after all the lying, changing her story so many times. She believes her at this point, and personally I do too, actually. So she says, I believe her because I think he was moved. And then she goes into her explanation for why. The way his shoes were coming off, the way his pants were gathered at the waist, I have always thought he was moved. So yeah, his body seems to have been moved from somewhere else. Dragged. That's what she thinks. At least part way. He still thinks maybe it was possible the guy was suicidal, brought the bottle of liquor in a glass upstairs where no one could see him, drank the bottle, then cut his wrists, fell back, hit his head on the pool table, and died. And that would be consistent with what Ann Dodge said, meaning the medical examiner. And it also explains the suicide note, which Cordelia still hasn't been able to explain. But she doesn't think it makes sense because Sheila would have seen him and ignored him, like the dead body in the room. So Yeah, I believe Sheila at this point. Like Cordelia says, why would Sheila say she was up here when she wasn't? He says maybe she was trying to hide something else. What about the bottle, the decanter? In your scenario, Winter drinks himself into a stupor, slits his wrists, falls, and dies. So where's the bottle? So that wouldn't make sense. So she's right and he's wrong, of course. She's smarter, as usual. For his idea to make sense, he would have had to have the bottle of liquor. Um, he's like, maybe he took it downstairs and came back up. No, that doesn't make any sense. Um, Also, Ann Dodge said the wrists were slit after he died. So he's wrong about that too, which I picked up on. Maybe he didn't kill himself. But he no, this part I'm not sure what he said. Something about something with his knife in the body and tried to burn his knife at the broken incinerator. Um, Maybe the guy, remember the guy who admitted to being in the game room with his knife and the body and tried to burn his. Oh, this is it. This is the part I missed. He said, remember the guy who admitted to being in the game room with his knife and the body and tried to burn his knife in the broken incinerator. So now he's going back to Didier again. So there's also him. Sheila said she wanted to kill Winter because she said he won't fire me if he isn't here. And she was drunk. No, she's like, she was drunk. I mean, know how many times I've said I want to kill someone when I was drunk? Um, so and then there's Marvella. She said she wanted to kill him too. And yeah, there's a lot of suspects. So the point is there are a lot of compelling suspects, and it's kind of a mess right now trying to weed through them all. Um, let me see. I'll just check in with you guys really quick before I continue. We're almost done here. Um, I love Marvella too, Doc. He's hilarious. Hey, Bill Chill. Ryan, hey. Nice to see you. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Digital castration? What in the hell? What is going on? What are you guys talking about? Your minds are in the gutter. Jesus. What the hell? Who started this? Who started this? Dieter? I'm guessing it was Dieter. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So, yeah, I'm not on my game as much as usual tonight, guys, because of my pain level. And my mind is all over the place, so I didn't see the chat for a while. Normally, I look at the chat a whole lot more, as you know. Um, oh, it's you, Doc, huh? You're the culprit? Yeah. Yeah. If we got caught, everybody run. Yeah, was just wondering what the hell happened here. Ryan's castration was highlighted. Yeah, now I highlighted it again. Yeah. Um, uh, anyway, so you guys are hilarious. No, please have your fun. Have your fun. We're not prudes here. Well, sometimes I can be a bit of a prude, but I'm trying to be better about only certain words, as I explained on the last live. There are certain anatomical words that I'm uncomfortable saying. Uh, oh, oh, why is my video playing in another tab? Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. YouTube is so annoying sometimes. It'll reload and start playing my video in another tab and making noise. Anyway. So then they interview Robert. Well, I guess. Well, actually, even they don't interview him, but like even this guy is a suspect. That's how many there are. He's a congressman. We haven't even seen him before. Edwin Park said we have a lot of suspects here, including Winter himself. If it was a suicide, but clearly it's not. And he's like, you're making this more complicated than it needs to be. You just told me someone with no alibi falsely confessed to being up here in a room where a man was found dead, someone she had clear motive to kill because she was trying to cover up something else. So he's the one who's more complicating it by saying that. She's, so she's catching him on that. She says she thinks that he was moved, and now she's wondering what this room is. And it's just kind of, everything is covered in sheets. I guess they've been painting in there. She says that the door was taped. And she said less than a mile from here, a security guard found a taped door in a parking garage that broke open a very big case. Watergate. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty big one. So she asks about the room in that northeast corner, and Ms. Haney claims that the room is not being renovated. She says the renovation's fake. The Morgans didn't want anyone else staying overnight tonight, so they pretended there were renovations in the only empty guest room left. So she claims that's why everything was covered in sheets. And apparently she claims Jackie Kennedy did it once too. The painter here says we definitely didn't do any work in here, and yet there's paint. Anyway, and Cordelia ends the episode in the last scene here by crawling over to the molding and scraping paint off of it. I'm not sure why exactly. She's kind of lost me on this one, but she scrapes paint, and it looks like possibly blood. I think there might be blood there, but I don't know how she figured out how to like that. That's the spot that she should check. That looks like blood. So maybe they did set up this room to look like it's being renovated when it's not, but the killer may have killed Winter in this room and then used the white paint to paint over the spot with the blood. Maybe. Because that looks like blood. I mean, it's kind of fast-drying paint if that's the case, but and then the Secret Service guy says that there's someone who wants to talk to her. And they said it's urgent. It's someone calling from across the street. Literally across the street. So she looks out the window with her binoculars, and there's the building across the street with the light on. She looks across at it, and she sees what looks like another person looking at her with binoculars. You can see in the reflection of the binoculars the White House. So, yeah, it's really weird, and then the episode just ends like that. That's definitely another person looking at her with binoculars in the building across the street, and they are on the phone wanting to talk to her, apparently. Because you can see there's the White House reflection, and that's not her. That's not her face or her hands. So someone else has binoculars and is watching from across the street. And it ends with that mysterious shot. That's the final shot of the episode. So, wrapping things up here, I wish I could do a poll on who people think, like, who your top suspect is or something. But there are too many suspects, and I can only do a poll with 4 options. I honestly have no idea who did it yet either, Doc. I have no idea. Like, I just know who I don't think did it. It's none of the obvious people. It's not Sheila. I mean, Sheila has a motive. She was, like, yelling at AB, saying, "Fuck you. He can't fire me if he's not here." I don't think it's her. I don't think it's Ms. Haney, who freaked out when she found out she wasn't gonna get his job after all. That was gonna, you know, that was gonna end. Her opportunity to take over his job. She was losing that. I don't think it's Marvella who said, "I'm gonna kill you," and I don't think it's Didier, who was furious at AB for multiple reasons. So, yeah, I don't know. So, Bill Chill is wondering about the calligrapher. Sheila, too obvious. Everyone, including Cordelia. It was Sarah Myers. She took out AB.
Have you ever seen Only Murders in the
Oh,
Building?
jeez. The paint was a different shade because it had been recently painted. Oh, okay, Bill. Good catch.
Guess not.
So that's why she scraped the paint off in that particular spot. Yeah. She smelled it and asked if anyone did renovations. Yeah.
Can you
So
hear
who
me?
painted the room? Dun dun dun. Until next time. Yep. Yeah, so I think that's the room that he got murdered, and then we'll see. We'll see. But okay, Doc. Yeah, whenever you're ready, we're ready for you. Sorry that it's so late, but we can transition to our FROMily time anytime you're ready. Is Scarlet trying to talk? Oh, okay, try to say something. I hear you now. Are you there?
I'm not saying
heard.
anything.
Okay, I heard you make a noise though. Okay. Yeah, now I can hear you. I couldn't before. But Amy told me. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's okay now.
Yeah, I hear you fine now.
No, the whole time I'm going, have you ever seen Only Murders in the Only Murders in the Building? And you just keep talking. And I'm like, okay, I guess you haven't seen that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I don't know why.
I don't think my audio was working at all. Even though the little circle was moving, I don't think it was registering.
How long were you trying to talk and I couldn't hear you?
Probably for 20 minutes.
Wait,
That's fine. It's fine.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I couldn't
No, a
hear
lot
you.
of mine were just responses to what you were saying. So I thought you just kept going. And then a few times I added questions. I was like, okay, maybe you're not hearing me. And then I realized it really wasn't happening.
Oh, shit.
It's
sorry.
okay. It's fine.
Well,
It's
is
just
there
funny. It's just funny when you're talking, and then it's like.
I was wondering why you were quiet. I thought I don't know. I thought you were just busy or something, that you stepped away. So
I did, but then I came back in. But apparently, my audio is telling me it's working, but it isn't.
So did you have any notes that you wanted to get in that you couldn't say because I
No,
couldn't
the
hear
only
you?
thing I wanted to say that I remember is because I don't think you've seen Only Murders in the Building, because it kind of works a lot like this show does, where you go and you see one person's story and then it leads to another person's story. And then after a
Yeah.
while, you're not really sure if you could follow that, like logically. Like the first season, it seemed like you could actually find out who the killer was. But as it goes, it kind of becomes this thing where it's kind of a little bit more ludicrous. So it's hard to really find, if the suspect that you think is this gets knocked out the next episode because they talk to them and then it's another person along the line.
Yeah.
I didn't know if this was going to become like that, where it's like almost impossible to actually figure out who did it because there's so many suspects and so much going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I've actually as far as Only Murders in the Building, I did watch like a good chunk of season 1 with my mom, and then uh ended up dropping it because I was waiting to continue watching it with her, but
Hmm.
then that was when like my life kind of spiraled out of control and my pain conditions developed. My severe pain conditions were developing, so I never wound up picking it back up again. I kept waiting to feel good enough to drive over, and this is when I didn't live with her,
Yeah.
watch it with her, and then I was waiting to watch it with her, and then it just never happened, and so it's just one of those things. I never got back to it, but I've heard it's awesome. Doug loves it. Doug loves Only Murders in the Building. So you know, and I've heard great things
Apparently,
about it.
some people were hearing me when I was talking.
Yeah, I think it
I
was
just
me.
completely probably talked over you while you were talking too, which is even worse.
No, I think it was me. I think it was something like maybe I pushed a button to mute the audio or something. I don't know what. I think it was me, not you. I mean, I would never deliberately just talk
Yeah,
over
I
you and
know.
let
I
you
just think it's
talk.
funny. It's more funny than anything else.
Yeah, it was nah, I think I had muted the audio on my laptop by mistake.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've just been a mess tonight.
That's
Um, my brain is like broken right now from too much pain. It's not functioning. Anyway, hey, compassionately, she was in our watch party earlier. Nice to see you. I haven't seen the after party on Apple TV. It's similar to The Residence. Ooh, then I want to watch it. I'm going to put it on my list. The after party. I've never heard of that. See, this is the problem with so many streaming services.
yeah.
All
Hmm.
the shows are scattered to the winds, and it's so difficult to find out about shows and like find the good ones. Like,
Yeah,
they're all over.
even though you have a calendar, I find calendars on some websites. I'll go to an interview. There was an interview with somebody who was working on Yellow Jackets, and then they had a new project coming out called Black Rabbit. It's the first time I even heard of it, so I put it down a list because I learned a lot of times with just reading articles of people I'm interested in, cast and crew, and then they say what they're working on next instead of like that's how I find out my information.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
no
'Cause,
website that puts it all in there for you.
yeah, I know. I wish there were. I wish it were like the old days where you just would look at every May, you would find out about all the new shows coming in the fall on all of the major networks on
Hmm.
TV. That's when all the information would start coming out, and you could go and find a guide to all the new shows in one place. And no, it's not like that anymore. Um, but what did you think about this? Like, why is there somebody across the street looking at her with binoculars? It's clearly someone across the street with binoculars. What is this about? And they're
Oh, I thought that
calling
I
her.
thought that was hers looking at him. He's
I
but
don't.
the guy's also has binoculars?
Yeah, see, like, look, they look. See, look at. I'll go back to the shot of her. See, look in the reflection too. See,
Oh, okay.
there's her. See, there is her. There's
Okay.
she. There she is,
All
and
right.
she's got her binocular with the lenses kind of closer together, and you can see how
Hmm.
she's holding it. Then you
Yeah.
look at this. The lenses are further apart. Those look like a
Yeah.
white person's hands,
Huh.
and the reflection of the White House in the lenses.
Yeah.
So there's somebody watching her from
Yeah, I didn't
across the
notice
street.
that before. I thought that was just her on the other binoculars. So that's
Weird,
interesting. Yeah.
weird, and they're on the phone calling her. I like how it kind of ended on a little cliffhanger. Every episode ends on a little cliffhanger, which I like. But it's kind of meaningless that they have cliffhangers when they drop the whole thing at once. Netflix, what is wrong with you? I hate
Hmm.
the Netflix binge model. What is
Hmm.
seriously? What's the point of cliffhangers then? You can just press play on the
I don't.
next one,
I also don't understand why people are dropping three at one time.
like The Handmaid's Tale. Jesus
Yeah, I mean,
Christ!
Yellow Jackets, they dropped two at once, but the two of them, sometimes you have two episodes that kind of go together, and I get that, but after two, I'm not really sure why three. Unless all
Right.
three of those episodes had something to do with each other.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's such a weird thing to I mean, episodes 1 and 2 of The Handmaid's Tale, I could see maybe. Episode 3, things were really going in completely different directions, and I just don't see why they did that. It made no sense to me, but anyway.
Does she just smell the paint in this scene?
Didn't understand this at all. So Amy said she thinks she just smelled the fresh paint, and
Yeah.
Bill Chill said that she noticed that the shade of white paint was slightly different
Oh,
in that
yeah.
because how did she know to go to that spot specifically
Hmm.
to chip away at the paint? Um, she must have noticed the white was a slightly different shade.
Yeah.
She had her flashlight as she was crawling across the floor,
Yeah.
and that looks like blood, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
So it looks like somebody painted over blood, and she thinks that he was dragged from somewhere, so this was probably the
Hmm.
room where it happened. Um, I don't remember Amy if she said it
Yeah, she
smelled like.
did. It smelled like paint too. I felt like she was almost smelling the wall to try to smell where the fresh paint was.
Mm, mm. Yes, it could be that too, just smelling that specific spot
Yeah.
on the wall. Yeah. I gotta watch Only Murders in the Building. I It's not that I didn't enjoy it, but again, I was just waiting to watch it with my mom, and then life kinda just got crazy and stopped watching TV for a long time. All I watched were political podcasts because it was the only thing that took my mind off my pain. It's crazy now, I avoid political stuff like the plague. But at the time, it's all I watched for, like, a year, and I'll go back to watch it again. I have to start from the beginning, though, because I don't remember much of what the hell happened on that show, and it's a mystery, so I have to go back to the beginning. It has an amazing cast, they keep adding amazing people to the show, too. Huge stars. My only issue is, I don't know, I have this problem with Selena Gomez. I know a lot of people really like her. I don't I just don't. I don't know, I just have this problem with her. I don't know, maybe I'm just bitter because she's doing so well. I know she has a chronic illness, like, she has lupus, and yet somehow she's thriving, and I don't understand that, so maybe it's just envy. Um, but she's doing so damn well, and I'm not, so I don't know. I think that's my issue with her. It's kinda difficult to watch because she had a kidney transplant, and now she's, like, just living her best life, somehow doing this amazing series, and it's like, why why her and not me? Um, I had a test to see if I had lupus. I came up with no markers for lupus, but that was one of the things people wondered if I had. Anyway, but she's great. I like how body positive she is and doesn't give a shit that she gained weight and people criticize her for that, even though it's first of all, who cares? Second of all, it's because of her lupus medication. Um, so that I don't know, like it's maintenance stuff for lupus that she has to take. So she gained weight and she looks like a normal,
Yeah.
healthy
That's what
person.
I'm saying. But when singers and stuff gain weight, they just look like a normal sized person.
Exactly.
How dare they?
How dare she look normal?
Yeah.
I applaud her for not giving a shit what anybody thinks about that. I really do. I really, really do. I don't like her music. I'll say that. I think she's a horrible singer.
I never
She,
really heard anything.
she cannot sing for worth a damn, and yet she's like one of the most popular singers. I mean, maybe not right now. I don't know if
Mhm.
she's doing as much now, but it's like how you can't even carry a tune, and all of her songs sound the same. Like she can only sing like a few notes out of a scale of music. I swear to God. Um, Forget octaves. She can only sing like a select few notes. So that's one problem I have with her. But anyway, that's a long
I don't
tangent,
know. My
sorry.
experience with her starts and ends of Only Murders in the Building. So
Yeah, her acting is better than her singing.
the alpha and the mega for me.
Her acting is much better than
And
her
there's that
singing.
one song that Justin Bieber wrote about her. That's the rest I know.
Yeah, yeah, he wrote that song that was.
That "Love Yourself" song.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's like, if you think that what was it? It- that was actually code for
You
you should
can
go and
go love
fuck
yourself.
you, you should go Ed Sheeran wrote that song for Justin Bieber, and it was about Selena Gomez. Yeah, about his ex, and it was clearly her, about how in love with herself she is, and you should go and love yourself. Is actually originally it was written you should go and fuck yourself. Um, so
in some people's minds, that could mean the same thing.
yeah, yeah, he's like I actually really like that song, and I'm not a fan of Justin Bieber's music, but it's a great song. And when I found out it was written by Ed Sheeran, I realized why I like it, because I love Ed Sheeran's music.
I
He's
figured it
like,
went full circle for mentioning Justin Bieber like at the beginning of this live.
oh yeah, because I mentioned him in
The
relation to the
quality.
rapper, the Koala T live. Yeah, he's like the lyrics are so savage, you know. My mama don't like you, and she likes everyone, and if you like the way you look that much, baby, you should go and love yourself. But it's code for you should go and fuck yourself. Um, yeah, it's pretty harsh. It's pretty savage. So, um, yeah, a lot of people think he screwed her over though. So I don't know. But honestly, who gives a shit about celebrity relationships? I don't care. I just found that song funny, and I like it. I like it because Ed Sheeran wrote it. I like the style of it. Um. So anyway, so I don't know if where Doc is, but um Scarlet, any other thoughts on this episode before we move on?
Not really. I really liked both these episodes. I thought they were really funny, especially 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I especially enjoyed episode 4. Like, it was hilarious. Episode 3, I felt kind of bad for DDA, and I didn't I don't know, I didn't enjoy it as much, but this one I did. I don't know if I have a suspect in mind. I'm doing process of elimination at this point. And yeah, so like I believe Sheila, like I believe her story even though she lied many, many times. Um and I thought Park did a good impression of her actually. Um yeah, she changed her story many, many times, but I still believe her anyway. People who think that they're gonna be guilty or suspected of being guilty, then they naturally lie. This is what always happens in murder mysteries. You- Everyone lies because they think that they're gonna be suspected. Oh, I see. I think Doc is here. Um, so they lie because they think they look guilty. Doesn't mean they are. Hey, Doc.
Greetings, dear denizens of planet Dirt.
Greetings. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How about everyone?
I can say as a yellow jackets, like the Mari said, the go fuck your blood dirt, but that's not appropriate. Poor Mari. Hot cocoa and cheeseburgers all around. No spoilers. Hey Doc, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right.
Sorry that it's been pushed so late. We're so late doing everything. I've had a really rough night. But thanks for your patience, and everyone could hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, please and thank you. I would appreciate it. And hello, Martin. Yes, good time to join. We're about to switch to From now. Um, playing Wildgate. Okay, I've never heard of that. What the hell? I'm not gonna say that word on here. I don't know if it would get me pulled, but Samuel, it's like the C word. I like the C word. It's a good swear word.
That word killed Joe McHale, everyone.
Did it really? Oh shit.
He got a knife in the eye.
Oh my god.
On Yellow Jackets, that is. His
For saying
character
that
did.
word.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, that's right.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a couple other mentions on Yellow Jackets with it too, but women say it the 2 other times, so I guess that's fine. If a woman says it, it's fine. I
Okay.
guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I would expect so.
Maybe.
In
It's
the
like when I
US, it's like in the US, people get extremely offended by it, but in certain countries, they say it and it's like no big deal. Doc, what were you gonna say?
it's like when I call another gay dude the F word.
Right. Exactly. And like black people calling each other the N word. You can do it if you're part of that community. Um, that's that kind of situation. Hey AA, nice to see you. Um, see you later, Teeter. Thanks for yeah, I've been looking at the chat. Thanks for being here. Take care of yourself. Um, yeah, I'll share the photos, or I'll see if I can get the photos out of Discord and show. Now that we're switched to From now, um, Dieter got his Sarah doll from Love Crochet by Alexis.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, it's really
Oh, wait, I
cool.
knew that.
Yeah. So I'll show the pictures on here. Um anyway, so uh, so Doc, do you have any suspects before we switch officially to From on
Oof.
the residents? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm kind of new to mystery shows like this of this kind. Um,
Me too. Me too. I just know who I don't think it is. It's not the obvious people. That's
yeah,
what I think.
I don't think it's the guy at the beginning who just wants to like move everything along because I feel like he's just way too obvious. The one that's like the best friend of the president. Can't
Yeah.
remember his name. It just seems like
Harry.
it'd be, yeah,
Yeah.
Harry. It seems like it'd be too obvious if it was him just because he's acting way too suspicious about the whole damn thing. So I don't think it's him, but who else it could be, I'm not sure. There are too many suspicious people right now,
Everyone is sus.
right?
Yeah. Everyone is sus. So I'm just doing process of elimination at this point. Um, oh, nice, Ryan. Ryan got his scary numbers shirt today. Posted a picture in the Discord channel. That's cool. Yeah, we still have that discount code going on. I don't have it in the. I don't know if I put it in the description of this video. Let me check. Is it here? No, it's not in this one. I'll have to add it later. But there's still a discount code in the Magic with the K Etsy shop for 15% off of Severance merch. And there's a shirt there with my channel name on the top left corner, which is super cool. And this discount is good until June 1st. So, anyway, okay, Dieter, cool. I'll show the. Oh, he has a video too of the unboxing. That's cool.
Oh,
That's
nice.
cool. So, Bill Chill said Doc is on TV now. Kids, we must behave. Why? No need to do that. You can just do you. Um,
I'm supposed to be a villain. Not supposed to encourage you to behave.
um. So tonight we just decided we're gonna just chill here with the FROMily, and rather than do a researched topic. It definitely worked well for me this week because I had a more stressful and hectic week than usual. So I'm glad you suggested this, Doc. It works great for me, and um, I hope you're doing well, like with managing your stress. I know you're under a lot of stress too. You're like you had it was all flooded at work, right? A couple days
Oh
ago.
yeah, that was a crazy day. Oh man.
But what ended up happening? Did they have to cancel like all the
Oh,
surgeries?
thankfully not. It was a combination of things. It was the the dishwasher and the sink in the lounge, like the employee lounge area, the break room, um, got, I guess, clogged, and I guess they shared like the same like drainage system, and so like everything was going into the sink and then backing up through the dishwasher and then flooding the floor. And then we had two old sterilization devices that apparently were no longer supposed to be running, and for some reason they ended up running. And I don't know if the drain issue was somehow connected to them, but the steam ended up, when it condenses, it didn't drain into the drain. It just went all over the floor. And so that created a big mess. But thankfully, they don't even use those machines anymore, and they're replacing them. So it wasn't a crisis. They went in, they cleaned up any water that was left over. And I don't think there was. I think everything was already dry, but everything looked pretty clean when I got in. So yeah, thankfully, no big crisis.
Okay, yeah, that could have been really bad. I mean, having to cancel surgeries, that would have been horrible. That's
Yeah, that would have
serious.
been a financial hit, and then that would have inconvenienced a lot of people, and a lot of people probably would have been out of some hours at work too.
Yeah. Well, that's good that that resolved, at least. Um, um,
I'm thinking tonight we'll start with two truths and a lie
okay.
and bounce it around. If you want to take time to write some down, this way it's a little bit more convincing when you're reading them instead of trying to come up with them on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've never done that. I don't know. How do you do that?
Okay, you you put two truths about yourself and a lie, and you kind of like mix them up, and uh, people have to try to guess which one is true and which one is well, which one's the lie, basically.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let me think. Hmm.
And in the meantime, I guess I'll read from the chat. One moment. How's everyone in the chat doing? Mine's going to be right back. So is Amy. Okay. There's DM'd photos. Okay. We got some from
Bill.
the chat here. From Bill Chill. All right. So from Bill Chill. 1, I am a twin. 2, I have children. 3, I live in the US. Which do we think is a lie?
Hmm.
A bunch of us can guess, and then we'll give it like a few minutes, and then you can tell us what the answer is. I'm gonna guess that. I'm trying to think. I think Bill Chill does not live in the US for some reason.
Hmm. I'm gonna guess number 1 is a lie.
And so does Sam. So we have two for number 1 so far. And Ryan's coming up with some.
Hmm.
AA says 1 or 2. And the answer is 1. People who said 1 had it right. So Bill Chill is not a twin. Bill Chill does have children. Bill Chill does live in the US.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, statistically, twins are not common. So I thought, oh, I'm gonna go with the one that sounds the least common, which would be a twin.
I use skills of deduction.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have that. But I was going out on a limb because if that could be something you use in a game like this, to make people
Right?
think that it's a lie. You put something that's unusual about yourself, and that tricks people into thinking that's the lie.
Hmm.
But in this case, it was the lie. I'm still trying to think of mine. Like, I'm
All right,
so
we have.
boring.
No, I doubt that.
Trust me, I've lived a very boring life. This
Well,
is not
maybe your everyday life is a little bit boring, but I doubt that because you're always working on videos and stuff, which isn't exactly it might feel boring to you, but it's kind of intriguing for everyone else because they're not watching that. But I feel like your mind is not boring.
Hmm. Well, I appreciate that. At least
Your personality definitely is not boring.
I always used to think I'm too boring of a person and people wouldn't want to be friends with me, and not funny, and I'm just not interesting, and I never would have thought I'd have a channel and people would show up and want to hang out. Like, never in a million years. Um,
Aw,
Now
we
I
adore
realize,
you.
oh, thank you, you're so sweet. I just I realize now that unfortunately I've just lived a boring life because of the choices I've made, but I guess I'm not a boring person like I thought I was, maybe. Not that boring anyway. um
We have some from Ryan. So Ryan says for his number one, I had pictures of me on a bodybuilding website. Two, I played a rabbi in an independent film. Or three, I tried out for a reality TV show. All right, what do people think? All right, I'm gonna go with one. I don't know.
well,
I could be wrong.
so it is
Um,
hard.
eh,
All of
um,
all of these are unusual.
I think that's the first one. Let's see.
Ah,
AMM guesses two. Bill Chill guesses three. We're spread even right now.
I'm gonna say one. I guess I'm gonna say one.
Anyone else before Ryan reveals?
Thank you, AA. I appreciate it. This is my therapy. Thank you so much for your kindness. Um, I really, every day I go through hell, and this is the highlight of my day whenever I do these. So I appreciate you guys. Um, yeah, I'm gonna stick with one, but this is a tough one. Ryan, you picked some good ones. Any of those could be unusual enough to be the lie.
So one and two are neck and neck. All right, Ryan, what's the reveal? Oh, I think we lost Ryan from. Oh, there we go. Number three. Oh, Bill Chill got it.
Number three, which one was three? Tried
Uh,
out for
Ri
a reality TV show.
yep.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought that one could be true because it's really not that unusual. Like, I've known people who have tried out for reality TV shows,
Me
but
too.
like in the 2000s when those shows were everywhere, like I had a history teacher who tried out for Survivor. Like, you could actually try out by just sending a video of yourself. You didn't have to go
Wow.
anywhere to try out. Yeah.
I know people who was it, auditioned or whatever for that America's Singing Show. I can't remember what that was called. America Got Talent. Was that the one or whatever? With
American
Underwood.
American Idol.
American Idol. Yeah, I know people that tried out for that, auditioned for that.
Oh,
They didn't get
wow.
on. I think one person might have gotten in the bloopers or something like that.
Oh, no. That
Yeah,
sucks.
I didn't actually see it, but he mentioned it was before everything was on YouTube so readily. Oh
Wow.
well, that's life.
That sucks though. Oh, like one of the joke auditions where they make fun of them.
Um, well, I don't know if it was like in like an actual like blooper, but it was like one of the ones that like, oh, they didn't make it like through the audition process. And it was like
Oh,
very, very brief. They showed him.
wow. Let me see. I'm still trying to think because the problem is I'm too open about my life. I've shared too many details. People would already know pretty much everything that I could say. Like I'm an open book on here. Trying to think of some things I haven't said about
I can go
myself.
next
Yeah.
because I wrote a bunch out. All right. So let's see. Music groups I liked as a teen: Silverchair, the Spice Girls, Weird Al.
Mhm.
Which one out of the three is a lie?
Which was
People are laughing.
which was the first one again? Say, what are the three?
Oh, one is Silverchair, two is
Mm,
the Spice Girls, three is Weird Al.
I'm gonna say number one is the lie.
Yeah, people making guesses. Instead of making a joke about a bodybuilding rabbi. I could see that. Maybe a bodybuilding rabbi that fights alien invaders and loses, of course. The aliens always win. All right. The answer is Weird Al. I did not
Weird
listen to Weird
Al.
Al.
That's the lie.
Yeah. The Spice Girls was embarrassingly my first concert.
I somehow I had a feeling. I believed that one was true. I don't know why. I just I thought that one might be true. Um, I don't think it's embarrassing. They were awesome back in their day, you know.
Yeah.
I loved the Backstreet Boys back then. Like I wasn't into girl groups. I was, you know, boy crazy. So like all the young girls were just obsessed with, you know, boy bands back then. So I didn't really I mean I liked the Spice Girls music, but I wasn't like really into them. Yeah, I was all about the
Oh,
Backstreet Boys.
me and my best friend at the time, we would watch the videos it was like eighth grade. We'd watch the like live concert and music videos, and we would follow along with the dance moves and everything. And we both came out as gay. Surprise, surprise. But after that, I went into rock music. That's what I was mostly listening to.
Yeah. Um uh, well, yeah, I remember going to see that movie Spice World when it came out. They even had a
Yeah.
movie. My friend and I went to see it. That was the best song they had. Wannabe, Wannabe. That was their first hit,
Yep.
and then they just exploded everywhere. And uh, I liked I liked Baby Spice because she wore pink, and pink was my favorite color. So yeah, but I wasn't
I would
like super into them.
I would bounce between favorites, but I recognize Mel C, Sporty Spice as the most talented of them. But out of their personalities, for some reason, I couldn't decide if I liked Baby Spice or Posh Spice. But I kind of felt like both in real life were B words. And I saw in interviews that Baby Spice is like she's she flies off the handle quick and gets aggressive like very easily. It's a little scary.
Mhm. Really? Ooh,
Yeah,
not as sweet as she
not
seems.
as sweet as she seems, no. All
I'm
right, let me
trying to
check for
think.
the chat.
I'm still trying to think of mine. Weird
Mine
Al
had
Yank where the Al Yankovic story is the greatest and most accurate biopic ever. I didn't know
never
he
seen
had
it.
one.
I want to see that now.
Ryan had a crush on Posh Spice.
I
Posh
can see that.
Spice. To me, she's too and to this day, Victoria Beckham, I think, right?
Yep.
She's too damn skinny. She's so skinny. She needs to eat a burger or something.
Her husband's hot though.
Yeah. Is he still? I haven't seen
Oh,
him
I
in a
don't know.
while.
Good point.
But Beckham, right? David Beckham.
Yeah, David Beckham.
Yeah, he's hot. He's hot. Scary Spice was a little too crazy for me. I didn't like I don't like animal print style. She would always wear
Oh,
like leopard print stuff, and she was a little too crazy. And like
I
Sporty Spice I didn't like because I'm not sporty. I'm not a tomboy, so I didn't like the style.
I had tiger print sheets when I was a kid.
No, really?
Yeah, well, it was part of a jungle themed bed set. The comforter had it was like all like jungle plants and had like tigers on it. It was pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, I just don't like that. Like, some women wear a lot of leopard print stuff. I don't know. I don't care for that in clothes, but I was a girly girl, so I liked Baby Spice. I liked all the pink. Easily, that was my favorite.
I could see
Um,
that.
oh yeah. and, then there was that one who the one with the red hair. She always looked
Ginger
cool, but
Spice.
Ginger, that's it. And like, giant assets, like looked like she had implants done or something. Um, she's beautiful.
And she was like turned out she was like the leader of the group until she left.
And then she left. Yeah, I think she was responsible for them like breaking up. Something
Yeah,
like
pretty
that.
much.
Yeah.
They like did one more album after she left, but it wasn't quite the same. It was kind of like a sad album. Or at least it felt that way. Maybe just because she left. And she left right before that concert that I went to. So she did not perform at it. During one or two songs, they played a recording of her singing. This way it wouldn't have like an awkward like gap.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. I think there was some drama and then she left. And then everybody got so excited because they briefly reunited and didn't they did a tour again like
Mhm.
several years back. That was a big deal. They got back together and toured again. They performed together at the Olympics. I watched the performance. It was pretty cool actually.
Oh yeah, I
Um
haven't seen it. I'll have to check it out someday.
yeah, it was cool. Very nostalgic. If NSYNC ever actually listened to the fans, and if Justin Timberlake actually took a little break from being obsessed with himself and his own career, then that would be like the biggest thing ever. Like people have been wanting them to get back together for ages, and it seems like it's never going to happen now because of him. He's the reason that they never did another album. They were supposed to. I'm not like I was actually a Backstreet Boy fan, but I liked their music too. Back then, it was like you could only pick one though, or you were
Oh, I
disloyal.
remember that. Girls would war over it.
Oh God, yeah. I used to argue with my cousin over it. She was an NSYNC fan, thought their music was so much better. I said Justin Timberlake sings through his nose, as if Nick Carter didn't. I was kind of blind to that. I was in love with Nick Carter of the Backstreet Boys, and he was a very whiny singer, and yet I thought he was better. But yeah, it was like you could only pick one back then, and now it's completely different. With K-pop boy bands, there are like a gazillion of them. You can be fans of many. There's no need to pick one. Anyway,
There were
Um,
these two sisters in my homeroom class, and homeroom was in high school was all like alphabetical, so they were always in my homeroom class like throughout all of high school, and they were obsessed with NSYNC. They absolutely hated the Backstreet Boys, and they would like talk to me passionately about how they hated the Backstreet Boys, and I had no opinion about any of this. So yeah, it was kind of crazy. High school was crazy for everyone, though. We were all a little bit nuts then.
yeah. Um, yeah, and eventually I kind of felt like I grew out of that kind of music and I started listening to singer-songwriters, and then I was crazy about John Mayer in high school, and um but I never got over loving the Backstreet Boys. I eventually realized like I'll always love their music. I finally got to see them live, um 20 years after I first fell in love with the group. My mom wouldn't let me go to a concert because it was on a school night, and I was like devastated. I never got to see them in their heyday, but I saw them 2019, right before the pandemic. It was perfect timing. I managed to get to see them. They're still touring now, but I can't I can't go to like concerts now and enjoy myself because of my pain. But I'm so glad I went to see them. I went by myself and I had a great time, and they were phenomenal. They can except for one member, they can all sing amazingly well still. There's just this one member, Brian, who unfortunately got like this horrible like vocal cord disorder, so he
Oh
can't
yeah, I
sing
saw
right.
that.
Yeah, so he can't sing right. But the rest of them sound, if anything, they sound better than they did back then, which is nuts. And they can still dance and everything. They're in their 40s, pushing 50, some of them, and yeah, they can still dance and everything. It's amazing. It was a great concert, and they did all the stuff from back in the day too. Like it was so nostalgic. They did really old music. It was in Boston. Anyway,
Okay,
yeah. What Dieter's back.
he was
Dieter and
back.
Amy. Dieter and Amy are back. My boyfriends liked the Backstreet Boys low key. Oh my god. Not
I
many
believe it.
guys not many guys would actually admit to that. Like liking any boy band. Um, I had a cousin. I had a cousin who liked NSYNC. I caught him one day. I saw an NSYNC CD in his room. He never would have admitted it, but yeah, he was embarrassed. I saw it. Like, what are you doing with an NSYNC album? Yeah, boys were like not allowed to like that. It's so silly. Um, yeah, Amy, I'll always treasure that memory. I wish I had gone to more when I was physically able to, but we're gonna focus on good vibes tonight, not sad, depressing stuff. I'm just yeah, it's a great memory, and I'm glad I was able to go. In fact, the very first video that I ever uploaded to YouTube, by the way, it's before I had a channel. It wasn't this channel. It was just my personal YouTube account. It was a video from the Backstreet Boys concert in 2019. A shitty ass cell phone video. That was the very first thing I ever put on YouTube. I I love their music. I will defend them to the end. It's not a guilty pleasure for me at all. I think that their music is like classic now. It's so damn good. New Kids on the Block. They were before my time, but they had some good music. I discovered it later.
They were my first cassette tape.
Oh, really?
Yep. When I was a little kid, my mom got me a Walkman. It's probably a hand-me-down, and that was they gave me that. She gave me that and Vanilla Ice. And I didn't really listen to Vanilla Ice, but I listened to the back to not the Backstreet Boys, the New Kids on the Block. And only recently did I actually like see some music videos of them back in the day, and it kind of blew my mind because they were actually like young. Like I feel like the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, they were kind of like in like their 20s and 30s, weren't they? Like when they were performing, maybe one or two of them were a bit younger. I'm not sure, but the like New Kids on the Block, they looked like they were like early to mid-teens. And it was just funny seeing like a boy band that was actually like teenaged, because I grew up with like boy bands that looked like they were so much older than I was, and people were calling them boy bands.
Yeah. Um, yeah, yeah, come to think of it, my very first album that I had was a boy band. It was Backstreet Boys. That was the first it was a CD. It was the first album I ever had. I got it when I was in 4th grade, and yeah, and I became obsessed by 5th grade. Backstreet Boys, and then the second one was actually, it was 2 of them together, Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears' first album. I really liked her music too, believe it or not, but early Britney Spears, the first few albums. I
She's
hated
good.
the later years. Yeah. The
I
first
even
few
like
were
some of her
good.
later stuff.
Like like the most recent albums, I think the last few were pretty bad, but I liked the first few, I'm not gonna lie. I still think they're pretty good. Um,
I used to
speaking of
love
which,
Madonna.
oh, Madonna's amazing. Yeah. Uh, she's an icon. She's having trouble with aging though. She's like, um,
Yeah.
like she's doing stuff to her face that it's just scary. Like, God, Jesus.
Not
It's
not
it's better
everyone can age like Elvira.
it's better to just age naturally. I don't know what the hell she did to her face, but it's really horrifying. It's scary.
You know who Elvira is, right? Cassandra Peters or Peterson? I think it's Cassandra Peters.
No, I'm not familiar.
Oh, Mistress of the Night. She's
No.
a horror hostess with the mostest. As she wears like that black dress, has really big boobs, and she has kind of like hair like black hair, but almost like Peggy from Married with Children. No? Oh. Well, anyway, she's like in her 70s and she is still gorgeous. Like she's
Mm.
had clearly had like a little bit of work done, probably just like on her boobs, or maybe not. Maybe those are natural. I have no idea, but I think she did have work done on them. Uh, but oh my God, like I remember people were arguing like, oh, who looks better, Madonna or Rosie Roseanne Roseanne Barr. I'm thinking, oh, neither of them. Look at Elvira. She is still gorgeous.
Well, yeah, some people just got lucky like that, you know.
Also, so long as she wears a good bra, she's always going to have those assets.
Oh yeah, yeah. That that tends to help. Yeah, it can work magic.
So Ryan says if anyone wants to see him as a rabbi, the movie he is in is The Messiah Complex, 2009.
Oh,
He's also a
cool.
punk rocker extra in the movie at the end.
Nice. That's so cool. That's so cool. Wow. Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, I know Scarlett's done little indie films herself, so I don't know if you can if they're available to see anywhere, but that's cool. Bill Chill said my first cassette tape was Michael Jackson's Bad album.
I support that.
Good choice. Ryan said my first cassette tape was Ministry. The mind is a terrible thing to taste. I was 8, I think. I've never heard of this. Ministry. I've never heard of that in my life. What is this?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Huh. I'm not surprised Dieters was Linkin Park. He loves Linkin Park. Hybrid Theory.
One of my best friends, that's their favorite band.
Yeah. Samuel said the greatest musician you never heard of is a YouTube video worth a watch. Huh, okay. Amy's favorite tape later on was Jewel, Pieces of You, and Tony Braxton, Unbreak My Heart. Oh yeah, Jewel had some great music in the 90s. I liked
I
her.
love that Jewel album. I used to love that Jewel album.
It's
I
a
think I listened
yeah,
to it a bunch during my first few years of college. I was listening to a lot of like acoustic music.
that was a great album. Yeah, I liked that a lot. She has a unique voice. No one else sounds like Jewel. Yes, Ryan. I don't know Elvira. I mean, I've heard the name. I just don't know who that is. Like, I don't know. I've
So could you
heard the
pull up a
name.
picture of her?
Yeah, I'm gonna look her up. Elvira, because like what she's from. Okay, so she plays a character, Elvira. That's what I thought.
Yep.
Like, I just don't know anything about Elvira. I know it's like a gothic, creepy look, but other than that, not familiar.
A
So
bit
she
of
did
a
like horror movies.
she did a late night horror movie hosting. So she would introduce the movie, make some jokes in between. Um, she'd pop in like with like little scene, like little like quips or whatever about the movie, make little comments. She has two movies of her own. The first one is most famous, Elvira, Mistress of the Night, I think it is, or Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, one of those.
Yep.
And that's a fantastic movie. That's a cult classic. It's hilarious. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. That's just a movie with her as her character, and it is unbelievably funny. But she
Mistress of the
not too,
Dark.
yeah, and not too many people know that she almost had a sitcom show on television. There is an unaired pilot on YouTube that you can go and watch. It's a half hour long, or 20 minutes or whatever. And the what was it? The network decided it was a little too racy for either for the time slot or for the network itself, and so they decided to turn the show into something else, and they ended up some of the people I guess that worked on that end up going and making Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the original version, and incorporated some of the elements of that show into that. But that show was already ripping off elements of Sabrina the Teenage Witch from I think the comics, and so it was kind of like one borrowing from the other, borrowing from the other.
Wow. Wow. You are kidding. Yeah, she's got some assets there. Probably assisted by some push-up garments. Holy shit. Um this is Elvira's 40th anniversary. Very, very scary, special, especially for you. So looks like yeah, like this wasn't that long ago, I guess. So yeah, she's definitely aging pretty well, I would say. And how she looks out of character is completely different. Jeez, like she, she just looks like a normal person with light hair. That sounds fun though, her hosting like different horror movies and stuff. Where
Yeah,
like what did you watch that on? What was that on?
her horror hosting show. That I
Yeah.
did not watch as a kid. As a kid, I didn't get to really see her horror hosting show. That must have been on network that or aired at during an era that I wasn't watching. But she had that movie, and that was one that I would rent like over and over again as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that I'm older,
That's
I know I can go online and find it streaming on pretty much every streaming platform has, I think, some version of Elvira's show. She's had a lot of different shows. Like she would get hired to host on different networks and stuff, and each time they would like she would play her Elvira character, which she owned. Um, but like it would be like a new show and it'd be that network's show or her show on
okay.
that network. Yeah, it's a little complicated, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. Um let's see. Michael said, honestly, don't remember my first cassettes. Probably Weird Al, but had an MC Hammer tape that was great and got a ton of play. B-side track, Have You Seen Her? I recall being pretty good. Oh yeah, MC Hammer. MC Hammer was great back in the day. I was too young, but like later discovered MC Hammer. Oh, that sucks, Samuel. Cher is suffering pretty bad from a debilitating disease. Aging sucks. I didn't know that. For a long time she was aging really well. Like, she still looked, so similar. I mean, she had a lot of plastic surgery done, but it was well done. It didn't make her look like horrifying, like poor Madonna. Like, I feel bad for people like that, honestly. I feel like they need to do that, and then it comes out looking ghoulish. Let's see. Ministry is industrial music. Most people don't know of that genre. Oh, okay. Hey, Nightman, LOL. Can I sit here? Yes, you can sit here. You're welcome to sit with us. You can sit at the, we're not a guy. I don't consider this like the cool kids table. I was never welcome at the cool kids table. But
You can sit at the
yeah,
L table. This is
yeah,
called the L table.
yes. Um, Amy said her first CD was through some free website that I ended up not paying for when I was like a teenager, called Peaches and Cream by 112. Oh, I think I remember 112. That sounds familiar. Panda
I
Kalima's
remember
first.
those. I remember those
Huh?
magazines that kids would order CDs from and then not pay because they were minors, so they couldn't hold them to paying. One of my
Oh,
friends, one of my friends used to order like so many CDs that way, and he'd order them for his parents too, and he just put it under his name so he couldn't get in trouble.
nice. Um, yeah, I was never aware of anything like that. Panda Kalima said my first rap tape was LL Cool J Radio. Nice. Talk about aging well. That dude, he looks amazing. LL Cool J. He pops up every now and then. I saw him. I don't know where he was rapping at somewhere. Just all of a sudden rapping again after a long, long time, and still really good. Um, Nightman said I went to the store today and CDs are 24 Canadian loonie dollars. What? No one's even selling CDs anymore here. Not here, like where I am.
I think they
Like, you
sell
go
them
to
at the mall. They must sell them at FYE. I think they do, and at Newbury Comics. But I feel like the section shrinks like every time I go.
there's like next to nothing left there anymore at those stores, in terms of CDs. They have almost nothing. It's really crazy to see how I didn't go to the mall for years, and then when I went back to see how it transformed, Newbury Comics is now mostly clothes, posters, Funko Pops, like other like comic book related type things, and like, I don't even know how to describe it. T-shirts, merch of all different, like, goes with all different like shows, um and like next to no actual music. It used to be loaded with music. That was the main thing they sold, but they had to
Yeah,
change because everything went digital.
they
So
have Godzilla stuff. Oh, the Godzilla stuff they have there, and they even have Ultraman stuff there.
really, oh
Yeah,
geez. Sure, you like that.
yeah. I got brought there for Christmas by my mom, and she says, "All right, pick something out. Make it easy
Nice.
for her."
Nice. um I used to love going there, actually. Like, oh, they have like all kinds of fun, like dirty, like I would go there and look at like the dirty joke items they had. Like, they all had all kinds of like just silly things, and they'd be like, some of them would be racy. And I bought this keychain there when I was in high school, and I was so innocent that I didn't know that it was a marijuana leaf on it. I thought it was something else. I didn't even know I was walking around with this thing, and um it was something like my I like this. It was something about like liking this bush better than this bush, and it had a picture of George Bush's face with like an X on it, and then a marijuana leaf.
How'd
Because
your
I
mom
hated,
like that?
because I hated Bush when I was in high school, and yeah, I didn't know what I bought though. I didn't know it had a marijuana leaf on it, and I'm walking around with it at school and stuff. Um, I didn't know. I attached it to like my backpack. I didn't. I was like ridiculously innocent. I only just discovered what marijuana even smells like a couple of years ago because I was never around it. I didn't even know. Um, let me
Oh,
see.
both yeah, my dad smoked marijuana, so I knew what it smelled like.
Yeah, I was never around it. I never went to parties or anything like that. Scotty Saturn said their first CD was Aaliyah. Oh, good. That's a good one. 1 in a million. Aaliyah, that's she had some really good songs, and it just makes me sad now because of what happened to her. So I don't listen to it. Especially her last music video. Like that's really dark to watch her last music video because she died in a plane crash on her way back from shooting it. And they still released the music video. It's kind of crazy. Um, it's like, how do you enjoy watching that video now? She died making that video, essentially.
Like The Crow.
Like The Crow. Mm-hmm. Yep. Um, um,
That movie was already sad. Oh my God.
I've never seen it, but it looks kind of dark.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's a pretty dark movie. I did not watch any of its sequels except for the new one. I don't know if it's a remake or if you want to consider it its own thing. I would consider that like a new version of The Crow, like The Crow went to like a new, about a new person or whatever. It's a completely different story.
Right. Um, there was this guy, there's this guy, like, who would not leave me alone when I used to work at Walmart, and he was the only guy who ever showed any interest in me outside of online dating sites, and of course, I thought he was, um, had no interest in him whatsoever, so that's my luck. But he was like stalking me all the time and trying to get me to read The Crow, um, by, you know, Stephen King wrote that, right? Um, was trying to get,
I didn't even know it was a book. I thought it was like a graphic novel before the movie. I never researched it. But I don't
yeah,
think Stephen King wrote The Crow. I
no,
don't
not
think
The
so. I feel
Crow.
like I
I'm thinking
remember
of
that.
not The Crow. I'm thinking of something else. No, 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 it's not The Crow. I can't remember the title, but it was a Stephen King title. Yeah. Anyway, The Crow just made me think of that because it's something similar to that. Anyway, like me at the cool table. Yeah, we'll make our own cool table here. You're everyone is welcome here at this cool table. How about that? Because I was never welcome at the cool table, so I've made my own, and we're all cool. I'm sorry, Amy, you weren't welcome at any table. That sucks. I feel that. That was my experience. Scotty Saturn said, I love industrial music. Favorite is Nine Inch Nails just for tickets to their new concert. Oh wow. Just got tickets to their new concert. Oh, that's cool. They're still at it. That's awesome. Um I'm so oh god. I keep hearing about Kendrick Lamar's tour, and it's just killing me because he's coming to Boston on my birthday, and I can't go. It's just too painful to go to concerts. And I'm so jealous of the people that can go. It's like it's such a tease. Coming to Boston on my birthday. It's so close to me. If my circumstances were different, I would so be there. I wouldn't care. I know concert tickets are now ridiculous. It's never been more insane how expensive they are, and I'm sure his tickets cost a fortune, especially after he cooked Drake. I mean, his concert ticket prices have gone through the roof just from the year that he's had, I'm sure. But I would pay the money. I don't care. If I could physically handle going, I would go. He sold out his whole tour, I heard. The entire thing. Sold the whole thing out. But I'm sure there are scalpers, jacking up the price even more. Those assholes that buy up loads and loads of tickets and then resell them for even more than they already were in the first place. I hate those people. They're evil. Anyway, I would do it though. I would do it if I could. You know what's crazy? I went to Walmart recently and they had a bigger vinyl section than a CD section. That's how weird things are now.
Yeah, vinyl's making a comeback.
It is. They had a teeny little CD section and a big vinyl section at Walmart. It wasn't that big, but I mean, it was, good selection. Oh yeah, bootleg DVDs. I used to order bootleg DVDs on eBay. But yeah, like actually on eBay, and then there was this other website where you could buy almost any series really cheap, bootleg stuff. I have a lot of bootleg DVDs that I never watch anymore because I just stream everything now. That's cool, Ryan. Ryan's got some industrial songs on his channel. So if you like industrial music, he put the link there. Oh, no, he can't put the link there. Ryan, I'll make you... Did I not make you a mod? I'll make you a mod so you can drop links. I don't know why I never thought to do that before. Hold on. I'll give you a wrench so you can put links in here. I should have done that from day one. Anyway, so I thought of my two truths and a lie.
Okay.
So while I'm giving Ryan a wrench here, I'll give you my two truths and a lie. Guilty pleasures. So number 1, soap operas. Number 2, singing in the car. Number 3, celebrity gossip.
Ooh, all right. Let's see what the chat says. We'll give it a little bit. I'm gonna go with number 1. I feel like you don't watch soap operas, but I feel like you might actually watch celebrity gossip. I could be wrong there. I am wondering what everyone's top 3 Stephen King movies are. I know
Let's see.
for Stephen King, my top 3 would probably be the original Pet Cemetery. Number 2 would be Cat's Eye. And number 3 probably be, there's so many good ones. I'm probably gonna go with The Shining just because it's creepy as hell. I really enjoyed The Monkey, the new one. That one's more of a comedy.
The Monkey?
Yeah,
Oh, I never heard of that one.
it's based on a short story, I think. But yeah, it's like brand new. It came out this year.
Oh
It might
wow.
still be
Yeah,
in theaters.
I just Googled it. Yeah. Oh, that's creepy as hell. When twin brothers find a mysterious wind-up monkey, a series of outrageous deaths tears their family apart. 25 years later, the monkey begins a new killing spree, forcing the estranged siblings to confront the cursed toy. Oh, sign me up. I love haunted toy movies. I love haunted dolls. Yeah.
The guy that plays Mark S, I can't remember the actor's name, but he plays the dad of the kids when they're younger.
Oh, no kidding. Oh,
Yep.
Adam Scott.
Yep,
Yeah.
Adam Scott.
Adam Scott's in this. Oh, I've got to see this movie. This looks awesome. It's a black comedy horror film. Elijah Wood is in it.
Oh, yep, it's got a good cast.
And it's actually got good reviews too. Rotten Tomatoes. Good reviews.
Yeah, I saw a video with a review that was a little bit mixed, only because they went into it thinking it was going to be like a serious horror movie, and then they were like, "What the heck is happening here?"
Wow. Yeah, some there are some like kind of hybrid ones that are horror comedy, like black comedy. Yeah. There you go, Ryan. Now you have a wrench. So you can drop whatever links you want anytime.
Oh,
Should
I
have
gotta
thought of
go
that.
and read Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I gotta see from the chat too what people's guesses are. So Sam and Bill chill. Don't think that you like soaps.
Someone
Ryan
said put
doesn't
up.
think that you like singing in the car.
Someone said
Okay.
put up a poll.
Poll. Yeah, put up a poll.
Okay. Which is okay. So I said I'm trying to remember what the hell I said. Soap operas, singing in the car, and celebrity gossip. Okay.
Scotty just got a record player too. I hear that vinyl has a better audio quality than CDs that do. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Oh yeah, I used to buy bootleg DVDs too. I may or may not have in the past few years have bought a bootleg set of Zone Fighter DVDs because there was no other way to acquire them.
Oh yeah. There are certain bootleg DVDs I had to buy too because I couldn't get it any other way. So there used to be not long ago. I went back to try to find this website where I used to get all these shows from, and I think it's gone now. I was disappointed because you could find almost any obscure show from my childhood. I was able to find, and I'd get the whole series bootlegged. Like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Um, that's not
Obsession.
obscure, but like that's not obscure, but but they didn't release the whole series on DVD, at least not at the time when I bought it. So I was like thrilled. And same with Rocco's Modern Life, like so many shows from my childhood that were not on DVD at the time I was able to get, but the site's gone now.
I used to have to order a lot of Godzilla bootlegs before they came over to the US. I had to order fan subs off of out of magazines actually. It was before I had the internet, and I was getting these bootleg VHS tapes, and they had fan subs. Wow,
Fan
I'm really
subs.
dating myself. Yep.
Oh, it's funny. No, I date myself all the time. um, yeah. Let me see. Remember
Scotty used to
Blu-ray.
watch Passions. I've
Passion.
never seen it, but I know people that used to watch that. And
Yeah,
Michael likes
yeah.
the monkey.
I turned on one time I came home from school and I turned on the TV and I saw Passions was on. I watched a few minutes of it out of curiosity. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It wasn't a normal soap opera. It was like some kind of supernatural shit. It was weird. Yeah, and it didn't go on for that long. It got canceled pretty quick. But I know some people were really into it. I think, yeah, it was like, I think they had like witches in it and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it was a random one. Anyway, well, they used to sell bootleg VHS tapes. Oh man. Really? Wow. Um, bootleg. I've never bought a bootleg. Actually, well, I mean, I guess I bought a bootleg VHS tape on eBay once. I wanted to get the original a tape of the original airing of the series finale of Cheers because after the original finale, they had a special with the whole cast at their bar in Boston where the show was based on, and like you could not find this online or anywhere else. So I bought it on VHS, but that's the only bootleg VHS I've ever gotten. I was too young to watch Cheers. That was before my time. I discovered it later. Nick at Night. I watched a lot of old shows at Nick at Night. Um, yeah, it was like a vampire soap opera. What was that one? Dark Shadows. That was
Dark
it.
Shadows.
I heard of that. I never saw it, but
I think the mansion or whatever that they filmed the outside of was in Newport, if I remember right. Or that
Yeah,
could be an old wives' tale or like a local myth.
that would be cool.
Scotty says
Um,
he literally read all the Stephen King books in the library when he was in middle school and high school. And then Michael's three favorites are Three Buckets of Blood. Oh, oh no, sorry, never mind. Amy says It, Misery, Silver Bullet, and Desperation and Dreamcatcher. I loved
mm,
Desperation and Dreamcatcher as books. As movies, I didn't like them as much. Silver Bullet,
yeah.
I feel like was probably better as a movie. And It, I never read, but I really enjoyed both movie versions. I have not seen Misery
Um,
or read it.
I've actually never, embarrassingly, I've never read any of the Stephen King books, even though I love some of the movies. But um, I would have to say it would be number one easily, as I loved it, both versions of it. That I'm so psyched for Welcome to Derry. I wish they would release a date. They keep saying 2025. They've said 2025 since the middle of 2024, and we still have no release date. And it's April 2025. What the hell? I want to cover Welcome to Derry, and still nothing. But there's that, and The Shining easily, and then for the third one, what are other Stephen King movies? Um, well, actually, the third one might kind of surprise you because it's very obscure, and most people probably wouldn't pick it. But because like the CGI was terrible, the budget was low, it was a TV movie, but I absolutely loved The Langoliers. It was a TV movie in the
Okay.
90s. You ever see that?
I have not seen that one, but I actually have to change my third to Storm of the Century.
I keep hearing about that, and like that's on my list to watch. I think
It's
that sounds
because
like
there are
one
a
I would
lot of
love.
rum parallels.
Yeah, I gotta watch that. That's high on my list to watch. Um, there are a lot I've never seen. I've never seen Carrie. I've never seen Pet Cemetery, Misery. Um, like some of the real classics of his I've never seen. But yeah, The Langoliers is this low budget. Oh, Salem's Lot was pretty good too. And I've never seen Cujo. Christine. Anyway, Children of the Corn was pretty good. That was creepy, but I loved the concept of The Langoliers. That's why I'd have to pick it, because it takes place on an airplane, like at first anyway, like the airplane lands, and like the whole world has stopped, essentially, like all the
Oh,
clocks
I did
stopped,
see that. It was
all the
good.
people. Yeah, it was good, right? Like everybody was missing, all the people were gone. um like all those like the beer was flat, like the food was stale, like the whole world was fucked up. And I guess like they were kind of stuck in between time, like time had stopped in that moment, like they were stuck in between like nanoseconds or whatever when they landed. And like the Langoliers were some kind of entity that were gonna like eventually clear them out, and like destroy them to move on, to destroy this moment that they were in, or something like that. It was some weird concept like that, but it wasn't the explanation of it that I loved that much. It was just the whole situation. It was very Twilight Zone like. I love that kind of
Atmospheric
concept.
horror.
Yeah. It's psychological. So I love that kind of Twilight Zone like stuff. Um but the special effects were horrible. Like you could tell they had a low budget and it was a TV movie. It was so bad, embarrassingly bad. Okay, let's see what people thought about my which is a lie and which is not. And I might have actually fooled you guys with this. I think I did. It might surprise you. Hold on, I have to reload the tab so I can see the final results of the poll. Scotty Saturn said, "Oh my god, watching the old shows of my grandmother's house. Matlock, Barnaby Jones, Zorro, Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, Golden Girls, Quantum Leap. I've never heard of Out of This World. Highlander. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of those. I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, I Love Lucy, Nick at Night. I just watched Nick at
I
Night
loved
all the
all
time.
those. Yep, me
Yeah,
too. I'd watch them with my grandmother.
my mom and I would watch them every night. I loved Nick at Night. Nick at Night in the 90s was the best. And they had all these fun little bumpers in between, like in the commercial breaks, like these little jingles with animated like dancers or like animations or like live dancers with Nick at Night costumes on and singing. It was just cute. Like a lot of people look back on that fondly to the point where those are all over YouTube. Like you can find videos with compilations of these things. So I discovered I wasn't the only one who loved those. Firestarter. Never ever saw that one.
It's a good one.
Firestarter. Dreamcatcher sounded like a good concept, but it got terrible reviews. So I think I fooled you guys about the guilty pleasure. 44%.
Dreamcatcher, I feel like is for the boys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a
For
lot
the
of poop humor.
So, so the two truths and a lie. 44% thought the lie was soap operas. 33% thought it celebrity gossip, and 22% said singing in the car. The lie is celebrity gossip. That's the one that I'm
Oh,
into. Celebrity gossip. I used to be into celebrity gossip when I was a teenager, but that was a long time ago. Not anymore. No. Soap operas are a guilty pleasure, I'm not gonna lie. I love quality TV. That's the whole point of this channel. But hey, soap operas get a bad rap. They really do. Some of the hardest working actors in the entertainment business are soap actors. They don't get a break. They work all year round. They're not off in the summer. They're on 5 days a week. I'm telling you, they get a bad rap. And General Hospital is a damn good show. It is. I think it's the last good soap opera that there is. And I will die on that hill. It's got action. It's about the mob and like all kinds of batshit crazy stuff happens. And yes, it's also full of soap opera cliches, but it's a guilty pleasure. I'll admit it. I don't watch it all the time anymore. I used to never miss an episode every single day, but now I just don't have time. But I like to make time. I miss it. It's just very time consuming because it's on 5 days a week. And my channel stuff keeps me busy. I got into soaps because of my grandma. My grandfather and I used to laugh at her watching these soaps and getting so into them. We'd be in the next room listening to how like melodramatic it sounded from the next room, all the music and the actors' reactions to things. And then little by little, it reeled me in. Just being in the room with her while she was watching it, I got into The Young and the Restless, Guiding Light, and As the World Turns. We'd watch all three back to back in the late 2000s, and then Guiding Light and As the World Turns got canceled. I was so sad, especially about As the World Turns. But I continued watching The Young and the Restless up until a few years ago when the writing kind of went off a cliff and I just got fed up with it. But I still like General Hospital. I do. Scotty got it right. Scotty got it right. Oh, hey, Doug is here. Hey, Doug. I'm guessing your flight is done because that was probably a pretty short flight. You must be beat. He had to He had to get up at like 3:15 in the morning to get on his
oof.
plane.
Hi, Doug.
Nice to see you, Doug. Um,
Oh, Doug, we're
we're
playing
just
two truths and a lie.
yeah.
you have 2 truths and a lie for us?
He says, I'm getting an echo. I don't do you hear an echo when I talk, Doc?
I don't hear it.
Huh. That's
I
weird.
don't have volume on anything, right? No. Oh, you might be hearing my fiance's TV in the background right now. He's getting ready for work.
Oh. He just played this game in how do you say this? Alberica? Yeah. He says we're all echoing. Is anybody else? Is that okay? Nightman says audio's good on his end, and Bill says no echoes here. Huh. That's odd. Michael said, "How's Mini Man in Yellow all tuckered out yet?" Mini Man in Yellow is a world traveler now. I was gonna send Doug a link to see if he wanted to join at any point, but I figured he's gonna be too exhausted from flying, at 3, getting up to take his flight at 3:30 in the morning, or to get his flight. So I didn't. Yeah, no echoes on anybody from anybody else. Oh, okay. He had Discord open. That's why. Yeah. Oh, he's in Frankfurt waiting for the flight to Warsaw. Oh, so you're at the airport, another airport. Fun. Hopefully it's a little less chaotic than the airport he was at earlier. He told me it was like, I could hear the noise. It was very loud. Scotty had said soap operas stay in exposition and storylines sustain time stretched out over months for one storyline. Yes, Scotty, that got really frustrating. That's why General Hospital is the best soap opera, because it actually has action. It doesn't take forever for something to. I mean, yes, certain things are dragged out, but not as bad. Like with other soaps, it gets to the point where a lot of episodes are them just sitting around talking. You're watching a bunch of rich people sitting around talking most of the time. So yeah, they drag things out a long way. But I like General Hospital. I mean, yeah, it's still a guilty pleasure for obvious reasons, but I like it.
Can we do a poll for Doug's 2 truths and a lie?
Yeah. Let's do that. Oh, Bill Chill knew the Langoliers. It says it's his 4th favorite King movie, and Amy said it was so creepy. I didn't think anybody else would have even seen or remembered the Langoliers. I'm amazed. Okay, so Doug's. Let me see. I'm gonna make a poll for Doug's. Doug should be interesting because he's got some pretty interesting life experiences that you could easily get tripped up on this question. So I want to make a poll on that. Yeah, I didn't think anybody else would even remember The Langoliers. My mom and I watched it. It was a mini series on TV when I was a kid, and so it aired over the course of like 3 nights. And it's on YouTube. You can literally find it on YouTube now, as far as I know. It's still there. Yeah, it was very unsettling. Even though the special effects were terrible, I loved it. I loved it. And then like some of it was the horror of the people kind of losing their minds and turning on each other. So humans also become the source of fear. In this desperate circumstance, people are gonna go crazy and whatnot. Okay, I ended that poll, so I'm starting a new one now. Let's see which one is a lie about Doug. And then I'm gonna put in, I was almost strangled to death when I was 16 working at a submarine shop. I can't type all of that in there because it won't fit that many characters, but I'll just shorten it. Let's see. And then I was once seen on national TV in Canada singing the national anthem in Chicago Stadium during the playoffs. So I'm just doing shortened versions because it gives me character limits. Sang that Canadian national anthem on TV. And then what was the last one? Once arrested on suspicion of stealing some 10-year-old kid's bicycle.
Bill Chill's favorite Stephen King movies were Children of the Corn, Creepshow, and The Stand. I never finished watching The Stand, but I want to. I loved Creepshow, all of them except 3, and I love the TV series. It's one of my favorite TV shows. Heard The Long Walk is good. I think they're making a movie of it. Yep, yeah, you said it right there too. They're making it into a movie. I heard Needful Things is like one of the best, but I haven't read it yet. And I'm actually thankful for the warning in advance about what happens to animals in that book, or at least that something bad's gonna happen to them. Because when I get surprised by that, it can be extra unsettling. At least with the Pet Cemetery, going into it that that's kind of the point of the movie, and that you're not gonna want them to come back. And Pet Cemetery too, Julie, I know you haven't seen it yet. It's kind of a depressing movie. It's a really good movie, but in a way that's gonna kind of like linger with you after watching it, and not completely in a good way.
Oh, which one? Pet Cemetery?
Yeah, and both versions
Yeah,
are good, but I like the first more, but that's because that was the one that I grew up with.
the concept of it kind of freaks me out. Like, I don't like the concept of it, so that's why I've never checked it out. I don't like that. Just something about it just unsettled me, so I never did. So the poll is live. I had to shorten it because it gives me strict character limits. Thought I put it up there. Let's see if people can guess right. Doug has told a lot of interesting stories on this channel. I don't know if any of these were were part of those stories, but they may have been.
I feel like this is almost like trivia, like how much do you know about Doug?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, the whole theme behind Pet Cemetery is sometimes dead is better. And that's the whole theme that carries on through that whole movie and through the book too. So you can see why it could be a little bit dark and depressing.
Exactly why I've never watched it. I don't like that concept. It's very dark for me. And I like a lot of horror stuff, but that's just too dark for me. Not a fan of that. The Langoliers are creatures that show up and eat everything. The travelers from the plane end up in their dimension and have to get past those things. Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember what exactly the Langoliers even were, because they don't show up for a long time. It's named that, but they don't show up for a while. Let's see. Well, I'll leave the poll up for a little bit longer. Pet Cemetery, you know that was going to go bad from page 1. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Absolutely, Doug. Absolutely. The Langoliers were evil Pac-Men. Kind of. They were a lot like evil Pac-Men. Yeah. Now I want to watch that again. What the hell? Doc, you said Dreamcatcher had the butt snake worm things? What the hell is... what is that?
Yep, they were. I think they were aliens too, if I remember correctly. It was like alien infection that would like instead of like having the chest bursters like from aliens, they would were like these snake things that would come out of your butt.
Ew.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said it was kind of like a book for boys, at least the way it was written. And from what I remember of the movie too, quite a bit. Uh, a lot of butt humor.
Wow. Um, okay. So I think that we can end the poll there. If everyone's done with it. Maybe I'll give it another minute, but there's one answer that's it's like almost, well, it's just running away with the thing. 78%. Um, let's see. Well, I don't see it moving anymore, so I'm gonna end it at
I think we
that.
can call it.
I'm gonna end it at that. So 78% said the lie is that Doug sang Canadian national anthem on TV. The full thing was longer. It was like what was it? Chicago? It was in Chicago, right? Where is it? Where is it? I have to scroll back up to see. Oh yeah. Once seen on national TV in Canada singing the national anthem in the Chicago Stadium during the playoffs.
Oh, I totally missed that Chicago part too, because that's like a dead giveaway.
Yeah, I couldn't fit it into the poll because the character limit doesn't let me type much. So
I guess
78%
that
said
one anyway.
78% said that is a lie. Is that the one you would pick as a lie?
Yeah, that's the one I picked, just because Doug said that he's not a singer.
Yeah. Yeah, same. Um but I mean, no, but there's a trick here. He did something tricky with this. I think the answer is actually something else. And it's a story he told me. I don't know if he ever told it on this live before, but he he changed it a little bit. So I believe it's actually number 3. I think it's number 3.
Oh,
Yeah, he was not arrested for suspicion of stealing a 10-year-old's bike. However, he was suspected of it, but he was not arrested. I don't think he was arrested. Now, I could be remembering the story wrong, but I'm pretty sure that he said he was suspected of it. Someone accused him of it, but he was not arrested. Yes. I thought so. I thought so. Yeah, someone suspected him of stealing a 10-year-old's bike, but he was not arrested for it. So tricky, tricky, tricky.
and I stand corrected.
He didn't. So the trick is here too. He said, I never said I wasn't a singer. I used to think I wasn't much of a singer, but I've done lots of musicals. He can actually sing. I'm pretty sure what he's talking about though. I heard him tell this story on another interview. He was actually a spectator at a game, and he was seen belting out in the crowd. The camera caught him singing. That's how he wound up on national TV singing the national anthem, the Canadian national anthem. He was in the crowd. He was not like up there with a microphone. So,
Oh, I think I
yeah.
remember that story actually.
Yes. Yes, I think he said that on Tony's live when they were talking about hockey, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, good ones, Doug. Good ones. It's but you managed to stump people even though you've told so many stories on here. I'm impressed. But I know too much, so Yeah. Um, yeah, he didn't think that he could sing, but yeah, he's done lots of musicals. But I believe he said that he was a spectator watching a game, and just to be funny, he starts belting out the Canadian national anthem. Uh, like, so the pressure is on. Wrong. That story is true. I knew it. The TV caught him. The TV camera caught him singing. Yeah.
We have Amy's too.
Oh, Amy did hers?
Yep.
Doug said it was a playoff game between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Hawks, the very last game played in Chicago Stadium. The game was televised nationally in Canada, and I guess I caught a cameraman's eye. That's hilarious. Yep. Oh, that's so funny. That's great, Doug. You stumped people. Good night, Ryan. See you next time. And I have a wrench, so you can drop links whenever you want. Should have had one right from the start. Ryan is such an awesome supporter of this channel with his Facebook group, and he's amazing. It just never occurred to me to throw him a wrench. But good night, Ryan. Doug didn't know anything about it till he got home the next day. about showing up on TV and belting out the. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's amazing. I wish there were footage of that somewhere that I could see. Oh, that'd be great. So Amy's, let me see. Amy's, I'll find hers now. Amy's 2 truths and a lie. 1, in my 20s, I was a carny traveling, and I've worked as a carnival worker making funnel cakes and corn dogs for 2 years. Okay, that's a detailed one. Number 2, I love to eat onions and tomatoes. Number 3, I sang at school talent shows when I was in middle school. Oh, the first one is pretty wild. It's so wild, it kinda makes me think it must be true, because how could she just make something like that up out of nowhere? Like, that's what makes me think it's true. The carny thing. I'm gonna say the lie is, I'm gonna say the lie is number 3. Number 3.
I think the lie is number 2.
I was
Cole?
gonna say 2, but I changed my mind. What? Go on. What were you
Poll?
saying? Yeah, I can make it a poll. Oh, they're gonna be calling your flight soon. Okay, Doug. You may have to bail on short notice. Well,
Okay.
we're glad that you could join us, Doug. From your from the airport. That's never a fun place to be, just hanging around waiting for your flight. So, thanks for popping into the chat. We miss you. And Doug at Nightman LOL said, Doug, thank you for your constant support. Yeah, thank you for your friendship, being a part of this community. We appreciate you and wish you safe travels, and hope you make some great connections in Poland, for getting future productions of your plays. We're all wishing you the best and looking forward to you coming back. But have a good time while you're there. Yes, be safe. And yeah, hopefully you can come back and regale us with some fun new stories. It's been fun watching the Mini Man in Yellow's world travels on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Samuel says, take care. Panda Kalima says, later, Doug. And Amy
Take
says, be
care.
safe. Yeah. Safe flight. In case they call him any minute, which they very well might. So I'm gonna make a poll for Amy's. I'll have to shorten that first one by a lot, but we'll have to I'll highlight the carnival one so people can remember it, because I'll have to shorten it by like a whole lot. Stupid character limits. I hate those. It's even worse on StreamYard than on YouTube. Like well, actually no, it's the poll feature that's worse. The very, very short character limit. I'm gonna put this up so that you can actually see it. And then
We can
make a
abbreviate.
poll shortening it. Yeah, shorten it.
And well, then we're saying buy in advance in case you disappear on us, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone wanted to say bye in advance, in case they called the flight. People wanted to get everyone just supports you so much, Doug, so they wanted to make sure they oh, Scarlet dropped off. Wanted to make sure they say their goodbyes just in case. FIP, Doug, fly in peace. I've never heard of that one. Nightman. Anyway, okay, so I had that highlighted. What happened? It went away. Okay, there we go.
Michael dropped some new songs.
Oh, it's cool, Michael.
I don't think, is it like a new version of the Yellow Man? Or is it yeah.
Huh.
He's got a whole playlist going on now.
Oh,
Nice.
they're calling.
All right, see you, Doug.
Bye, Doug. See you
Safe
later,
flight.
Doug. Have a safe flight. Looking forward to hearing from you again. Thank you for popping in. We appreciate you. I would love to see the game. That would be neat to see Doug at the stadium. Yeah, I would have loved to see that. When the camera caught him singing, yeah, that would be awesome.
Maybe we should get like a distribution, one of those distribution kit things. Subscribe to one of those and put out like some From albums. I don't know if we can do that. Is that a thing that we can do? Because we have like all kinds of people that are making like From music, or maybe like they could just put them on a SoundCloud and we can make like From playlists on SoundCloud.
Yeah, we could do that. I don't see why not.
Well, they would
Sure.
have to do it individually, but like I could go on and turn those into playlists.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. We should do that because there are a lot of people making fun songs in the community. So it'd be cool to have a collection of them. That's a good idea. So this is so weird, Doc. So like apparently I'm discovering this. I've never seen this happen before, but I guess I'm limited in the number of polls that I can create in a single live. The poll option is
Well.
gone. Yeah,
All
the
right.
poll it won't let me. It's I don't know how many I did, but I guess you can only create a certain amount. That's a stupid thing. Why would they limit that? It's dumb. Anyway,
Oh, all right.
yeah,
Well, we'll read them again then. All right.
I'll just highlight them again. Sorry, Amy. Weird YouTube thing. Won't let me do any more polls. That's the most I've ever done in a live, so this is her first two were in this one, and then the third one is that Amy sang at talent shows when she was in middle school. That's the third one right here. But this is the first one. In my 20s, I was a carny traveling and worked as a carnival worker making funnel cakes and corn dogs for 2 years. And number 2 here is I love to eat onions and tomatoes. Number 3 was singing at talent shows in middle school. So, which one is the lie? I'm going with 3. Dieter, no, not yet. I will next. That will be next on the agenda. We've been doing 2 truths and a lie fun idea that Doc had, playing Two Truths and a Lie. And then Doug popped in. I don't know, Dieter. Yeah, I don't know why it I've never experienced that. I've never done that many polls before. I did like 3, I think, and now it cut me off. It won't let me do anymore. Strange. I don't get it. Maybe it's like there is no such thing as like some kind of oh, maybe if I had YouTube Premium, it would let me. I don't have YouTube Premium. Maybe it's some kind of limitation because I don't pay for YouTube. I don't know. Bill says 2. I said 3. Doc says 2. Yeah, fuck YouTube. Yeah, Dieter, my pain is really bad tonight, so yeah, it is hard to focus. I haven't really been on my game. That's why we started so late. Stream wait, what? What is that? Stream 27? Bill Chill thinks 2 is a lie. So it looks like 2 is the winner of this. Bill Chill said 2. Doc said 2. Samuel said 1. I'm the only
Yeah,
one
so
who
we
said
have
3.
1 1, 1 3, and 2 2s, it looks like, right?
Yeah. Yep. Anyone else have guesses before Amy tells us? Oh, there it is. Whoever said 2 is correct. That one was the lie. Wow.
Uh,
That's the most benign one out of the 3. That's the most like the most common thing that people would like. Wow. Good one, Amy. So Amy, wow, that's crazy. I figured that the first one was true. That one I did believe because that's a really random thing to just make up. That's wild. That's so crazy. Working at a carnival as let me see, a carny traveling and worked as a carnival worker making funnel cakes and corn dogs. That's cool. That must have been fun. Yeah, that must have been fun. And singing at talent shows, that takes some guts. I would have been terrified. I had bad stage fright. I only did 1 piano recital in high school and I panicked and screwed up a song that I had played backwards and forwards a million times. I knew it backwards and forwards by heart, and I panicked and screwed it up, and it was awful. I had terrible stage fright. Yeah, you're brave. Singing at talent shows. That's awesome. That's really cool. I always envied people who could sing. I like if I have to, I can I wouldn't sound as bad as one of the old American Idol rejects. I wouldn't sound that bad. I can sort of competently carry a tune, but I'm no singer. I've always if I could pick one talent, I would kill to be able to be like a competent singer. But that's just not a skill of mine. I used to take chorus class in middle school anyway, in junior high, just because I love singing. So that's why one of my guilty pleasures on my list earlier is singing in the car. I don't sing when people are around because I don't think my voice is good enough, but I sing in the car where no one can hear me when I'm alone, and any other time I'm alone. Rapping too, but yeah, I've always loved singing. I'm just not a singer. I'm not a competent singer. I'm like mesmerized by people that have that ability. Like how do you do that? How do you do vibrato, for example? I don't know how people do it. It's amazing. Um yeah, no, I'm not singing. Panda Kalima. The closest you'll get to me singing is rapping. Like I did on like I did a little bit of rapping a couple weeks ago on the stream. Um that's not as scary to me because it's not as hard. Like you don't have to I mean, it's hard. Rapping is hard, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's different. It's, you just have to, you have to have some sense of like tune to your voice when you do it. There's obviously a certain intonation that you use when you rap to something, so you have to do that. But you don't have to have like perfect pitch or something like that. So I feel like it's not as challenging. So nah, no, I'm not gonna do that. It, maybe another time I will. I need to eat something is what I need to do. I'm starving. Um, but I am gonna record. Dieter wanted me to record myself rapping to Not Like Us, the whole song, and I am gonna do that. I don't know if I'll let anybody hear it. Maybe some people in the Discord. If you join the Discord, then I'll let Dieter share it around. But I won't do the whole song live on this thing because I'd be terrified. There are certain lines that are easy, but then it gets really fast paced and I trip over my words. So when I record it, I'm gonna have to like edit out mistakes before I send it to Dieter. Amy, Amy said I traveled with the carnival with my daughter's dad. Oh wow. Oh, Amy, that's awful. We were basically homeless. They give you free rooms, but it's like a jail room with bunk beds. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful.
Oof.
Jeez. Amy, I messed up on stage at the talent show. I had teenagers laugh at me, but people booed at them. That sucks. Yeah, I messed
Sorry,
up on
Amy.
stage too, but nobody laughed at me. That's awful. I mean, I wasn't in a school when I did the recital. I was at some other place, so I didn't have asshole teenagers in the audience to laugh at me. It was just like families of a bunch of kids that were doing it. So when I screwed up, at least nobody laughed at me. But I know how awful that is. Like, you know, you feel like it's the end of the world. You're so embarrassed and well, at least there were people that booed at the people laughing. That sucks. People are teenagers can be such assholes. I
Amy,
swear
did
to
you terrorize them with your telekinesis after? If not, that was a missed opportunity.
yeah. Jeez. Those travel things you see at the carnivals in the back that look like trailers with many doors is a bunkhouse. Yeah, I've always noticed those trailers and wondered about them. Um, eat, Julie, eat. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything in like, oh my God, it's been a while, like maybe 14 hours. I'm pretty hungry. Uh,
Yeah, I'm munching on crackers.
yeah, I need to get something to eat. Uh, Jules to Fools, what the
Do
hell
it.
is that? MC Julie B. Julie Ghost wrote Kendrick Lamar's disses to Drake. Everyone knows that. Oh my God, I love it. You win. That's the best comment. That's great. Oh, I wish, okay? I wish. Kendrick Lamar is a fucking genius. It was the most diabolical takedown imaginable. It was genius from start to finish. It was a premeditated murder. The not just I'm not just talking about one track, the whole sequence of diss tracks. It was from start to finish the way he planned it. It was orchestrated so carefully, and the order in which the tracks came out. Oh my God, the guy is a genius, absolute genius. I wish I could say I ghost wrote those. That was Kendrick Lamar's brilliance. I'm sorry you were bullied, Amy. That sucks. Yeah, fuck them. It's awful. And they pay you every 2 weeks at carnivals. Yeah, that sucks. It sucks. Um, most of the carnies stayed up all night partying and drinking being loud. I'd have to use earplugs. Doesn't sound like a fun time at all. MC Julie B featuring DJ Dieter scratch sounds. Oh, you're funny. Michael's working on a new track, going for some FROMville gangster rap or something. Nice. Nice. All right. See if it works out. Gangster rap. Well, that's a new style. I haven't heard from your stuff. Gangster rap was really that was like the predominant genre. It got like really like super gangsta in the 2000s. I didn't really like that, like I wasn't really a fan of that kind of stuff. I like 90s rap more, and Kendrick Lamar obviously. But yeah, I'm more into 90s rap. And Eminem, I mean Eminem is one of the best rappers of all time. But I was never into like the 50 cents and, like that type of rap. I wasn't really into that. Um hmm. Suno has a free account track length limit. Yeah. Everything is like that. You have like a free version of stuff, and then you have to pay. Yeah, Amy wasn't familiar with Kendrick's stuff, and I said, like, you got to check this music out. And she said she kind of liked it. She liked what she heard so far. Yeah, Serena Williams was dancing at the Super Bowl. That was amazing too. Yeah. Drake's ex. And what was cool was that she was crip walking to Not Like Us, and she got fined for crip walking after she won a tennis match. She got fined for it, and that's stupid. So um, it was just cool to see her get to do that and just crip walk away. So it was not only Kendrick roasting him, it was Drake's ex-girlfriend. Yep, that's right. Everything about it was brilliant. 14-hour days. Jeez. Yeah, you'd think, oh yeah, a carnival, it would be fun to work there, but yeah, no, that doesn't sound fun in the least. I've never listened to Busta Rhymes, Amy. Missy Elliott has some great songs. I like certain ones kind of annoy me because they're very repetitive. Like Work It is too repetitive for me. I didn't like that one, but some of her other ones I really liked. Just classic. Dieter keeps saying I'm gonna make a video. I never said I'm gonna take a video of myself rapping that song. I told him I would feel like a complete jackass making a video of I'm already gonna feel like a jackass, but if I make a video doing it, I'll feel even stupider. So I think it's gonna have to be an audio track. I'm gonna have to settle for audio. MGK, weird beard, Eminem. That's a dumb line. You have a man bun. MGK should have never tried to battle Eminem. That was really idiotic. And Eminem cooked him so bad, he drove him right out of the rap genre completely. Like, he just switched genres. All of a sudden, he started doing like weird pseudo punk rock, I guess. It sucks, whatever it is. It sucks. I didn't understand why the radio was playing it so much. I hated it when he switched to whatever the hell it was that was. Yeah. Um, you love Work It. It's catchy, but it wears all. To me, it's you hear it so. If you hear it too much, it's like it gets annoying because it's so repetitive. So I can only take so much of it. That's the problem with certain songs like that are really repetitive. Busta Rhymes was good for about 3 albums. Yeah, I bet I've heard something of his and I just didn't know it was him, probably, because I know he was a really popular one. Um, like Dieter said, to support the channel, so Dieter set up this PayPal in his name, for channel expenses, like my new laptop, which is helping me make content a whole lot easier. Dieter fronted the money. for it until there are enough donations to reimburse him, which is incredibly generous and kind, because I've been struggling so much with my technology, and the new laptop is so much better. It's so much faster and more functional, and just amazing. What a difference. I'll be able to make content so much more efficiently, better quality, and just everything is faster, so I can, especially once the Wi-Fi here gets fixed with the new router, like, it's going to be so much better now. And every bit of time that I can save doing stuff is good for me. I already spent too many hours doing this until my body pays for it, but this helps immensely. So anyone that is so inclined, that is there. It's also in the description of the video. It's listed under the description. You can see there's the PayPal account on top. There's also Cashapp and Venmo, but for right now, the PayPal is really the best way to support, because some of that will go to Dieter, and he's fronted a lot of money to support the channel. So generous. Dieter says you can feel like a jackass, but you're not, and the audio recording is good. Kendrick will make the video later with you. Oh God, Dieter, in my dreams. Kendrick released a new music video yesterday for this beautiful song, Luther. It's basically like a love song, a rap love song, and he is dreamy in it. Oh my God, I wanted to be this girl in the video with him. There's this model playing like his love interest in the video, and he's doing this really smooth, like, rap love song lyric delivery, like right in her face, like really close to her, facing each other. Oh my God, they were like inches apart, and he's mouthing to the lyrics, and oh my God, he's smooth. I've never seen him like that before. He doesn't, like, I don't know, I'm just getting familiar with his full catalog, but I've never seen him like do something like that. Drake is the one who's usually like trying to be Mr. Loverboy. That's what he calls himself, certified Loverboy. So he's always done like lovey-dovey rap. Cheesy though. Kendrick's is not cheesy. But Drake, he marketed himself. His biggest audience was the female demographic, with like, like soft, romantic kind of rap. This is before he turned bitter and started just making songs about how all his girlfriends have left him, and all that stuff. But he used to do that, like, romantic stuff in a really cheesy way. It was cheesy as hell. See, that's the difference between him and Kendrick. Like I will admit, there's that song, what the hell is it called? Where he's like, Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? What the hell is that song? In My Feelings. In My Feelings by Drake. Okay, his idea of a romantic song was In My Feelings by Drake. Kiki, and it's like multiple different girls' names, so he's not even professing his love to one person. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you'll never ever leave from beside me, 'cause I want you and I need you and I'm down for you always. It's just so cheesy, and like, I will admit it's catchy. I thought it was a bop. I'm not gonna lie, like, it's a bop, and it was fun to listen to. But if you listen to it, it's cheesy. And then he switches the names, and then he talks to somebody named KB and Risha and JT, and like, so you're not even like professing your love to one person. How is this attractive to women? Now compare that with Kendrick's lyrics to Luther. He's literally saying, like, he says, if this world were mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God, introduce them to that light, hit them strictly with that fire. Like, that's fucking love. if this world were mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God, introduce them to that light, hit them strictly with that fire. Like, wow, that's love. And it's all about how he would do anything for this person he loves. Like, everything to him, he would do anything. And it uses a sample from Luther Vandross, "If This World Were Mine." So it's all about that. It has that same theme. And it's just it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I would take away your pain, I'd give you everything. Like, the world were mine, like what he would do for her. Like, that's what you want to hear, not Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Like, that's like high school shit. And Drake was way too old to be making that high school shit when he made it. Anyway.
I want to have a Kiki.
Yeah. A Kiki?
You don't know that song?
No, what's
It's
that?
a good song.
It's a
I think
song?
it's by is it the Scissor Sisters who sing that one? I want to have a Kiki. Yeah. It's a funny song. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to freestyle for us? No, maybe I'll play some. Yeah, I'll play some beats. You can freestyle for us. Come on, Julie.
I could not do that if my life depended on it. Are you kidding? No way. I could. It takes me forever just to get the hang of rapping along to an easy Kendrick rap. But part of his song that's easy, I have to like listen to it many times first. I could never. Freestyling is something I have no idea how anybody does it. I have so much respect for people who can do that well. Like, I have no idea. Like, how does your brain work fast enough to freestyle rap? That's amazing to me. That's an art.
Good night, Scarlet.
Oh, good night, Scarlet. Yeah, see you later. She said, in my Yellow Jackets finale honor, I may go on camera in my leather bird mask. Yeah, Sunday night.
Okay. Oh, on Sunday, all right.
Yeah, she says she fell asleep. Now going to bed. If anyone here likes Yellow Jackets, catch my Sunday live for the finale here. So she put the link to the Yellow Jackets finale live stream on Sunday night. I think
I'll be there.
I think it's at 10:30. Yeah. So yeah, check that out if you like Yellow Jackets. Yeah, gotta see if she's gonna. What is she gonna possibly dress up in? Her maybe in her yellow bird mask. Ooh. Sounds like fun to me. So good night, Scarlet. Let's see.
Leather bird mask, yeah.
Yeah, nice. I'm intrigued. Missy Elliott's first 2 albums are classics. Yeah, I haven't heard like an entire album of hers, but she has some songs that I love. I thought Eminem lost the rap battle. Really? Really? I've never heard anybody say. Well, I guess there are MGK fans who thought that he won, but I think the vast majority of people thought Eminem like demolished him. But yeah. Hey, different strokes, Agree to disagree. Eminem is insane. Like, the breath control that he can do. I've never heard anything like it. There was an album he released several years ago. I've never heard anybody rap that fast. It's insane. Like, it seems like it's not possible. And you couldn't hear any cuts. Like, he did this without any edits. Like, he just rapped it all the way through. I wish I could remember the name of the song. It was nuts. The album cover was It was modeled after a Hitchcock thing. It was modeled after a Hitchcock movie. What was it? What was it called? Now that's gonna bug me. Music to be Murdered By. That was it.
Okay, I would
Music.
not have guessed it.
Yeah, he had an album cover where he like had a gun to his head, and he had to actually change it for certain platforms because they found it too offensive. But it was modeled after an actual poster of Alfred Hitchcock with holding a gun to his head. So then he had to change it to himself standing there in a suit holding a shovel. But it's raining and the wind is crazy outside. But the controversy, there were some controversies with it inevitably, but the song was it, what was it? Godzilla? You know he has a song called Godzilla, Doc.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was Godzilla. It was the one that he rapped at like the speed of light. It might be that
No,
one, actually.
I think TJ Storm has the King Kong one. I think that's the name.
Yeah. TJ Storm. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just seeing this now from 10 minutes ago. Dieter said, Happy's Huggables donated 20. Wow. I didn't see anything in the chat. I didn't see anybody in the chat called Happy's Huggables. Maybe it's somebody who's not in the chat but just listening or something, I'm guessing. But thank you very much for that. If you're just listening and not in the chat, thank you so much. That is so generous of you. Truly appreciate it. Wow. Very, very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing my attention to that, Dieter. Sorry if I'm sometimes a little bit behind the chat. My pain makes it really hard to think straight and get out my thoughts, and like sometimes I'm all over the place, scatterbrained, and I talk too much. I ramble. I go off on tangents, but so I end up behind the chat. Julie be chilling at the diner, hoping Smiley won't find her, wishing the world was a little kinder. Meanwhile, Drake sings in A minor. I love it. I love it. That's great, Panda Kalima. That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I was wrong. It was TJ Storm did the body acting for the new Godzilla movies. D Storm Powers did the King Kong song. So they both had Storm in the name. That's why I got them mixed up.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, I loved Godzilla, that Eminem song Godzilla. It was amazing. Kendrick calling Drake a colonizer was a perfect description of him. Yes. Exactly. Because he's, appropriating African American Black culture in the places that he goes, like, like he goes down to Atlanta, like in the song, Kendrick says, tell him run to America to imitate heritage. They can't imitate this violence. Yeah, I like that line. Yeah, it's like, you're not a colleague, you're a colonizer. It was so spot on. Yeah. I gotta practice doing it more because I really do enjoy rapping to that song. I just get nervous doing it with people listening. I do it all the time when I'm by myself. Drake's a slut, JulieBDeepDives 2025. Listen to Euphoria by Kendrick. It's one of the best goddamn songs, one of the best rap songs I've ever heard, and it's a battle rap. Not many, like, the crazy thing about this is such great songs came out of it that you still would want to listen to now. That's not common in battle rap, and he made a #1 song out of it, Not Like Us. It's crazy, like, and he performed Euphoria at the Super Bowl along with Not Like Us. There's songs that you would listen to even now. It's not just a moment that passes. It's iconic. I can rap to Euphoria too, but that one's a lot harder. That's a lot harder. So, I don't know if I would attempt that on a recording. Nightman said falling asleep while the stream is on is actually underrated. I did it once. I recommend leaving the stream on if you're going to bed. I get that a lot, actually. I get that a lot. People fall asleep and wake up to me. ASMR. Well, thanks. As long as you put the mic near your mouth so we can hear the heavy breathing. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be sleeping on the live. I did it once. Never want that to happen again. I fell asleep twice in the same live because I was on for too long. Julie
can't
on the
tell if
beat.
I'm awake or dreaming.
You can't tell if you're
I'm
awake or
kidding.
dreaming.
I'm kidding.
Peter's like, Julie on the beat. No need to hide. Your flow's pure fire. Let the doubt subside. They feel your vibe. You're born to shine. Rap queen rising. It's your time. No, trust me, I'm not that good. It's just fun to do.
I'll read his new ones.
Oh, he's got new ones? I'm
No,
gonna scroll.
don't highlight them. Don't highlight them. I'm kidding.
Okay. Oh god. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh wait, I'm not gonna highlight that. Jesus, Dieter. Oh my god. What the hell? Jesus Christ. What did you feed into the AI to come up with that? Holy shit. Oh my god.
I don't know if his wife should leave him unsupervised.
Oh my god. Wow. Amy said that's the song lyrics to the P. Diddy song. Yeah, that sounds like some Diddy shit. That sounds like some freak off shit. Yeah, we don't want any freak offs around here. No Diddy. No Diddy.
The head nurse where I work, she said she's got almost as many bottles of lube at her house as P. Diddy.
Oh no, that's a red flag.
She was joking because she had to hold boxes of surgical what do you call it, lubricant.
Oh really?
Yeah, and so she was making a joke.
Yeah.
Or maybe she wasn't referring to her house, but she said I have more lube than than P. Diddy or something like that. But yeah, it's because of all the colonoscopies that we do.
Oh. Okay, then. Then she's all right. She's not a freak.
Well, she could still be a freak. We don't know. The jury is still out.
Oh, that's great. I mean, who has 1,000 bottles of baby oil? 1,000. 1,000 bottles. Like, how? He's the devil. He is the devil. Like he is so bad. He's so fucked up that fucking Osama bin Laden's lawyer is begging to be let loose from having to defend Diddy. Last I heard, that he was trying to quit. He's like, I can't do this. He's like, I cannot continue representing him. And apparently you can't just quit easily. He was like trying to request to quit. He represented freaking bin Laden. So that's scary. That's really terrifying. Diddy is definitely the devil. He's the devil. Yeah, he's in big trouble. He's never seen the light of day again. Yeah. Well, you know what's crazy to me though? I don't get why more people haven't gone down with him yet. A lot of people went to those parties. A lot of people. I mean, there were parties. He called them freak-offs. And
It's gonna be like the Epstein list.
yeah, it's gotta be like the Epstein list. You know, there have to be people who go down with him. I'm sure because he was known for taking videos at these parties, and he would use them as blackmail to keep them from talking to anybody, to exposing him. So now that he's going down, I'm surprised he hasn't taken more people with him yet. What does he have to lose? Like, I'm surprised he hasn't come out with some of those recordings. You know, we could see a lot of other like celebrities get outed as monsters. You know, the stuff that they did at his parties. Like they were participating in the crimes. So yeah, I don't know. Like maybe that's still gonna happen and it's just gonna take more time, but geez. Like, yeah, it's pretty bad. Jay-Z and Beyonce went to one of his parties. Oh shit. Jay-Z was accused of something really bad.
Yeah, he was. And I think now they successfully quashed that accusation, at least for now.
Oh, so maybe it was a false accusation.
Well, that's what he's claiming, but I don't
Okay.
know.
Some woman claimed that he, essayed her. I don't know anything about it. I don't know any of the details, but yeah, that's a very serious allegation. So, yeah, that would suck. Hopefully it's not true, but yeah, a lot of times they quash those by paying women off, and it may well be true. It could be true, but they might just pay her off so she drops the charges or drops the case or whatever. That happens a lot, unfortunately. Honestly, it wouldn't be that surprising. There's so many famous. You know what's crazy? Drake said something in one of his songs during the battle with Kendrick that was laughable. He was saying like something like I don't mess with young girls. I forget how he put it, but it was something to that effect. And then he said, I'm way too famous for that. In the song, he was implying that he's too famous, he would get caught. He would never mess with young girls. If he messed with them, then people would know about it because he's famous. It's like, dude, have you been living under a rock for the last few decades? Like, do you know, especially the last 10 years, like, do you know how many celebrities have been accused of all kinds of horrible things? Like, you get away with it precisely because you're a celebrity and you're more likely to be guilty. Like, that was the craziest thing to say. I'm way too famous for that. Have you met Harvey Weinstein? Like, have you met all these other famous people who've gone down? Bill Cosby? I mean, Bill Cosby wound up getting his case overturned and he was released on I think it was a technicality. I think he was still guilty as sin, but Kendrick literally compared Drake to Epstein in one of his songs. I just wonder, okay, if he has intel on him, okay, then do something then with it. Like, give it to the police. Like, I don't know. There should be an investigation. Someone needs to raid the embassy about to be raided too. It's only a matter of time. As Kendrick said, well, okay, when is it going to happen? Raid the embassy, aka Drake's mansion. I would like to see it happen. If it's true, then he needs to be prosecuted. Hey, Jackie. Nice to see you, Jackie. What, Doc?
Want to hear something outrageous?
What?
So, the Village People want everyone to reimagine YMCA as not being a gay song or having anything to do with homosexuality in its lyrics. They are
What?
now saying it has nothing to do with homosexuality and that the accusation is libel and slander.
You gotta be kidding.
Nope, I'm not kidding. Or at least it was on a news program I watched and they were serious about it.
What the hell? But they were so, like, weren't they, like, openly promoting I mean, weren't they actively, like, you
They
know
were made to be like they were made to appeal to gay men in like the 70s or whatever.
Right.
Like the person that like put their band together, actually, that was like what they were intentionally set out to do. And but they didn't deny that some of their other songs might be have gay themes. It was that specific song that they were referring to. They didn't want it to be any longer like associated as being a gay song.
That's
I thought that was
bizarre.
wicked funny.
That's like one of the gay yeah, like Jackie C said, the gayest song to ever exist is not gay anymore. I mean I don't know, there's some songs today that are pretty gay, pretty it's hard to even say which is the gayest song to ever exist, but, like, like Troye Sivan has some awesome, really gay music. I like Troye Sivan. Um, David Archuleta now has gay music, which I love to see. I love to see it. He came out of the closet. I love David Archuleta. He was on American Idol.
Oh,
Um,
I'm
I
not
was
familiar.
I was obsessed with him when I was like 19 watching American Idol and I always knew he was closeted. I could just tell, but he was Mormon and it took him until he was in his 30s to finally accept who he is and come out, and it's just nice to see. Um so his music is pretty gay now, but not as gay as the Village People though. Like yeah, and their whole aesthetic. That's crazy that they said that. I wonder
Well,
why.
if you listen to the lyrics of YMCA and you know what gay men did at the YMCA back then, you can't unsee or unhear those lyrics and what they actually mean. They were that song is about cruising at the YMCA. That's when a gay guy goes to look and fool around with another gay guy in public, and there's like a public hookup spot that's common for people for gay guys to hook up at, and that was the YMCA back in the day. And there are still
Wow.
creepy old men that go to the YMCA around here apparently and do that because my ex roommate got creeped on while he was at the YMCA and he didn't understand why it kept happening and I
Oh
had to
my
explain
god.
it to him.
Oh god, like in the locker room or something?
Yeah, in the steam rooms and stuff, there would be like old men that would follow him around.
Oh
And I
god.
was like, "Well, what are you wearing?" He says, "Oh, nothing." I'm like, "Well, dude, that's probably why you're just walking around naked all the time over there, and you got these, horny old men that are like, ooh la la, let's have some fun."
That's awesome. Oh my god, it's just it's so awkward. Like, but the thing is though, it's normal to be walking around not wearing much, in the locker room and the steam room. It's just what you do. So you should be able to do that without like some creeps, you know.
You should be able to.
Hitting on you. You should be able to do that. Jeez. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, an old man with sagging balls, knee knocking. That's the kind of thing you see at the YMCA, I've heard. Um,
Younger people use the internet, and we got apps for meeting up with guys.
yeah. You don't need to cruise the YMCA anymore.
No, you don't need
Didn't
to pay a subscription.
and the YMCA used to be a place where you could sleep overnight, right? Like, weren't there, like wasn't it a place you
I
could
think
actually
I think they once upon a time maybe
a long time ago.
the
Yeah.
yeah the lyrics imply it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah,
I have a
like, it's
feeling
just
that went badly.
yeah, that could go very badly. I can imagine when I listen to the song, then I just can imagine like just a bunch of gay guys like living there at the YMCA, just partying all the time. Um, yeah, and what's funny? I remember every father-daughter dance in elementary school, they'd always play that song, and we had no idea what it was actually about.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so your little kids singing along to the song and doing the dance with your arms up, and you have no idea like what it was actually about. Yeah, that's hilarious. I knew it. Yeah, I looked it up. YMCA's in the past often had dormitory or residence style rooms where people could stay. It was considered a safe and affordable lodging option for visitors or those in need of temporary housing. So yeah. Oh, this is ironic. I mean, it was not founded for that purpose though, but I guess, I don't know, eventually maybe it turned into that. It was actually it was supposed to be just to promote a Christian environment. But just imagining a bunch of guys hooking up and, doing all kinds of wild stuff. Yeah, it's not exactly like Bible camp.
Or is it? I don't know. I've never been.
Yeah. I didn't
I've
know it
heard
stands
stories
for.
about gay boys at camp.
Oh, oh, really?
Oh yeah, I've got friends that when they tell me, "Oh yeah, that's when I had my first gay experience was when I went to camp." Oh, I guess I missed out.
Yeah. Well, um, I had no idea that the YMCA stands for Young Men's Christian Association. That's news to me. Well, um, Dieter, no, I haven't eaten. I need to do that. Yeah, I need the treadmill too. Anyway, yeah.
That
Yeah, I can
explains
imagine.
why my church would send the altar boys to the YMCA for training.
Oh,
No, I'm
really?
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Jackie C said gay men are picky, so if you're getting hit on wearing nothing, then you must be damn hot. It's a compliment. Um, yeah, anyway, what was it? I was gonna scroll up and look or something. Oh God, Tom Green. I remember Tom Green. His music was so scandalous to me in my young adolescence. I was shocked. I would turn on MTV and his his lyrics were so depraved to me. I was a very innocent kid. Yeah, I guess the YMCA is the gayest because it's the most OG, even though it's not explicit. It's not like Troye Sivan has this song that's what is it called? Bloom. Wait, is it Bloom? Bloom is one of the gayest songs I've ever heard, and in the best way. I absolutely fucking love that song. And let's just say it's an ode to a certain position. I won't get too graphic, but it's done in a very tasteful way. It's metaphorical. It's beautiful, actually. It's a beautiful song. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love it. I love Troye Sivan. Swag meant acronym homosexual men used in the 60s, meaning secretly we are gay. Wait, really? I've never heard that. Interesting.
Wait, what? SE swag. Oh, I've never heard that before. I've heard what is it? Friend of Dorothy, referring to Judy Garland because she was one of the first big public proponents or allies for gay rights, and so they would refer to gay people as a friend of Dorothy, or that was like a kind of like a code at one point. Maybe it was just slang, but I thought it was like supposed to be code or something like that.
Yeah.
There were also handkerchief codes, um, wearing having like a handkerchief like out of like one of your pockets, like the color in the pocket, I think would like basically say like what you were looking for and what you were into, sort of thing.
Right.
So if you saw a guy walking down the street and he had like, I don't know, I have no idea what the colors mean, so I could be saying something terrible, but like a black handkerchief hanging out of his right butt pocket, that could mean something like he's into getting something in a back alley. I don't freaking know, but you know,
Oh, I heard that somewhere. Yeah, there'd be like a certain code, like the color. It would be like a color code system. It would say what they were into, what kind of stuff they were into.
and
Yeah.
one of the there was a gay bar that I worked at for a while as a shop boy in Providence called Mirabar. And a shop boy is a guy who walks around in his underwear with a tray of shots and sells them for a buck each, whatever. They're like shots in a test tube. They were kind of cheap and nasty. But the bosses there, they told me that like back in the day, like it was called Mirabar, but Mira, not mirror. But back then though, it was like kind of like a play on words because they had these mirrors and they would flirt by looking at each other in the mirror. And that was
Hmm.
kind of like their like down low way of doing it. This way they couldn't get like busted as easily.
Oh.
And so that's how they would flirt. And then they would like sit near each other and talk a little bit like, quietly or whatever. And then they might leave and go to like the bathhouse or something. I don't friggin' know.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I remember in the 2000s, I discovered the show Queer as Folk, and I never heard of a bathhouse, but I learned a whole lot about it from watching that show. Um,
I've never been to one. Now, gay life is not like they make in that show. Oh my God, and thank goodness too. Like, and like that might be what you know, rich LA gays, how they live their lives. I don't friggin' know or what they think gay life is, but gay people do not live like that. That's just crazy the way those freaking people.
yeah, yeah, I didn't think that was accurate. Like, I mean, the characters in the show, they're not all wild. Like there's one who's like a man whore. He's really, really promiscuous. But to its credit, it doesn't portray like I don't like I don't like shows that promote stereotypes, and the stereotype that like gay guys are all promiscuous and hooking up with everybody. No, that's not true at all. And that show doesn't portray that. It's just like there's one guy who is, and he goes to these bathhouses, and so he hangs out with a lot of people who are. You see him doing this, hooking up with randos all the time in the back room of the bathhouse,
And the
and it's
funny thing
graphic.
is, yeah, and he is the funny thing is that he's the like most masculine out of the characters. And he is actually probably the best constructed character out of them in that show, even though he is also the most detestable. I feel like a lot of times in shows that kind of is how it is.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. I absolutely loved that character. Like I was obsessed with him. He was just so full of charisma and sex appeal and very well constructed too. Like actually extremely intelligent, like witty, funny. I would just crack up laughing um just at his lines, and you know like somebody spray painted the F word, the slur on his car, on the side of his car once, and he just didn't give a shit. I mean, he was pissed about the car, but he didn't give a shit about being called that, and he just drove down the street screaming it at the top of his lungs. Like he just didn't care, and I just loved his character, even though he acted like an asshole and mistreated the guy he was in a relationship with. And there was also something very controversial about the way they got together too, because the kid
Oh
was
yeah,
a
that was
17
an
year.
abusive relationship.
Yeah, that's not okay. Like the kid was 17 years old and still in high school, and he's like 29 years old. But
And
I
the way
was
he
like,
was treating him too was also awful.
it was, and yet by the end of the series, he grew so much as a character. Like, you see him actually change a lot and learn how to, you know, like, actually commit to someone in a relationship and be loving, and he completely changed. I mean, not completely, he still certain things were never going to change, but like there was a huge metamorphosis. So really well constructed character and journey of it. But I like I barely even watched the finale of the whole series though, because they completely ruined it. They took 5 seasons of character growth and shot it all to hell with the ending. They ruined it for me. Sending
Oh, I didn't see the end.
they ruined it. They ruined it because he was ready to finally commit, and he and Justin were going to get married, and it was like, okay, wow, this is amazing. The culmination of 5 seasons of character growth. He's matured, you know, he's committing to this, and they're happy together. And Justin, he encourages Justin to move to New York and be an artist there because he gets an opportunity to do art there and live his dream. And he stays in, I forget where they live, Pittsburgh or like something like
Oh, to
that.
be with his kid.
Yeah. So he insists that Justin leave, and so it's like, it's not like he did something terrible, so it shot his character growth to hell, but the fact that they split up after all that time, the whole point was that he learned how to commit to a person and love them. He was so he did such messed up things because he was screwed up, and his father was abusive of him and never loved him. And you got to see that backstory. Like, so he was I'm not condoning the stuff he did, but it was a really compelling story and character. And yeah, I was just pissed at the ending. I was like way too invested in a show about fictional characters. Like they were real people who split up. I was like, what the fuck? I was in college at the time. I was just a kid. It made me mad. Not when it came out. I was like, this was after it ended. I discovered it when I was in college. And yeah, I was pissed. But like but it was a really uplifting show that had important messages in it. It depicted bullying, like severe bullying, gay bashing in a shocking way that had never been done on television before. It was groundbreaking. Before that, all you really had were like the Ellen Show and Will and Grace, gay, sitcoms like that. This one, it gave like a really raw portrayal of gay people and the challenges they face in society, and very graphic love scenes that were extremely daring and controversial. No one had ever done this on TV before. They did that stuff. They showed, when Justin got bashed in the head with a baseball bat. I mean, it's harrowing to watch. He almost died and was traumatized by it because of some homophobic closeted bully at school. Yeah. So yeah, I loved that show.
Yeah. And stuff like that happens. I know a guy that he got an axe to the head in New Bedford at a bar, at a gay bar called Puzzles, and he survived miraculously.
Wow,
Yeah. Some guy went in there with an axe and went all crazy.
oh my God. That's horrible. And he survived, thank God. Jesus.
Yeah. He's not quite right anymore. I don't think, from last I checked, but I don't know if that has anything to do with that, what happened to him.
Yeah. No, that's awful. That's awful. That should never happen. Like, yeah, I get very upset about stuff like that, so watching the show was really difficult. I loved the characters, but then watching that storyline, it's pretty brutal. And that's how Brian, and the show I'm talking about is Queer as Folk. And yes, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat. Jesus, guys, I see the chat.
And
I
there's a
will.
British version.
Yeah, there's a British version of Queer as Folk too.
Some people
Uh,
like it more. I've never actually seen it.
yeah, I know some people like it more, but I've never seen it either. I think it came out first. I actually watched some clips from it on YouTube, and it looks boring as hell. So yeah,
I
I
think
don't.
I remember trying to watch the first episode once, and like my interest go into something else, and I'm easily distracted though. So it could have been me being addicted to my phone.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of shows that are like that have like different versions in other countries. There's a great show about androids called Humans. I've only seen I think the first 2 seasons. I think there are three, or maybe I've seen just the first one. There are two, but I thought I saw the first two and there are three. It could be wrong. Um, and that's an excellent show. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Westworld before Westworld, but not as like puzzle boxy. And it was based on think like a Swedish or Danish show or something. I don't even remember what country it came from, but I haven't seen that version. Well, I saw like the first episode or two, but it was giving away like spoilery stuff that I noticed, like from the story of the British version. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to stop watching this until I finish watching the British version. I feel like I can go back to it now, though.
Okay. What's this called again?
Humans.
Humans. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. I've heard that's good.
It has the guy from Merlin that played Merlin.
Oh,
Trying to think of
okay.
his name. He's got gorgeous eyes.
Oh, nice. Um, yeah, like something I see I saw something online that Queer as Folk was recently redone, and I had no idea.
I heard about it. I didn't see it.
I couldn't believe that when I saw it, because that would have 2022. It
I
was
heard it flopped.
redone. It had 8 episodes. It got 80% positive on Rotten Tomatoes, but it was canceled after 1 season. Well, that sucks. Well, you can't possibly beat the one from the 2000s. There's just no way. That was, and I see all that in the chat. I'm getting up now to get something to eat. I just never have anybody to talk to about this particular subject, because like no one I know has ever watched these things but me. So I'm like, oh my god, finally someone who's watched this.
Bill Chill has seen
Yeah.
Humans. Yeah, great show.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Yeah. Anyway, Panda Kalima, you are hilarious.
So is Amy.
That is a lot of food emojis. That might be every food emoji. That might be every food emoji that there is. Like, that's probably all of them. What the fuck? Jesus. Dieter's got all of you guys being like my mom and dad now.
Oh, I'm just seeing the chat. Press 1 to make Julie eat. Okay.
Yeah. Jesus. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Oh my god,
Oh
you guys
wow.
are.
If we combine our powers, we can prompt Julie to take care of herself. Oh, why am I pressing it again? I'm just getting caught up in the hype of everyone doing it now.
I see a lot of ones in the chat, a lot of food emojis. Amy, that's a lot of ones. I didn't mean to ignore you, Panda Kalima. I just get me talking about stuff like Queer as Folk, and I'll never shut up. I mean, it's like Kendrick. I'll go off on a tangent, and it's because I have nobody to talk to about this stuff. Nobody. I can't talk to my mom about it. I mean, I tried to show my mom Queer as Folk once, and she couldn't even get through
My.
5 minutes of it.
I could just imagine.
As soon as they show a guy and another guy, basically they go they show like full frontal male nudity in the clubs in this particular club on the show, and my mom was not ready for that. My mom might as well be a Pennsylvania Mennonite, just like her grandma was, because she can't handle that kind. Whether it's straight, gay, doesn't matter what it is. She does not want to see nudity at all. So I
Oh
watched
yeah,
it
they
by
throw
myself.
you right in.
Oh yeah, this was groundbreaking shit too. This was like the year 2000 when this came out. No one was making shows that daring for with gay characters and nudity. Like that was a trailblazer,
And
you
then
know.
after Queer as Folk came out, they had that gay channel, and they would put out shows that were really low quality that would like try to emulate Queer as Folk and like push the boundaries with nudity and stuff too. But yeah, Queer as Folk, I haven't seen a show do it like that and that well. But some shows have started coming close. Like Game of Thrones has some steamy scenes, but not quite. I feel like it still hasn't gone as far as Queer as Folk did. I haven't seen another show go that far.
Me neither. Uh, the sex scenes were like the most shocking graphic I've ever seen, and I was just sitting there glued to the screen. You know, a freshman in college when I first discovered it. I discovered it years after it came out. When it came out, I was a kid. I was too young for it, but I discovered it when
I
I was.
was watching it at 16.
Oh man, yeah, yeah. I didn't discover it until like 2006. I was in college, and I was glued to the screen. Like, holy shit! Oh my god! Like, I guess it's I don't know. You know how straight guys enjoy like watching like women make out. I guess it's a similar thing. Girls like watching guys make out. Uh,
Yeah,
it's
there are a lot of girls like that.
it, like
Did you know?
I hope that doesn't sound offensive to you. It's just a natural thing, because if you're attracted to guys, then seeing two guys make out, it's hot. You know?
Yeah, and did you know that most yaoi in Japan is written by women for women, and yaoi is like manga and anime that's like two guys like in romance together or whatever. There's like all different other terms for it depending on like the types of guys and stuff like baras for like big muscle beefy guys and stuff. Um, but yeah, it's generally made by women for women in Japan, like the published stuff.
Oh, yeah,
And
I believe it.
most of my friends in college were anime girls, and they were showing me all the yaoi that was out at the time. Well, not all of it, but they're showing me some of the yaoi that was out at the time. Like, oh, Justin,
Oh,
watch this. Justin, watch that. Watch Gravitation. Watch Fake.
oh, oh, I've heard of yaoi. I just didn't know how to pronounce it. I know what you're talking about. Yes. And good night, Amy. Um, I know exactly what you're talking about, and um, I'm really I got into during the pandemic. I discovered. Have you ever heard of BL shows?
Boy love.
Boy
No,
love. Yes.
but not
Very
like the Nambla kind. Although some of
no.
that was it was like that territory because Japan, oh my gosh, their concept of like morality when it comes to that is very different than ours, at
Oh, in
least with
Japan.
anime. Yeah.
Oh, they have some of the oh my god, yeah. Some of the anime and like the comics and stuff, it's very fucked up. Like some of the BL stuff, not just from Japan, but like Thailand, it gets really like assault. Like basically like there's not enough respect for consent at all, and it's like normalized in that, and it's really problematic, but I don't that's not the kind I like. But when
Well,
I
they'd have
was
like a lot of it was
huh?
like minors too. Like a lot of the characters were like minors, and so, like and my friends were into I think it was called Loveless or Heartless. I think it was Loveless, and I really enjoyed it, but I had to pretend that the characters were in college.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes some of these are about high school boys. A lot of them are. These BL shows too. But usually they're pretty tame when they're about high school boys. They're tame, they're innocent. There are some that are very, very innocent and sweet, and then there are others. Over the years, they've gotten steamier and steamier.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
like, I during the pandemic, I discovered this genre, and I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. So it became like I got a little obsessed. I went down a rabbit hole with it. So I would watch BLs from Thailand. The best ones I think are from Thailand, Taiwan. There were some good ones from South Korea, but they were too tame for me. They were a little like in South Korea. Well, there's a lot of homophobia in all of these Asian countries, but in South Korea, it was particularly conservative, too conservative and homophobic. So the shows were a little too tame. Thailand and Taiwan were better from the last I saw, and like the Philippines made some good ones. China not so much, because China would censor the hell out of it, and like they banned one show for it because of their homophobia. Um but like I watched so many of these shows and like a lot of them follow the same format. They're a bunch of like university guys, and it's like you're watching the same type of show over and over and over again. There's like the bad boy and like this innocent young guy, and you know,
Yep.
certain tropes. Um, Especially the Thai ones. There were so many that took place in universities, and like they're almost identical to each other. But I really enjoyed those. That was like my obsession during the pandemic. It took my mind off of other things.
The one I enjoyed the most was Gravitation because it was about a boy rock star who falls in love with an asshole writer. And it's kind of like, it was kind of like seeing like two parts of myself like trying to date each other. Cause like there's a part of me that's like into like music and it's kind of like happy go lucky. And then there's also like the like bitter, like sometimes mean, also writer part of me. And so I enjoyed that one. The music was kind of catchy too.
Mm, nice. Yeah. I had so many favorites that I loved. There was one that made me actually discover allow because of that, I discovered K-pop, and I went down a K-pop rabbit hole. And then I went off of the BL obsession because K-pop took over my life. Um, but it was yeah, there was I forget, I don't even remember the name of the show, but it introduced me to K-pop because it was a South Korean BL, and it was the theme song was by a K-pop group called Ace, and I became completely obsessed with Ace. Went down the rabbit hole with that. Um, oh, what the hell is the name of the? I don't remember the name of the show. It was yeah, it just got me obsessed with K-pop, and but like yeah, there were so many great shows, and they've gotten steamier and steamier over the years as like uh things have been more liberal. Like I feel like the social norms have gotten more liberal in those countries, so they're doing steamier scenes. But like initially, there was one called Tarn Type in Thailand. That was one of the first really popular ones. And if you read the I think it's like it started as a manga. It it was very problematic. It didn't have enough consent in it, so they changed the series a bit so it wasn't as bad, but there was still one scene where there wasn't really consent. So that they've changed that. More recent series are different. They make sure to respect consent. There should always be Oh, I found it. It's called Light on Me. That was the South Korean one that introduced me to Ace and K-pop, and but there's so many beautiful ones. Like I've lost touch with that whole world because I just got into other things, but yeah, there are a lot of really
Did you know?
beautifully done stories. Mhm.
Did you know that one of the first mainstream movies to show gay parents in a positive light was a Godzilla movie?
No way. Really?
Yeah, it was Godzilla versus Megalon in 1973. They did it in a very innocuous way. They didn't straight up say that they were a couple or that they were the parents of the kid, and they didn't show them being overly affectionate, just like having like a little date outside, like a picnic, like with wine and stuff, and like living together and stuff, kind of in a way, or at least like they. I remember like as a kid, I didn't get it. Like I thought, where are this kid's where's this kid's parents? Where are they? Like, is this like the uncle and the uncle's friend? What's going on here? But then when I
Mm,
got older and I like learned a bit more, it's like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. They were gay dads. This was their kid.
right. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, because that kind of thing you just didn't see in mainstream stuff for a long time for the most part. I mean, like not until recent years now you finally start seeing this is just becoming more the norm. Like it's not out of the ordinary anymore. Um, but yeah, no one else I've ever talked to has even known what BL is. It's funny. It's I also watched one during the pandemic called Game Boys, and it was so clever because it was from the Philippines, and it was clever because, like, it was the pandemic when they shot it, and so someone came up with the idea, like, "Okay, so we can't film shows a normal way, so we'll do a show about 2 guys who fall in love over the internet," and they start
Oh, that's
playing ga
cute.
it's really cute, they play games together, and it's actually, like, the most adorable one of the most adorable stories I've ever seen because, like, they fall in love over the internet and, like, it takes some time, like, they have some misunderstandings and stuff and some issues, and one of them is shy and it's sweet, and, like, the other one is more, like, flirtatious, and he would do, like, push-ups and stuff on camera to impress him, and then they finally get to meet in person, but the pandemic is still going on. So they have to like, so their first kiss is through, like, a plastic screen so that they didn't actually make physical contact. It's through a plastic screen, and they stuck their arms through these holes, with, like, plastic bags around their arms so they could still put their arms around each other. It was absolutely it sounds stupid, I know, but it was absolutely adorable, and it was actually really well written and clever because they really legitimately couldn't film normally, so they had to do a show like this. So someone just came up with this idea, "Okay, we can't we can't do a show, like, normally because of COVID," and so they literally had to take these precautions anyway, and yeah, it was just very clever, and then they did a sequel where they got to finally once the pandemic was under control, they got to meet more in person with no plastic between them and do, like, steamier scenes and stuff like that, but yeah,
Uh,
it was clever.
Hubby moved in with me during the pandemic because of the pandemic. He got quarantined with me. His
Oh, wow.
yeah, because he was driving for DoorDash and his parents were afraid that he was gonna get sick or get them sick. And so they said, nope, you stay over there and we're gonna stay over here. And yeah, so he got quarantined with me during the whole like basic part of the pandemic, and so like we just moved in.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
And then we got our pandemic puppy.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people got dogs. I heard about that. Like,
We had gotten a kitten too, but the kitten he had gotten like kidney stones or something like that, and he passed away during the surgery.
oh,
Yeah,
that's awful. I'm sorry. It's so
yeah,
sad.
yeah, that was rough.
I heard a lot of people got dogs. Pandemic puppy. I never heard it put that way. A lot of people did that for companionship. It was actually a really smart idea. I didn't. I mean, I already had a cat. I couldn't. Like my cat hates other animals, so I could.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, I hit the mute. My cat hates other animals, so I couldn't get a pandemic puppy, but I wanted to. I miss having a dog. Well, now I sort of have a dog. He's my mom's dog, so he spends most of his time with her. But it's nice to have a dog in the house again. I lived like years without a dog, and it was weird because it was the first time since I was like 5 years old living without a dog.
Oh, night, Michael.
I'll be right
Michael's
back.
having
I just have to mute for a second.
Yeah, you need to make some food. What's going on here in the chat? Let's see here. Needs to go to bed. Broccoli covered in nacho cheese is yummy. Yes, I agree. Fat, salt, sugar, alcohol, caffeine. All your anti-nutrients combined. Anti-nutrients, I take that. Yeah, Julia found another topic for a while, but she's getting food now, I think. Oh, thank you, Amy. It was great having you here. Michael's Captain Junk Food.
You know, I heard a lot of people hastily moved in together during the pandemic, like earlier in the dating process than they normally would, and then regretted it. And, you know,
I
because
didn't
like,
regret it, thankfully.
well, that's good. You know, because I think, because like dating was tough. I wasn't dating at the time, but like, you know, people would, people were like quarantining and stuff. So some people moved in hastily.
It was
So it's like
already kind of moving in at the time. It just sped up the process.
good that it worked out for you. Um,
Yeah,
Silver lining of the pandemic.
silver lining.
Yeah. I remember like I think it was Ariana Grande who moved in with somebody like immediately, like they had just met or something. It might be her if I'm remembering right. They had just met and they like moved in together. No, not her. It was Demi Lovato. She moved in with somebody she had just met. Just nuts for anybody to do.
It was some other celebrity that I read about doing that. It wasn't her though. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't like a major celebrity. It was like a, yeah, I'm not gonna remember. I think it was an actress in a like a in a horror movie or something. I
Right.
don't know.
It's like those idiots that like go on reality shows and get married to people that they like under ridiculous circumstances, like without ever seeing what they look like, or um you know, other stupid reality shows like that. Like, you think that's actually going to last? You need to actually see the person. And any of those stupid reality dating shows, or like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, how many of those have actually lasted?
Mm.
Next to none. It's stupid, and it blows my mind that it's still on TV
There
now.
are couples that did meet on reality shows that ended up staying together for a couple years after. Um, Diana Prince, who plays what's her face, the male girl. Ah, shit, from a Joe Bob Briggs show, Darcy. Um, when she was on like I think it was like a Playboy show or something like that. And it was like a one of those like like nude reality shows. Um, and they encouraged them to hook up with the other people and stuff. But she was kind of like taking it more like seriously like, oh, this is like the real world. I'm interacting with these people like, like real people and stuff. And she actually hit it off with one of the guys, and she ended up cheesing it up like as like the show went on. But she ended up actually hitting it off with one of the guys and dated him for like years after the show ended.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that kind of thing can happen. Like there are rare cases where people meet that way and it lasts. But usually it's a big epic fail, which is why I find it so weird that people still get into those shows and watch them. I mean, not as popular as they used to be. Like The Bachelor used to be huge in the 2000s. I couldn't believe it when I heard it was still on. I figured it must have been canceled like a while ago. But I mean, why even get into it when you know that these people are going to break up anyway? What's the point? Most of them have. So
Money. Money, and they get to be on that show. They get, they get some deals to, maybe get to go around signing autographs, making appearances. Maybe they'll get lucky and get an acting gig or something. Or if they make music, maybe it'll introduce them to a producer or something.
well, that's true. I can see why people would sign up to do it. What I find odd is why get so into it as a viewer, knowing that this is pointless anyway. They're going to just break up. But I guess it's just for the drama of the way that they do it, and like I don't know.
I
It's
know,
silly.
I know a woman who was on Judge Judy once upon a time, and I worked with her, and we're still friends. But she she got recognized in the lunchroom at work. It's like I don't know, 14 years ago, maybe 13. I don't even know now. No, couldn't have been that long ago. Maybe it was. I worked there for a long time. But anyway, someone in the lunchroom that said, "Hey, are you on Judge Judy?" And she says, "No, I wasn't." And then when that person left the room, she says, "Yeah, that was totally me." I said, Why? Why were you on there?" And she told me the story. She says, "Yeah, Judge Judy was kind of a was kind of a jerk, but and didn't really even listen to my side. She kind of made it more just like a TV show type of thing. But I got a free trip to New York City or something like that, and I also got paid however much money she got paid. I can't remember how much it was." She said, "So whatever. I didn't actually lose any money in the process or anything. It was it or I gave her more money towards whatever it was." And
Hmm.
so she got the public embarrassment, but she got the free trip and she got the money.
Wow. Yeah, I always wonder how much of that show was actually real, like, and how much was bullshit. Like, was it legitimate? Um, or sometimes it almost felt like scripted drama, but they claim it was real.
I think they were
My
encouraged
grandma,
to act it up.
you think?
I think she said that she was
Okay.
because they were paid to be on the show. And so like I think like the she lost like a lawsuit. She basically had to cover a vet bill that what she thought was unnecessary because she had someone dog sitting her dog while she was on vacation. The dog gave birth to puppies, and the person didn't know what to do and brought the dog and all the puppies immediately to the vet. And she was like, "What are you doing? Why didn't you call me first before bringing the dog to the vet? And you don't bring the puppies immediately to the vet, and that was unnecessary expenses and blah blah blah. I shouldn't have to pay that." And they fought over paying the fees, and in the end she ended up having to pay for it. But I guess it didn't really cost that much at the time because it was like, vet prices had jumped up dramatically. And I think she said that the money she got from Judge Judy actually covered it.
Wow. Yeah, so like that makes sense. They encourage them to kind of ham it up for the drama. Like It felt like that. Some of it seemed kind of forced. My grandma used to watch that every single day, and I hated it. Like, just having to sit through it. Because I hung out with my grandparents a lot, and yeah, it was boring as hell for me. But she just loved Judge Judy. Sorry, Dieter, I didn't mean to forget about that. Your Sarah doll.
Oh yeah, show
I'm
that.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm starting to use my Facebook a little bit more, like Dieter said. I don't get on it as much as I should, but getting a little more active on it. There's just so much. I'm pulling up your photos now, Dieter. While I'm talking, there's so much like social media to juggle. It's like how many? Like you only have so many hours in a day. You know, there's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I don't even bother with any of the other ones. Um, um, and then of course, Discord takes up a lot of time too. So yeah, I'm having trouble like juggling all that stuff, but I am starting to be more active on the social media platforms. I'm the most active on Twitter. I don't like I don't like the platform the way it is now, but it is the most efficient, effective way to promote stuff and get the most visibility even without a lot of followers. There's no more powerful tool I know of than Twitter for that. Even Elon Musk screwed it up a lot. It's still anyway. Here's Dieter and his Sarah doll. Should be there. Is it there? Can you see it? Yeah, there it is.
Aw.
Oh. Here's Dieter and Sarah. Look, that's an amazing work. I like the eyelashes they put on her. Love it. That's awesome. Yeah, and she did a beautiful job, like with the detail. There's even blood on her sweater, and there's a little blood on the screwdriver too. I think it was Dieter's idea for Sarah to even have a screwdriver, the doll. I think he
Do,
asked for the screwdriver.
do you think she would crochet me a jade mask for my CPR dummy?
I don't know, maybe.
No, I'm kidding.
um, oh man. Yeah, I could go for one of those myself. I like cuddling with my jade doll. It's cozy but not for any perverted reason. It's just so damn soft. Like the yarn is like it's so comforting to put against my face. Like it could be a blob monster doll and I would be cuddling with it because it's so soft. It's
You
so
need to get
soft
him
and
sorry.
comforting. Go ahead.
You need to get him a Randall or Jim doll to cuddle with.
Mm, yes.
Or maybe Kenny.
A Kenny. She hasn't made a Kenny yet. She should make a Kenny. Um, in his deputy outfit back when he still wore that. Um,
With the high waters.
the high waters, yeah. That was the more iconic Kenny look, although he looks really good in the jeans. He looks like a Gap model now. Like he stepped out of a Gap ad. Um, yeah, it's so soothing, especially as for someone like me who's suffering a lot of pain and anxiety, just to put it against my face just because it's soft and squishy and cozy and like and I find like squeezing it has this like spongy texture that feels like it feels like you're squeezing a stress ball. It's soothing. So there's a fringe
Just
benefit if you're suffering from anxiety or anything else and you need like a source of comfort. And like these are amazing. Um And then he's got a video here too. Let me see if I might be able to just play it right here. He's got an unboxing video. Here it is. Nice.
I need one someday.
Nice. I put on socks especially for this video. Yeah, I think that was a good choice, Dieter. I think that was a good choice. Yeah. Um, that's so cool. You know, I should have. I opened mine up live, and you know, I think Alexis liked that, but I didn't. Like I wasn't as conscious as I should have been of the camera, showing everything to the camera like that, because Doug was on the panel and a few other people were on the panel, so I was just kind of opening it clumsily in the background. I should have done it in a nice clear way like that, but I've never done like an unboxing video before. I just randomly decided to open it um on the live stream, and Doug wanted to see it. He was there, so eating a eating a croque monsieur. I've heard of that, but I don't remember what that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously something French, but I don't remember what it is. Angouille. Yeah, it says angouille on the label, and it's got a bottle tree. Yeah, mine was like that too. It was beautifully like shipped. It was done with such care. She does an amazing job just all the way around. Yeah. So Jeter dropped the link to Alexis's Instagram. She has a wait list right now. She can't fill orders at the moment, but you can always be on a wait list. And I think in May she's going to be taking orders. She'll be able to start filling orders again. Right now she's actually got requests from actors. She's making some for some of the actors, I think. So that's cool. It's awesome. Oh, a croque monsieur is just grilled ham and cheese. It makes it sound. See, French makes everything sound so much nicer than in you know. It makes everything sound fancier. Sounds like some kind of delicacy, but it's actually just a grilled ham and cheese. Love it. Oh, Kenny gets that ass. Yes, Jeter. Yarn to the face. It's the softest yarn I have ever felt. It feels like I don't know if anyone knows what chenille is, but this fabric chenille, it's like the softest kind of sweater that you can wear. And it got popular when I was a kid in the late 90s. All of a sudden it was everywhere, and I loved my chenille sweaters, but I don't see them really anymore. I don't know why. I see chenille scarves and stuff, but not really sweaters. It's really cozy. That she doesn't use normal yarn. She uses a really special kind of soft yarn. That's why it's so soothing to put it against my face. Comforting. I put her in the closet with other stuff, like something my kid made. That's cool. Well, definitely want to keep her away from your young children who probably wreck her. Don't want that. Oh my god. Doug said that he had to rescue his mini men in yellow from a dog at some point while he was on his trip. And that would be a devastating thing if a dog were to use this as a chew toy. Oh my god. That would be terrible. Anyway, there's that. Sorry, Dieter. I said at the beginning, my brain isn't working right today, and my pain level has just been so high that I don't mean to overlook certain things or forget. It's not intentional. And I go off on tangents too more when I'm in pain and I can't think straight. But yeah, she's beautiful. That's a big Sarah doll. Mine is big too. Mine is, I think, 15 inches. The head is enormous. Yeah. So if you,
Phrasing.
huh?
I said phrasing.
Freezing?
Phrasing. Yep. So
What do you
minus
mean?
15 inches. The head is enormous.
Oh.
And that's mighty impressive, Julie.
Oh God. I walked right into that. That's great. Tangents you don't say. Hey, you know, it was
And you can see
okay.
all of that for $9.99 a month at her new website. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God. Oh, oh, it's too funny. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Jeter didn't catch that first. Yeah, Jeter missed it. I'm surprised he didn't catch it first. But I said, I said, I said mine is 15 inches. The head is enormous. Yeah, I should watch the phrasing. Michael. Oh God. Oh, okay. Yeah. Um,
Yep,
Jeter.
it's going to be a program of just her cuddling her jade and talking to the camera
Yeah.
about From and Handmaid's
Yeah.
Tale.
Mm-hmm. Um, Jeter dropped a link. What is this? Uh,
Oh, Kendrick action figure. Let me see. Oh, it's a YouTube. Oh no. Okay, it's taking me to image. Oh, that's funny. Is that even real? Or did you make that with AI? Oops, AI.
when he sent me that, I
There's no
assumed it was
branding
AI, I
or
think.
anything. Actually look at it. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
totally
think,
AI.
yeah, I think he made that with AI. It's very convincing though. It really looks, it looks just like Kendrick from the Super Bowl, I think. I think it's from the Super Bowl, if I remember right, the one he sent me anyway.
I remember with the early AI technology, I was spending like 2 days, maybe it was longer, working on and making a fake Godzilla Barbie doll and with like a box behind it and stuff. And now like it's so much easier to generate that stuff. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, that's, it's amazing how fast the technology is evolving. The stuff Dieter sent me an action figure of me that a picture of an action figure of me that he made, and it was freaky how much it looks like me. It's really freaky. Um, and it wasn't even a picture of me that showed my whole body, but somehow it managed to get the shape, even the shape of my legs almost accurate. And my legs weren't even visible in the picture, so I don't know how it did that. It was weird. The only thing is it made my arms thicker than they actually are. My arms are thinner than the picture that he sent, but other than that, um, yeah, it was really freaky. This technology is wild. Everyone's making these apparently. This is like a popular thing now. AI action figures. Not the actual thing, but like the pictures. That is so good. Yeah, I just looked at the one of Kendrick. Yeah, it is from
I
the
want
Super Bowl
one.
wearing. Oh, yeah, I want a real one. Like, I wish they could like 3D print these. Because this one is I'll see if I can share this on the screen. This one is so cool that Dieter made. Oh my god, that's cool. It looks exactly like him from the Super Bowl. And it's got his Gloria jacket that was custom made for the Super Bowl performance. And it says Gloria on the front, which is the title of one of the songs on his latest album, GNX. And it's like he's rapping supposedly to a woman who he's been with since he was a teenager, but it's actually a metaphor for his craft of rapping. It's an awesome song. It's so cleverly written. He talks to her like she's a woman, so you think he's referring to a woman he's been with since he was a teenager, like his fiance who he has been with since high school, but it's not about her. If I were her, I'd actually be kind of jealous because it sounds like, you'd be competing with Gloria, aka his, his pen, his rap writing. Like that's like his muse, his his first love. And yeah, that's why he named the song Gloria. I forget why he picked the title Gloria, but there's a reason for it. And so he had a jacket custom made with Gloria on the front of it for the Super Bowl, because it represents his whole craft. His love of creating this rap poetry like he's done since he was a teenager, and now he was on the biggest stage in the entire world. So what a cool opportunity to display that right on the front of his jacket. It wasn't just about Drake. A lot of people thought it was just about dissing Drake. That wasn't what the whole thing was about either. It's also just about his love for this craft. And it's got red, white, and blue colors. The red and the blue are the two different gang colors, the Bloods and the Crips, and he's tried to help promote peace among gang culture, especially last year when he had his pop-out concert and he invited all the different gangs, all the different rival gangs in LA. They all, a bunch of them came up on stage and were just dancing together, and at least for that one night there was peace. They took a big picture together. That he's really big on that kind of thing, and so that's why it's the red and blue. And then I forget what the white means, but then there's the red, white, and blue as in American colors, which kind of is a diss against Drake because he's Canadian and doesn't know much about the culture of the US, the whole rap culture of the US. Drake is an outsider. Anyway, but yeah, that's so cool. It looks like something you could really buy. It's crazy. I would if I could, honestly, if that thing were real. I totally would. Anyway, also asked for Boyd, but the face is totally not him. Oh, okay, Dieter, I'll show, Dieter uploaded the selfie of me from the head down. Yeah, but it didn't show much of my legs. You could just barely see my legs. And yet, it got the shape of my legs pretty damn accurate. It's kind of creepy, actually. It's creepy sometimes how AI can do things so well. It's just wild to me. Especially seeing myself.
Oh my god, that is creepy. It makes you look like a little person.
Yes, that's one of the only problems with it. It makes me look like a dwarf. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just not how I actually look. I'm not saying anything against people who have dwarfism, but it looks like my arms and legs are too short for the rest of my body or something.
Other than that, it's actually kind of adorable.
Yeah,
I really like the From one.
Yeah, the From one is cool. I'll show it because Jeter put it in the chat. Let me see if I can get it up here. Yeah. So it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. Like my legs are actually shaped like that, except my lower legs are maybe just a little bit narrower, just a little bit narrower than that. But other than that, and my arms are thinner. I don't know why it gave me thicker arms and wrists and hands than I actually have, but and my arms are not as long as that. The- See, look,
You
it
could
made
touch your
me
knees without reaching.
right. I was just about to say the arms are the only major thing that's off. The arms, it makes it look like I could touch my knees without reaching. Yeah, I don't have arms that long,
The
but
funny thing though is like I remember like in the 90s, sometimes action figures would turn out kind of looking like that. So it's not completely inaccurate how toys would be.
oh really?
Oh yeah, like and I've seen like oh man, they have like YouTube videos dedicated to like awful action figure representations of things. There are definitely some Godzilla ones out there.
Nice. Yeah, it's it's funny because this is actually not a dress. It's a skirt that I mean, it's not a dress. It's a shirt that I was wearing, but it makes it look like a dress. I wish I had a dress like that. It's just a shirt, but it's a peplum top, so it has this flowy thing around it. Makes it
I
look like
love
I'm
the
wearing a dress.
accessories.
Yeah, like the ring light, the laptop, the microphone.
Do you have a
It's
microphone?
I actually do have a microphone. I just haven't gotten around to trying it yet. I've had it for months.
So
I
do
should
you use
really
like an earpiece?
No, I don't use any earpiece or microphone at all, and I should.
Oh, and there's no feedback.
No. Nope. I've gotten lucky with that, but I know with a microphone, like Grant Grant played me like he put my the audio from one of my videos I made into an AI program or like some kind of like a digital editor that levels out your voice, and it sounded so much better. Um so I need to maybe look into using something like that. And if I use a microphone, I think it'll control the level of my voice so it's not fluctuating too much, like too loud at certain points or too soft at other points, like controlling the volume and stuff like that. I really need to hook
So
up this microphone. I got it for Christmas and I still haven't done anything with it.
so I wonder if they I don't know if well Grant would know better than me. If they have technology that does that live, like the AI audio cleaner. Did he
Hmm.
say that they do?
I think
Because
so.
that could be useful.
I think he said yes if I remember correctly. I think they do have that. Sorry about the noise. Um, yeah, I think they might have that, like some kind of audio filter. Now, I wouldn't want it to make my voice sound robotic, though. Um, I don't like. I want it to sound like me, like just my normal voice, and not too like cleaned up to where it sounds like I might be a computer. Um,
Domo arigato, Julie Roboto.
yeah, yeah. I don't want to sound like too robotic. Um, but cleaning it up a bit would be nice because I told him one of my videos I had all kinds of audio glitches, like weird little feedback noises. It only happened on one video I recorded. There was a little bit of weird feedback stuff going on. And I don't know why, because it was the same device I always use to record my videos. But yeah, he said there was a way I could have cleaned that up. But by the time I found out, it was too late. I already uploaded it. And it was fine. The video did really well anyway, but if you have earbuds in, it would sound really bad when the audio feedback comes in. Um, yeah, I don't know. Actually, Jeter, that's a good idea. that interview with Mark Geller, I might be able to use the tool that Grant suggested to fix the audio in that live stream on the replay. Like, I could take it down because it's not like a regular video where I wouldn't want to lose all the views. I could take it down and probably clean up the audio and put it back up. That's a great idea. Yeah.
Grilled ham and cheese sound really good. Real chill.
Yeah. That does sound good.
Yeah, Archer reference phrasing. I used to love that show.
I never saw that.
I kind of fell off after they left the agency or whatever, the office building they were in, and changed the name of the spy company that they worked for. I don't know. It became kind of a different show. It was still good, but it wasn't quite the same. And I
Right.
kind of just fell off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that happened. It's a good show, you know.
Yeah, their spy company was named ISIS, and then America decided to call that terrorist organization ISIS instead of what was it, like ISIL or something like that. The rest of the world calls it. They call it something else, but we wanted to call it that, and and the show was like, oh, we can't call our spy group that anymore. So they did like this whole weird storyline.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Teeter. It's like I also asked for giant melons and it didn't. It gave real melons. ChatGPT doesn't understand phrases like that. Okay, you're just kidding. Yeah, ChatGPT wouldn't understand that. That's for sure. Yeah, anyway, I love that the Kendrick one, man. I wish I could really like order one of those. It's awesome. So, anyway, I should get off of here now. Now that I ate something, I can use the treadmill and
Yeah, I'm ready to pass out.
yeah, it's been over 6 hours. I just looked at the time. Oh my god.
We had a
It's been a
fun
lot
night.
of fun. We both spoke at the same time, basically saying the same thing. It was really fun. I really enjoyed this doc.
Me too. Thank you as always.
Well, no need to thank me. Thank you for being here and hanging out and you
It's
know, being your fun self. I'm not fun enough. I need fun people around like you.
oh no, you're totally fun. You're totally fun. You just you're humble. I appreciate that. I respect that.
Oh,
I do wish that Scarlet hadn't fallen asleep on us, but oh well.
yeah. Maybe I think all these lives that we do plus Yellow Jackets must be burning her out, you know.
She's doing a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably
And
catching up to her. Huh?
we ran late.
Yeah. We started the live really late, you know, because of my pain issues and then, you know, like I don't know how she's been able to actually go on as long as she has for this long without this kind of thing happening because
She's a champ.
yeah, because she'll stay on all night and get hardly any sleep at all and then go to work at a preschool. You know how taxing that job is? I've worked in a
Oh
preschool.
my
It's
God.
not
I
easy.
couldn't do it. Oh
And
man, she must be sleep deprived all the time, poor lady.
yeah. I've told her from day one, please don't feel obligated to stay here. Get off and go to sleep when you need to go to sleep. Just because I'm here, you don't need to sacrifice your sleep. But she chooses to stay. But
I know someone else who does stuff like that. Dieter.
yeah, Yeah. Dieter's always getting up at ungodly hours to be here in the chat, helping, being super Dieter here, superhero. So, and I appreciate it, all of you guys. And it's great that you have, the stamina to stay up all night like I do, because not everybody would. It's nice to have somebody to talk to. Like, it's fun. It's fun.
For
And
some reason lately, I've been going to bed at like 5 a.m. like every other night, and I don't mean to. The other night, I think it was because I didn't realize the sweet tea I got from 7-Eleven had caffeine in it. It didn't say it on the container. It said black tea powder, and I was like, I don't know if that actually has caffeine. Yeah, it had caffeine.
oh no. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah. That'll keep you up. Thank you for everything, Dieter. Thank you. Hugs to you too. Yeah. Too bad we can't, but virtual hugs. Thank you for everything. And I hope you're starting to feel better finally. Thank you for your patience with me not noticing certain chats and forgetting to do stuff. I'll show all that stuff again when we have more people, like next week on other lives too. Like when next week, the plan is to, I should say what, so the plan for next week, I'm changing it a little bit. So I'll just say this before we sign off. So the new plan was going to be that we were going to move the From Rewatch to Monday and do The Last of Us on Wednesday. I wish I had said this earlier when more people were here. Damn it, I forgot. See, I haven't been on my game tonight at all. Just very hard to think straight. So, I'll just make announcements in my YouTube community post and on Discord and everywhere else, just to kind of get the word out. But Monday, I think Monday is a better night to do The Last of Us, because I'm pretty sure Jeremy Eisenfire is going to be streaming about The Last of Us on Wednesday nights, and we share a lot of the same community. So, thanks, Dieter. Appreciate you. Thank you for your understanding. Yeah. Good luck with the kids. Hopefully you're starting to heal. It's not easy taking care of kids, I'm sure, when you're sick. Anyway, so so I think I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna go with Monday for The Last of Us live. It's not ideal because Sunday night we are gonna be, that's when the season is dropping, the first episode. And good night, Bill Chill. Thanks for being here. So we're gonna be doing the first Last of Us live on Monday, not Wednesday. I'm gonna go with Monday, and if this winds up being not the case and Jeremy's not streaming on Wednesday, then maybe the next week I'll move the day, because preferably I'd rather stream on Wednesday to have a couple of days to take notes, get my screenshots together, but it's looking like Monday is the most viable day, so I'm going to go with Monday. Sunday night, we're going to do a watch party in the Discord when the first episode of season 2 drops for The Last of Us at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to stream it, and so that'll be Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Monday night, we'll plan on 10:30 p.m. Eastern, breaking down the premiere of The Last of Us season 2. So that will be replacing the Severance live starting Monday. And then Wednesday, we'll go back to the From Rewatch. That I think we're due to watch season 2, episode 4 after taking 2 weeks off. I think we're going to get back to it, unless something big changes and I can't for some reason, but that's the plan. Wednesday will be the From Rewatch, per usual. Tuesday night, I'll do a rewatch, not a rewatch, but I'll do a watch party for The Handmaid's Tale. at 10 p.m. Eastern. For anybody who hasn't watched it yet or wants to watch it with somebody, I'll stream it in the Discord at 10 p.m. It'll be episode 4 of The Handmaid's Tale. Just one. They're going to release one per week now. That's like how it should have been, but anyway. And then next Friday, we'll continue with our next stream on The Residents, which will be episodes 5 and 6. And stay tuned for what we're going to be doing regarding FROMacademy on that. We'll let you know. And I really enjoyed this. We should do more of these. You know, I love doing FROMacademy, but we should do more of these too, like to just have fun, like chill sessions with the FROMily every now and then. And
I agree.
And you know what would be cool? We should plan another one where like we can't, like, once The Residence is over, which will be, so we have 2 more weeks to do The Residence because we're doing 2 episodes at a time. And then we're done. Once we're done with The Residence, there will be more space to work with again on Fridays. And what we should do, I'm thinking, is invite Tony back, because Tony doesn't stay up as late as we do. Tony, like, Tony usually goes to bed, you know, from what he says on his live streams. I'm not like a stalker or anything, but from what he says, he goes to bed around like 11 p.m. Like, I sound like I know his whole schedule, but you know, that's what he says. He's like, okay, I'm going to bed, you know. And you know, or he'll, like, I've texted him before and he's said that, you know, he was asleep when I texted him at 11:30. So I know he doesn't stay up that late. When he was on with us those 2 times, he stayed up way later than usual. So I'm thinking the next time, like, we could, like, if you're able to move your schedule, Doc, if we plan it in advance and you could be here a little bit earlier, then we could invite Tony and, you know, have another theory chat, hangout session or whatever.
Okay.
If you're able to, you know, come, like, you know, at 10 o'clock or something like you did that one time. That would be cool. Have Tony
I might be
on.
able to. Things have been slowing down at work a little bit lately for the OR section. I don't know if that's permanent or if that's just because of the construction that's going on or whatnot, because we're doing a transition to like kind of like new ownership, and so we're changing over a lot of stuff at the facility. So
Mm.
I don't know if it has to do with that, but I think we're going to be closing the OR section for the most part for a while.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if that's still the game plan, but it seemed like they did that Friday.
Right. Okay.
Like, I'm going in tomorrow and I don't think I'm really going to have much in the way of work, if anything. And I have like a full shift to burn. And so I'm going to be cleaning windows and any other random thing that needs to be done.
Yeah, you know, I remember when I worked in retail, it was like, you know, you didn't want to have either of the 2 extremes. You don't want to be overwhelmed with too much shit to do, but you don't want to be left with nothing to do and then the hours drag on and on and on. It didn't happen much because it was a really busy department store, but sometimes there would be really slow shifts and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to die of boredom here. You're looking for things to do. You need something to pass the time. So yeah.
I can
can
think
be,
of a couple of things I can throw onto people's plates. They're not gonna be happy about it, but I mean, a lot of these things they need to be done anyway. So we'll probably
yeah.
have to redistribute the work areas, and then those areas, just make sure those are more clean than they used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, make time for some things you normally wouldn't. I'm sure you can use your imagination to find some stuff to do.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, who knows? Tony might be willing to stay on really late with us, like he did a couple of times. But if he can't, you know, if you know, maybe in a couple of weeks, if you're able to, after we finish with The Residents, if you're able to come earlier, we could invite Tony to come a little earlier, and it
we
would
should
be
see if
fun.
Tony would be interested in doing an interview like we interview him.
That would be so fun. I would enjoy that. Yeah. Yeah. I love talking to Tony, so I'm sure that would be
Ask him
fun.
about his life and everything. I'm sure he's told some of his stories. It sounds like he's got a lot of interesting ones.
He does. He's got a lot of hilarious stories. I mean, I've really enjoyed when he gets into stories about his life on his lives. So I'm sure he'd be really interesting to interview. So yeah, we should totally do that. I've been wanting to have him on anyway. It's just tricky because by the time we finish with the residents, I know that's the time that he would normally be in bed. I was shocked when he joined the live that first time and stayed till like 1:30 in the morning. He never does that kind of thing. Not his usual habit, but yeah, hopefully we can set something up with him soon. That would be fun. I know he's going to cover, well, I don't know, but he did a poll asking if he should cover The Last of Us on YouTube, and the vast majority of people said yes. Hopefully he's going to be covering it too, but I think he'll probably still have time on his hands to hopefully come on again. That would be fun. He said he would, so it's just a matter of finding a good night to do it, and hopefully coordinating it with your schedule, Doc, and making it maybe a little earlier, if at all possible, for him. That would be cool. Anyway, thank you so much for the awesome, fun conversation, and it's just been a great distraction I needed, and the awesome chat. I appreciate you guys. Should
Thank
definitely
you,
do more.
everyone.
Yeah. And Dieter dropped the link to your channel, Doc. I wish I had brought it up earlier, but I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah.
I already
Thank you,
have.
Dieter.
Yeah. I already have the link to Doc's channel in the description of this video, so if you're listening on the replay, which I know some people do, you can find Doc's channel in the description of this video, and we'll let you know when Doc has anything new coming up with the channel. You'll keep us posted, right?
Nah. Yeah, yeah, of course. I'll keep everyone posted.
Yeah. But in the meantime, just, yeah, we'd appreciate it. Show some support for our friend here and give him a sub, and he'll be doing some stuff eventually, and he'll let us know. But, oh, hey there, Hillary's emails. Oh my goodness. Hillary's email. That's an old one. That's, oh my goodness. It's 2025. Anyway, I feel like I'm back in 2016. I'm just now joining. When was the show just
Shoot.
what?
I had a really fun game that we didn't play. Oh, I'll save that for another time.
Oh,
Yeah, we
well,
didn't talk about From really at all. But I had a game. You know, what is it? Is it marry, freak, kill, or
oh,
whatever?
oh,
Instead of that, doing a karmic marry, screwdriver, put them in the box.
oh, nice, nice.
We'll save that for another time, next social
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, we should do more of these, and the next time I'll, make sure I try and start earlier so we can start this earlier too. And hopefully Scarlet will be able to stay longer, and Yellow Jackets will be over, so maybe she'll be able to get some more rest in the meantime. But by the time we do this again, and anyway, to answer your question, so this has been like a kind of a hybrid live. The first 2.5 hours or so were about the Netflix series The Residents, which is a murder mystery, a really funny murder mystery, like a lot like the movie Knives Out, if you've ever seen that. So I don't know if you're talking about From or The Residents, but that's when we were talking about The Residents. It was like, yeah, so that was like 30 minutes in. That's about when we started talking about it, if that's what you mean, on the replay. It took us a while just like greeting the chat and just kind of talking about stuff. I had some stuff I wanted to discuss before we got into it, and then we broke down 2 episodes of The Residents, and it's a great show. We're loving it. We're doing these every Friday night if you want to join us. Next Friday, we're going to be discussing episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents, and we're not binging it. We're taking it 2 episodes at a time. So next Friday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll do the next one on The Residents. And then about 2 hours in, we switch to a From-related topic. It's normally FROMacademy, which is a From-related topic that we discuss, we research and discuss as a group. And this week, though, we just did a really casual hangout, like social event with the From fan community here. So just talking about random stuff. Sometimes we just need just to chill and hang out as a community. So that's what we did. So anyway, thank you again to the awesome chat. Thank you again to the replay gang. Anyone listening on the replay, I appreciate you guys, and those that are just listening, including the awesome person who donated the 20. It was, what was it? Happy's. I gotta look at the name again. It was, where is it? Happy's Huggables. Happy's Huggables. Very kind to donate 20. So kind and generous. Appreciate it. And any Last of Us fans, Sunday night in the Discord, we'll be doing the premiere episode. We'll be screening it when it drops at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you're interested, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video, and you can join Monday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll break down the first episode, or more like I will, and I'm going to do a call-in format. It's not something Scarlet is into, so I'm going to do a call-in format and let people come on who want to discuss it, and Doc is going to join when he's able to after work. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'm excited to cover the show. Is that still the plan, Doc? Still able to, you want to cover it when, like, join when you get out of work?
I'm not gonna be able to do it this Monday,
Okay,
but I can do it the Monday after.
cool. That's cool. Whenever you can do it is great. I'm going to open it up to call-ins, and
Okay.
I'm going to open it up to call-ins like the whole time, and so I think it'll be, it'll be fun and interesting. Like, maybe have Lori has watched the show, so she might want to call in too. So I'm going to ask her.
Oh yeah, she likes zombie-like creatures.
She does. She does. Yeah, and then Wednesday we'll do the From rewatch, so that's the plan. Anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Thank you again, Doc, for being here.
Thank you, and good night, everyone.
And
Your
we'll
tails look smashing.
What did she say?
I said your tails look smashing.
Alrighty then. Have a good day or a good night. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you next time.
Julie? Hi! It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a FROMily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.